Oh, great start to the video. You should have done that before I started. Hey, Mad Hatter. Yeah, you're first. I just blew my nose and realized, what an intro. I should have done that before I started. Photo Anna and Ronald. Literally. Hey, Ian. I love this Southern Pecan coffee so much. I got tired of the little cup, so I said, screw it, I'm putting 2K cups in there. I'm not on Twitter anymore. I am effectively banned from Twitter. So I can't see any DMs on Twitter. Hey, Ortega, we're here weekly. We keep our victims as happy as we can. Ghostbuster is on? What's that mean? Ooh, it's available for download. Ooh, we're gonna have to get this. Where is that? Nope. We've been on every week. YouTube may not have been notifying you, so check your notification settings. I know what you mean. YTS has Ghostbusters. Where's that program? What's it called? Not open VPN, not open shell. Yeah, we're here every week. I haven't missed a week in quite a while, actually. It automatically starts every time I start up, but I forgot what it's called. There it is, NordVPN. Yes, the movie was good. I mean, I enjoyed it, but putting it after the other three, it was a bit of a letdown. Now, the only way I can see Matrix 4 being interesting was that if it was like a recap of the first three movies, because it's been 20 years. If they're going to do more movies, and this is basically, okay, we're going to catch you all up to what happened 20 years ago, and now we're going to make new ones. I could see that working. But by itself, it was a little bit of a letdown. Anything else interesting? Not really. But I'll grab the Harry Potter 20th and Ghostbusters. Yeah, that happens. Good morning, Stanley. I mean, the movie was good. The acting was good. I love seeing the characters. The first half was pretty good, as they did that fourth wall kind of shit, you know, making fun of the studios for making sequels, and then they just fell back into the sequel. The second half, it's like they forgot the first half. Screws and hot dogs. Yeah, after the last stream that Friday, I got real sick. I mean, like, vicious headache and pretty consistent fever. And, you know, I've still got a fever, but at least the headache is letting up. I've been chewing Tylenol and Advil for the whole week. And, the doctor prescribed me something to help me get to sleep. I don't have a problem staying asleep. I have a problem getting to sleep. Once I go to sleep, I'm fine. But I have a problem actually falling asleep. And of course, the first thing he prescribed to me, the insurance company rejected it. They said we're not paying for it. So he had to find something else. So I should be picking that up today or tomorrow. At this point, I'll try anything. But it's gotten to the point where, you know, I'll go to bed and 5 hours later I'll fall asleep. It's like, come on, give me a break. I'm desperately trying to shift my schedule. I want to get to the point where I get up at 7 o'clock every day. Because out here, it's early sunshine. So you want to get up at 7 because it's dark by 5. You know, dark by almost 4. But it's very, very hard to make that shift. And I don't know why it's so hard. It's very annoying. Do you know what the actual average time it takes a person to fall asleep? The average solar? Hell no. I ain't got that kind of money. Solar's boku dollars, man. The average time a person takes to fall asleep is 7 minutes. That's how long it takes a normal average person to fall asleep. 7 minutes. My average time to fall asleep is 3 to 5 hours. So, yeah. I've gotten so desperate that I've contemplated sleeping in the car. If it wasn't for the fact that it would wreck my body, because you don't get a very good sleep sleeping in a car seat. But the weird thing is, if I sit down in my car with the heat on and close my eyes, 10 minutes I'm asleep. Most of the time, within 10 minutes I'm asleep. I have no idea why. I don't know why. Happy New Year, Brian. May the mean people be delicious and the stupid people not give you heartburn when you eat them. Finish that off. So I didn't get a whole lot done last week. You know, I finished that screw print, which came out okay. I tweaked the coupler again. Actually, let me give you a close-up view here. So you can see there's some banding at the bottom, and then the banding starts to go away. I tweaked the coupler a little more. I think that brass coupler was just binding a bit, but otherwise, pretty cool print. I want to start playing. I haven't ordered yet. I'm still looking for the Esun one. Oh, because I want to start playing with the high temperature hot end, because I want to start printing some nylon and polycarbonate. Because I watched a video. I think it's I Did a Thing. He tries out different ideas from people. It's one of those YouTube channels. It's fun. I like watching that kind of stuff. Well, anyway, he wanted to make a single-use self-heating hot dog. And so what he tried to do is he tried to bag a hot dog inside of another bag with sodium hydroxide. And the sodium hydroxide gets hot when it mixes with water, cooks the hot dog. I was going to use a hand warmer, but they only reach 130 degrees, and that's not hot enough. I need 160, and sodium hydroxide will pass 160. And the problem is it's toxic. You don't want to eat the stuff. So I got an idea, and I made the idea. I'm actually printing a better one now, but this is the third time that printer has stopped and said filament change. I think the cat is jumping up on the trying to jump up on the screen, and I think he's pressing the buttons on the screen. Yeah, I saw that. We saw that last week. They lowered it to 10 years. So I came up with this. It's a hot dog cooker. Now, obviously, I can't actually use a PLA one. The PLA would melt at 160 degrees. Not melt, but it would warp and soften. So I'm going to have to print this out of nylon or polycarbonate. I wish I could find... I have some carbon fiber polycarbonate here somewhere from Esun, good and dry. I just can't find it. But, so the way this works is this is a hollow cylinder. So the cylinder has a hole in the middle, and the cylinder is hollow. So when you take the cap off, there is a cavity inside there. So you fill that with water and sodium hydroxide, close it up. Now this whole thing gets wrapped in some aluminized insulation, that thin, metallized insulation, to reflect the heat in. So you put a sleeve of insulation on this, and then you stick your hot dog inside, and it'll cook your hot dog. So if you're going on a day trip or even a 2-day trip, you could just, Ziploc baggie up some hot dogs, take with you, start with them frozen, and then by the time you're ready to eat, they'll have thawed. Yeah, I've heard her. Doesn't she have... What's up, N-word? Aren't they using niggle for that now? NGL? I keep seeing that posted, and I haven't figured out what it means yet, although I haven't looked it up. I could probably find out in 10 seconds if I look it up. But let's see. Elizabeth Holmes. An American businesswoman convicted of criminal fraud and conspiracy, January 2020. The Wikipedia will probably tell me something. A now defunct health technology company has soared in value. Oh, is she the one who made that that blood test that never worked and defrauded a bunch of people out of money for it? And she tried to claim that her business partner gaslit her or whatever, and it was his fault, and he claimed it was her fault. And Elizabeth has nice feet. Apparently it doesn't pressurize. He tried sealing it up. Apparently there is no actual chemical reaction. There's just an exothermic heating up when you mix it in solution. So it doesn't pressurize, so this is not going to go boom or anything like that. And although I do find it interesting that we will give someone like her 20 years in prison for defrauding people of their money, yet we have public companies that defraud the American public of hundreds of billions of dollars a year, and none of them see prison time. Our justice system is so whacked. But anyway, so I got the idea. Now I would actually use, this is a printed one, but I'd just use a regular 2-liter bottle soda cap. These are 2-liter bottle soda threads, and that's a 2-liter cap because they will seal. They have a built-in little thing inside there that seals them. I mean, well, I guess you could print the cap and stick that little thing inside there. Some of them it's removable. But that's the idea. I might make a plug to plug the end of it to help seal better, or just a cap. And the ideally, you'd want to put a plastic sleeve in here and then stick your hot dog in there so that this doesn't get filled with hot dog gunk. So that would be the idea. I'm going to have to find out. I'm going to have to see if they have like test tube size plastic bags. And what, Ivanka? was that her name? Ivanka? Trump's wife. And, oh, of course it would be better. That's not the point. The point is to come up with something cool. Well, okay. The original point was to have a packageable hot dog glow stick. The idea was to make it as simple as a glow stick. You know, you take glow stick, crack, shake, and it glows. All right. Can we do something that simple for hot dog? Because the alcohol stove, you have to carry alcohol fuel, carry a burn chamber, carry a stove, unpack and assemble all of this, light all of this, wait for it to heat up. While with this would already be filled with water. This would already have a hot dog in it because you would seal the hot dog in a plastic sleeve. Okay? So you'd stick your hot dog in there, you'd stick your water in here, and this would be in your backpack. And you'd have another little vial with sodium hydroxide. And so when you're ready to eat, you would literally just go, close it up, give it a shake, and then go collect your firewood or whatever you're going to do. And 10 minutes later, by the time you're done whatever you're doing, your hot dog's ready to eat. Or hell, while you're hiking, just pour your sodium hydrox in there, shake it up, and stick it in your canteen holder or whatever on your backpack. And 10 minutes later, you pull it out, and you got a hot dog. They use something a little different. There's a, I doubt it's sodium hydroxide. It's probably something else. But it's also water reactive, so it's an exothermic reaction with water. And so you have a pouch, and you have the reactive material packet inside. You put water in it. You stick your MRE hot side in there, and then you wrap it up and you let it cook. So I'm trying to make something similar, but for hot dogs. So a little NaOH and a little water from your canteen, pre-sealed hot dog that you would stick in there. So ideally we would, so I might have to actually make this a hair bigger. So the idea is you would have the individually pre-sealed hot dogs, and you would just slap it in there, drop your NaOH in there, shake it up, and 10 minutes later you got a hot dog. Depending on how long the reaction goes, you might even be able to cook multiple hot dogs. It's just a concept, an idea. Yeah, but cold hot dogs suck. I mean, obviously the hand warmer would work. It would get the hot dog probably to about 120, which is a lukewarm hot dog. It's not exactly what I would call a hot dog. But I don't personally like cold hot dogs. Hey, the screw fits. But well, that's the problem. A food warmer, a foot warmer. You're talking about the hand warmers. That's the one I originally wanted to use. The reason I want to use hand warmer material is because it's reusable. No, I haven't. Do you have a link to it? I'm pretty sure it's the I did a thing. Yeah, it might work. I think his YouTube channel is I Did a Thing. I Did a Thing. And good channel. I like it so far. He does some pretty neat stuff. It's kind of like a lower budget Colin Furious. And which I like that kind of stuff. So I like the hand warmer because it's reusable. Yes, this would have an insulating sleeve on the outside to reflect the heat back inside. Oh, solar, yeah. But well, the whole point of the hand warmer is it's reusable. So you have that little clicker disc inside, which initiates the reaction, and those things can heat for hours. So this would have to be a lot bigger because you'd have to stick those heating pads and wrap it around your hot dog in here. But the nice thing about the hand warmers is that when you get home, you can pop the hand warmer out, boil it, and reset it. So you're not throwing anything away. I mean, in reality, the NaOH, you're throwing away a tiny amount of water and chemicals. It's not a huge deal. But maybe I'll test both. See if the hand warmer gets warm enough. This would have to be quite a bit bigger because they're not as flexible. But he didn't use aluminum. He used 2 plastic bags. So he sealed up a hot dog in a plastic bag, put that in another plastic bag, sodium hydroxide, and sealed that up. And the sodium hydrox got to the hot dog. And but I was thinking about having that composite company print me one out of Ultim or Peak. And I was thinking about can I put the hand warmer liquid in this? The problem then becomes I need a clicker. I need a way of that's the video. That's exactly the video that gave me this idea to design this. So I spent the next 2 hours in Tinkercad on a printer, cranking out ideas to make this. I think it took me an hour to put this together, and because I wanted to design the whole thing to be no support 3D printable with minimal bridging. So there's actually a cone inside here that connects the two cylinders, so that there's really no bridging, because bridging would make making it watertight difficult. So it's got 4 perimeters, 6 top and bottom, 40% infill, and no bridging required. I've eliminated bridging in design. I can show you actually. I'm sitting here trying to verbally describe it, and I could just put it on the screen for you. There we go. Alright, audio should be back. I wish I could figure out what is triggering that. What is causing that audio issue? I can't figure out. It's like it happens randomly. I don't know why. And the only solution is to restart OBS. It's got to be OBS. Because if it was Windows, restarting OBS wouldn't fix it, right? I don't know. It's weird. I shut down OBS and I restart OBS. That's why the screen goes black for a minute, because I close the OBS software and then I reopen it. And that fixes it. I'll have to see if there's an update for OBS too. Well, at least OBS is more stable on this PC, because on my laptop, about 70% of the time, closing OBS doesn't work, and you have to restart the PC. And in the time it takes to restart the PC, YouTube times out the stream. With this, OBS closes 100% of the time, so I can just restart OBS and I don't lose the stream. So that's the idea for the hot dog cooker. What I'd rather have is to use the hand warmer material. Now, there's 2 ways to go about the hand warming material. Maybe. The advantage of using sodium hydrox or hand warmer liquid is that I can keep the unit small. I can keep it this big. All I need is for the volume of this to be large enough to have enough thermal mass to actually heat the hot dog. If I were to use hand warmers directly, the problem with that is that this becomes twice as big, because now I need to have open cavities around the hot dog cavity area big enough for you to slide the hand warmers into, and that creates its own problems, because I don't think the flexible materials will handle boiling water. They don't have to heat up fast. 10 minutes is good enough, especially if you insulate this. The hand warmers I've used get pretty hot pretty fast. That's the idea, that I could fill this with hand warmer material, but that creates several problems. One, is that enough? Is that enough thermal mass to heat the hot dog? Two, I need some way of accessing the clicker. There's a little clicker, a little metal disc. Let me show you. Alright, let's see if we lose the video again. Can you still hear me? Every hand warmer I've used gets hot pretty damn fast. Can you still hear me? Audio's good? Happy New Year, DeWitt. So this is your typical hand warmer that I'm talking about. It's a liquid. I forget what it's made of. But anyway, the way this works, you boil this to bring it to liquid state. And then it is semi-stable. It stays in liquid state until you give it a nucleation point. And the way you do that is you click this little clicker. And when you click that clicker, the reaction begins, and it gets very hot and very fast. Let's see, do I have... There's one thing I don't like about the new... I gotta check my colors in Windows. Sometimes it's very hard to tell which tab is active. Like, I just figured out this one's active. It's a little bit lighter. I need to increase the contrast there. So, is there video? I can probably find a video to show you guys this process. You're probably thinking the air hand warmers, the ones that you expose to oxygen. Yes, those are pretty slow to go. These hand warmers, however, are pretty fast to kick off. There it goes. So you click it, and you can see the nucleation action happens, and it becomes a semi-solid. And these heat up very quickly. They get hot almost immediately. Like 30 seconds, those things are toasting hot. And then you use boiling water to reverse the reaction, and then you can use them again. That's a pretty big advantage, being able to reuse them. So what you're talking about is a single-use hand warmer. These are reusable hand warmers. You can use them over and over again. Exactly. So the problem is, how do I initiate that catalytic response inside this? I could put the clicker in there, but how do I click it then? There's a reason those things are flexible. It's because you need to get to the clicker. So what I would need is some kind of a threaded clicker that I could, thread into the top of here like a piezo igniter for a grill. I would need some sort of a clicker that I can put inside of here and go click it and have that reaction happen inside the liquid. So you turn it upside down and go click and initiate the reaction. I don't think shaking it's enough. For example, I've taken one of those hand warmers and I've gone smack against the table with it and it did not initiate the reaction. It's like 50-50. So I'm not sure if it's a particular type, like it's a shock wave that needs to be created, or I'm not sure what exactly that clicker is doing to initiate that reaction. What I do know is just smacking it and stuff like that isn't enough to trigger it most of the time. So just sticking it in there and shaking it's not going to do it. You need some way of kicking off the reaction. And that kind of makes sense. If the reaction was too easy to kick off, they'd all kick off in your backpack when you're hiking. Oh! Okay, that would be tricky to do. That would be very tricky to do, but I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about mount the clicker inside and then have a rod that passes through the outside that activates the clicker. Okay.
Hi, everyone.
The problem is, how do I get the clicker inside the print without making it a two-part print? I see exactly what you're talking about. Okay.
Tell them I said hi.
They heard you. I would need some way of inserting the clicker through the opening into a little slot made for the clicker, and then you could just take like a toothpick and stick it in the hole, go click, and activate the clicker. That would work. That, in theory, that could work. Yeah, the clicker would have to be inside. Pygar said hi.
I see that.
It would take a redesign, but yeah, that could work. You know, have a slot to mount a clicker in. No, the weight won't work. That El Moriarty, that won't work because you're passing through a viscous liquid.
Why do they want to see my feet?
Because that's his troll fetish thing that he does. You skeeved around a little bit while we were gone. The weight of the metal rod won't do it because it would be passing through a viscous liquid, so it would have no momentum. It wouldn't even activate the clicker. You wouldn't be able to get it going fast enough through the liquid to trigger the click. In open air it would, but not while it's sitting inside of that liquid. At least I don't think it would. I'll have to try it, but that liquid is like it's almost gelatinous. It's very, very thick. It's not like water. It's much more viscous than water. But there's other problems with using hand warmer material inside of this, and that problem is this then becomes a one-time use device on a hike. Meaning the only way to reactivate it would be boil this entire thing. And if you're going to boil this thing on your hike, you can just boil your hot dogs. So if you want to bring 5 hot dogs with you, you'd need to bring 5 of these. And by using the hand warmers themselves and inserting them into a container to heat the hot dogs, I can then just bring multiple hand warmers and use the same cooker. Yeah, well, the easiest way to do that would be just not do that. The easiest way to do that would be, meaning, instead of integrating it into the print, do it through the opening, so that this remains watertight. Because if you try to put a clicker through the wall, unless you're threading it in with, plumber's tape or something like that, you're going to have an issue with leaking. But if I mount the clicker inside here, I can then just take, a metal stick and go click, and then close it up. That would work quite well. If I could figure out how to mount the clicker. You see, the problem is I have a pretty small opening in there. Now, mounting the clicker, let me find an analog. Let's say this is the clicker. Mounting the clicker like this would be pretty easy. But the problem is, how do I click it now? Think about that. How do you click the clicker? What I need is for the clicker to be at an angle. Because if the clicker is at any kind of an angle, all I gotta do is go click and activate the clicker. Yeah!
I'm out.
Woozius, that's genius! Maybe. That might be genius. It would require a hybrid print. But there are 2 ways I can do that. I could have a structure inside of here. So a little, basically it would be a little point like this with 2 arms. This way it's strong. Okay? And the idea would be that when you turn this lid down, it would touch that thing. And you'd get it almost closed all the way until it touched it. Then you would turn it over, get the liquid down here, and turn it all the way, which would push the clicker against the point, activating the liquid. Another way I could do it is I could do a hybrid cap. Well, the cap itself might be flexible enough all on its own. So I can make this rim such that the clicker can't go inside. So the clicker will sit on top of this rim. And you'd put the cap on, tighten it down, flip it over so the liquid goes into the cap, and then you would flex the top of the cap. Click, click, and activate the clicker. That might work too. And that would allow me to put all of the problem parts in the cap. Ooh, that's wooziest. That's genius. No, because then the whole thing would have to be flexible, and no guarantee you're going to get it. And I can't do multi-material because then it might leak. The whole idea is to make this homogeneous so it doesn't leak. Ooh, that might work.
Your face might work.
Yeah, exactly. His idea of using the cap is genius. That really could work.
Can I have your mango, Chris?
Just don't put the clicker in there when you're traveling. You know, I'll have a little storage thing on here to hold the clicker. Yeah, that would add some flavor. Open the cap, put the clicker inside, close the cap, and then go click. That would work. And even if you misfired like you had this way, it's okay. Just flip it over and do it again. Well, we're 3D printing, so it's not going to be with precision. At least not that kind of precision. You got to remember, you got to make this so that anybody can do it. So there has to be a lot of what do you call it? Fudge room. There has to be a lot of fudge space. You know, it has to be, you know, well, their settings can be off in either direction, and you still want it to work. The hardest part is watertight. Like, for example, I even printed this one at 0.96, I think, multiplier, and it's still not airtight. I can still just barely put air through it. So when this one finally finishes printing, I'm going to print it again at 0.98. I'm going to over extrude a little bit so to seal it up to make sure it's watertight. Because if it's airtight, it's watertight. That's wooziest. That is a good idea. Putting it in the cap. You don't even need to attach it. Why didn't I think of that? All you gotta do is make sure it's filled up to the top with the liquid, and just sit the clicker inside there, and you just stick your finger in there and click it. Oh my God! Why didn't I think of that? So instead of it's going to make this a more complicated print, and that's okay. I'm okay with this being a little more complicated if it makes it reusable. But put this cap in the center on top of a cone, so that I have a conical hollow space inside here. And then have a socket on the top of the interior cylinder here that friction fits the clicker. And then, I don't know. Sodium hydroxide is toxic hand warmer material? I don't know. Let's find out. It doesn't matter. The whole point of this is to make sure the hot dog doesn't come in contact with the warming fluid. What is the material? Sodium acetate. It's a supersaturated solution of sodium acetate. Harmful if swallowed. That's it. Only harmful if swallowed. Apparently is not hazardous. It says it could cause irritation. Not a reported carcinogen. Oddly enough, a PS5 is something I'd probably skip. If I was still in Vine and a PS5 popped up, I probably wouldn't get it. What the hell would I do with it? I'm certainly not going to pay $60 for games, so it'd be kind of useless for me. I'm just not a gamer. I'm guessing that's slight contact with your fingertip, and you can always just use a glove. But I'm guessing, or hell, you don't even need a glove. You can just use a stick. You can just go click and then close it up. I'm betting that would work. There's a guy on the YouTube channel called I Did a Thing. Ben Brady asked me to catch him up. I did a thing. The idea was, do you know how a glue stick works? You have a glue stick, you crack it, shake it, and you have a glue stick. It's one-time use, it's there, it's done, it's good, it's a glue stick. Can we do that with hot dogs? So he tried to make a bagged hot dog that you could just activate and heat up a hot dog. Like a one-time use. Like, think of it as like a microwave burrito without the microwave. Yeah, but I already have an Oculus. And I have no interest in porn. I owned a porno shop. I cataloged over 85,000 porno videos. Trust me, porn means nothing to me. So he tried to put a hot dog inside of a sealed bag, inside of another sealed bag, sodium hydroxide solution, because that's exothermic, it gets hot, to heat up the hot dog. It worked, it made the hot dog hot, but it also contaminated the hot dog. And sodium hydroxide is, toxic. So I was wondering, can I come up with a more elegant solution to that problem? So I designed this. Well, the screw was just the screw we printed on the MakerPi P3 last week. And then I came up with this idea. So the idea is sodium hydroxide solution inside the cylinder. You'd fill it in here, drop some sodium hydroxide in there. Obviously, you can't use PLA like this because it would just get soft and melt because sodium hydroxide gets over 160 degrees. Yeah. And then you just you put an insulating wrap around this to keep the heat in, and then you just stick your hot dog. You'd have hot dogs pre-sealed, bagged hot dogs, and so Ziploc bag, seal the edge, and you have a pre-sealed hot dog, and you would stick your hot dog in here, and then just shake it up, and then 10 minutes later you'd have a hot dog, and this would be reusable. Because you can then dump out the sodium hydroxide solution, pour in some fresh water, add a little more sodium hydroxide, and now you can heat up another hot dog. I also wanted to try to use hand warmers, because hand warmers require you to not have to mess with chemicals, and also hand warmers are reusable. You can boil the hand warmers and reuse them. Also, by using a cylinder with a liquid inside, this becomes a one-time use item unless you recharge it. She's not here anymore. If I fill this with a sodium acetate and put a clicker in here, that would work. But the problem is, this is now discharged. It's done until I recharge it by boiling it. Oh yeah, if you make it big enough, it would be a willy warmer. Ooh. What was that? What's the name of that? Rechargeable pocket pussy. A heated pocket pussy. I think they already have that. I actually think I sold some of those. But the idea is now if I could use hand warmers. Downside, this becomes quite a bit bigger since I have to be able to fit hand warmers inside of it. Also, it's not going to get as hot. Hand warmers only hit about 131 degrees, 55 Celsius. And that's where hand warmers max out. The sodium acetate reaction maxes out at that temperature. Now, the good news is those hand warmers stay hot for quite a while, but how long do they stay 131 degrees? There you go. They say they go for 90 minutes, but do they go at 130 degrees for 90 minutes? Because you need that whole 130 degrees to warm up a hot dog. And that's not even going to give you a hot dog. That's going to give you a warm hot dog, which is why I was interested in the sodium hydroxide, because that hits 160, which will actually cook the hot dog. I don't like cold hot dogs. Interesting. But the advantage of the hand warmers, even though this would be bigger, is that you don't need to carry more than one of these. Each person can just carry one. And if you want to have multiple hot dogs in a row, just put another hot dog inside. But if you want hot dogs later, you can pull the hand warmers out and put a new set of hand warmers in, which would allow this to be a reusable hot dog cooker in the field reusable. And Then when you get home, you just take all of your hand warmers and toss them in a boiling pot of water, and they recharge. So there are distinct benefits. It wouldn't be as elegant as this, but it would be reusable. I know they're already cooked, but if my hot dogs aren't bursting at the seams hot with charring on it, I'm not that happy. I don't like cold hot dogs. I really don't like cold hot dogs. Ouch. 800 calories, that requires medical supervision. Well, the hot dog doesn't need to have the bacteria cooked off. You can eat a hot dog cold. Hot dogs are pre-cooked. But I agree, I don't like cold hot dogs. Exactly, you want to get above 160. And sodium hydroxide will do that. Sodium acetate won't. I heard you the first time. She's not here. She can't hear you. So that's the idea I came up with. The idea is you would fill this with water. At home, you would pre-seal your hot dogs in individual plastic wraps. You could even start off with a hot dog frozen. And then when you know you're going to want to eat in like half an hour, take one of the frozen hot dogs and stick it in your pants pocket. So, it sits against your thigh and warms up and, falls out. And then when you're ready to cook, you'd have some vials of sodium hydroxide. You would open this up, dump the sodium hydroxide inside, seal it back up, give it a shake. This would be in an insulating wrap. This would start getting hot. You'd stick your hot dog inside and give it 10 or 12 minutes to heat up the hot dog, or however long it takes. We'll have to test that too. I'll have to put a probe inside the hot dog and see how long it takes the hot dog to get hot. To see, is that even enough sodium hydroxide to do the job? I don't know. Interesting. I mean, ideally, you'd want this to be a multi-part print. So ideally, you would vase mode print this center section here, because you'd want that to be, I don't know, I gotta find out. I gotta find out what the ratio is between NaOH and water to get the reaction, but that's easy enough to test. Just keep adding some until you get the desired result, and then record how much you added. Ideally, this would be a multi-part print. So you would print this with a small cup at the top, and then this would be open. And then you would have a cap you would print, and then you would print this center cylinder, and you would vase mode print the center cylinder. The reason you would vase mode print it, because that would guarantee water tightness, but it would also I like Science Talk too. It would also give you the thinnest wall between the hot dog and the solution, which would maximize your heat transfer, which would be a good thing. Ideally, the whole thing would be vase mode printed. So you would print this section, and then you'd print 2 cylinders in vase mode, and then you'd epoxy them all together. And well, I might actually put these up for sale if it works. So that's interesting, very, very interesting. PET-G might be able to handle sodium acetate. I might be able to make one of these using sodium acetate with PETG. What is the glass transition temperature? Oh, wait a minute. It says PLA is as low as 55C. So PLA might be able to handle sodium acetate as well. While the glass T of PETG is 80C, which is more than enough. And how much is that in Fahrenheit? 80C to F. That's 176 Fahrenheit. So PETG might be able to handle sodium hydroxide too. Okay, Alden Cost has asked, Anycubic Chiron or CR10S5? That's a hard one. If you want an S5 because of what the S5 can do, then there is no option. You have to have an S5. But if you're just looking for a large scale printer and the smaller volume of the Chiron is good enough, I'd go with the Chiron. It's way better built. The CR10 S5 is literally a stretched CR10 S3. Hey, Marco. Thank you. Probably not. I don't even know where the Oculus is. Yeah, well, the S5 doesn't suck. I made some amazing prints with the S5. And I even leveled it on my first try, optically. I eyeball leveled my S5, no problem. The problem is, it's 12 volt. It's janky as hell as far as structure, meaning it can wobble if you pick it up and move it. It's rigid, but it's right on the edge where you really want triangular supports. The heat bed doesn't cover the entire 500 by 500. And also have fun leveling that bed. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not okay. It's terrible compared to what they could make, but it's not terrible in the fact that for a very affordable price, for under $700, you get a 500 millimeter cube build volume. That's incredible. You know, it's worth the terrible hassles to have that build volume if you need that build volume. Except, now, is the Chiron 400 or 450? It's 400. So the Anycubic Chiron is 400 by 400 by 450. So if you can lose that 100 millimeters on the X and Y, then buy the Chiron. The Chiron is 24 volt. It's built better. The only thing that sucks on the Chiron is the hot end. The hot end is garbage. Anycubic's hot end from that generation of printer is junk. Replace it. But you know that's a $20 replacement. Just replace that hot end with something better. The CR10S Max is 475 or 475, yes. But the Max has issues. Their automatic bed leveling is garbage. But yeah, if you can live with the smaller X and Y build volume, if you're okay with the 400 by 400, get the Chiron. I have a 1.2 millimeter nozzle on my Chiron. I beat the piss out of that machine. When I'm using that machine, it's just going 24/7. And it's cranking out filament so fast, it's ridiculous. Well, Sidewinder X1 is not a contender. It's not even an option, because the Sidewinder is a 334. We're looking at 444 class printers or larger. And yeah, and the Chiron's like $400, right? It might not be available on Amazon anymore. Yeah, I don't think it's available on Amazon anymore. The nearest gym to me is 40 minutes away. No. Yeah, $379 on eBay. It's cheap. I mean, $400, you get a 4.5 printer. You get 400 by 400 by 450. Now, if you need 500 by 500, well, then you have to go with a CR10S5, because it's the only available printer that would do that. And it works fine out of the box. You're not going to print ABS on it. They have a CR6 SE Max. I did not know they even had that. CR6 Max. Oh, wow. So they have a CR6 Max, which is a 444. Not bad. Cool. Is that glass plate removable, or is it glued down? That's what I would want to know. Can I remove that glass plate? The pictures aren't big enough. $500-watt power supply, that's good. Rat rig is not the same thing. That's a kit. That's something more involved than you buy a printer that's already pretty much ready to go. As long as the plate is removable, I say yeah. because then you just slap a piece of Wham Bam on there and you're good. But even that, well, it depends. If you're going to, and the Max has the triangle supports, which is really nice. So, the first problem you're going to have with the CR6 Max is I guarantee you it's, why the fuck won't you go away? I guarantee you it's going to cost more than, it's going to cost more than the Chiron. Yeah, see, $379 for a Chiron is hard to beat, and you get 50 more millimeters of Z-axis. Yeah, so it's half the price of the CR6, and you get more Z height. Now, granted, you're going to have to do some modifications to the Chiron. Also, the Chiron, you cannot remove the glass bed. The Ultra Base is not removable. It's glued to the aluminum plate, which is a bummer. But the reality is, when you're printing stuff this big, you're not going fast. Yeah, I agree. And by the way, if you want a CR6 SE competitor, the Anycubic Viper wipes the floor with the CR6 SE. And the Viper kicks ass. They copied the CR6 SE and then made it better. So they did a good job on that. But yeah, I'd go with Chiron. Just replace the hot end. And don't use alcohol to clean the Ultra Base. It destroys it. just hot soapy water and then hot water to rinse. Don't use alcohol on the Ultra Base. But if you're going to print with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle and you want to print high quality, high resolution objects but large, you might want to go with the CR6 Max. It's probably going to have better print quality than the Chiron does. However, if you're going to throw a 1mm or a 1.2mm nozzle on the Chiron like I did, you're going for volume, not for super intricate details, then go with the Chiron every day, all day. You save $500, well, $400 after you upgrade it. You save over $400, and the machine's a beast. It's a monster. It's a good machine. It's my workhorse. Screw that. Just go right to 1mm. If you're printing things this big, go right to 1mm. I chose 1.2mm because it's a 3x factor for the 0.4. That's the only reason I went with a 1.2. Because, 0.4 times 3 is 1.2. But 1mm would be fine. You could print at 35 millimeters per second. And trust me, when you're printing 0.4 or 0.6 millimeter thick layers, trust me, 35 millimeters per second is plenty fast. I can fill the build volume of the Chiron in 20 hours. Find me another printer that can do that. Because even though you're moving at a slower speed, you're making up for it with volume. And when you're printing a 6-foot tall print, 1mm CHT would kick ass. Actually, they have the bigger one. Normally you can't go past 1.2 millimeters, but the CHT lets you go past 1.2 millimeters. So they have a 1.4 millimeter nozzle, and that's probably what I would use on the and in fact, this is probably what I'm going to install on the Chiron. I'm probably going to put the 1.4 on there. The reason I like the 1.4 is it lets you go with a thicker layer height. You can now print, a 0.8 millimeter layer height without a problem, as long as you don't have too much overhang. So it just allows you to print so much faster. For quality, I'd go with a 1mm. For bulk, I'd go with the 1.2, 1.4. Well, it depends on what you mean by a lot of detail. So, here's how detail works. If you need low layer height, if you want to print at 0.2 millimeters, you can do that with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle, and you can do that with a 1.8 millimeter nozzle. The layer height doesn't matter. As long as your nozzle is made well, you can print any layer height you wish. So you could print 1 millimeter wide with a 0.2 millimeter layer height if you want. The detail loss has to do with radius. Okay? So this is 50 millimeters, which means the smallest radius I can print is 25 millimeters. I don't know. You guys, it depends on how long my headache lasts. The smallest detail you could print with a 1 millimeter nozzle is a 0.5 millimeter radius detail, because you can't drop less than a 1 millimeter circle of filament, while 0.4 millimeter nozzle can print a 0.2 millimeter radius, a 0.4 millimeter circle. So that's the difference in detail it makes. So for example, printing this, there's no difference between a 0.2 millimeter nozzle and a 1 millimeter nozzle. You're going to get the exact same resolution, because there are no details in this print that require better resolution than either nozzle can deliver. However, if you want to print, well, here's the example. Here's the example. So here is this part here. So the difference between a 1 millimeter and a 0.2 millimeter is how sharp can I make this corner. So a 1 millimeter, this corner is not going to be sharp. It's going to be more rounded, because the nozzle can't make a sharp corner. Ouch. So if you're printing like a figurine, if you're printing a character, I don't have an example handy to show, but if you're trying to print like a D&D minifig with lots of tiny details, you might run into problems. But then again, remember, as you scale the model up, you're also scaling up all your details. We're not worried about Z height. Z height's irrelevant. So adaptive layer height doesn't matter. It's the X and Y detail you have to worry about. So it's your cross-sectional detail that you have to worry about. As long as your cross-sectional details don't require a resolution greater than 1 millimeter, then the 1 millimeter nozzle will be perfectly fine. Will you be able to see the layers? Yes. Who cares? But if your hand is this big, then the 1 millimeter is fine. If you're trying to print a hand this big, that's not going to work. Well, a Game Boy model. So, for example, if you print a Game Boy, well, most of the details in the Game Boy are not less than 1 millimeter. So, a 1 millimeter nozzle will print that just fine. However, when it goes to print the buttons and the little patterns on the buttons, those are going to be softer, because of the 1 millimeter radius limit. I haven't gotten it yet. So a good way to look at this. Actually, here's a perfect way to look at it. Why didn't I think of this? Can you guys still hear me? Audio still good? Ah, I got your model. Okay, so when I want to print this corner, okay, I want to print that corner. This size nozzle can print a corner that small. That's how tight I can make the corner. This size nozzle cannot print a corner any tighter than this. So this size nozzle could never print this, because as you can see, the shape of the nozzle is bigger than the curve you're trying to print. This, however, would have no problem printing this corner. Now, if I were to print this wrench at 10x scale, well then this nozzle could easily print that corner. See the difference? So if you're trying to print this big with a nozzle that big, it's not going to work. But when you try to print that same model this big, well then that nozzle works fine. Okay. You sent me a picture of a spaghetti mess. Okay, so you see here, let me show you, bring it on screen. So a 1mm nozzle, I don't know how big this is, but a 1mm nozzle, these details right here might not be as sharp. So these details inside here, fine, because those have to do with Z height. You're fine. But if this detail here will become a little less sharp with a 1mm nozzle. It depends on what the radius of that corner is right there. So those details, like this edge right here, won't be as razor sharp because it's going to have a minimum radius. And that minimum radius is going to be the size of the nozzle. Life-size minifigs, 1mm should be fine. Hell, 2mm would probably be fine if you could find one. You try to print something 500 by 500 with a 0.4mm nozzle, come back to me in a month after it's done making that print. Come back to me in a month. Because it's going to take forever. I mean, it's just going to take literally forever to print that with a 0.4mm nozzle. But like this here, this should print okay with a 1mm nozzle. I don't see any problem with that. And your infill would be a lot less too, because it'd be a lot thicker. So you wouldn't need anywhere near as much infill. That model's 400 by 400. Yeah, this should print fine with a 1mm nozzle. Like I said, at arm's length, you're not going to see a difference. If you were to get up close, like if you were to go, let me see this. Well, yeah, you're going to see the difference between a 0.4 and a 1mm nozzle. So it all depends on what your objective with the finished print is. If you're trying to print a life-size Naomi Wu, use the 1.2mm nozzles. If you're trying to print, if you're trying to print a minifig that has intricate tattoos all over his skin and you want those tattoos to resolve sharply, well, then you're probably going to have to use a smaller nozzle. You see, for me, Z height is important because I'm printing 6-foot tall prints. So the more Z height I have, the fewer number of prints I have to make and glue together. So even a 50mm increase in Z height decreases the number of prints I have to make by one whole print, which saves me a whole 24 hours. So for me, I like Z height. I would love, my ideal, probably for making big prints, oh my God, would be like 600 by 600 by 700. I would love a 667 printer. I would kill for a 667 printer. But yeah, this should be fine with a 1mm nozzle. Hell, go with a 0.8mm nozzle. You're still going to double your volumetric throughput. The sock came off. You need to check that, because if a sock comes off, it usually means something grabbed it or something pushed it. There you go. But then you're limited to 200 by 200. Your X and Y becomes limited to 200 millimeters. But yeah, I would print this with a 1mm nozzle all day long. These hot dog cooker. Fill this with sodium acetate or sodium hydroxide, and then stick your hot dog inside. And then you can heat up a hot dog out in the field. If you can, grab those CHT nozzles. CNC Kitchen has been playing with the Bondtech CHT nozzles, and they've been kicking ass. As in, the CHT nozzle on a standard hot end outperforms a Volcano. That's impressive. So this 0.8 millimeter CHT nozzle outperforms a 0.8 millimeter Volcano. That's incredible. Check it out. Check out Stefan from CNC Kitchen. That's another YouTube channel called CNC Kitchen. Let me get you a link. Perfect. You know, I didn't have the money to spend on it. I said, screw it. I'm spending the money anyway because that just, you know, he sold it to me. When I saw what CNC Kitchen did with it, I was like, I'm sold. I'm going to slap that 1.4 millimeter. He does. He really does make some great stuff. And, Jesus. I don't remember that 0.1 millimeter nozzle video. Holy crap. That's insane. Here's the... here's the video for the CHT nozzles. Truly remarkable. Let me close these extra windows. And Bondtech is properly licensing the technology from the original company. But yeah, once I get my Chiron going again, the CHT is going on the Chiron. I might even stick the 0.6 millimeter CHT on my Viper. That might be an interesting combo. Ooh, or even put the 0.8 on the Viper. Maybe I'll throw the 0.8 millimeter on the Viper. Ooh. I just might do that. Yeah, 0.8 will work fine. He doesn't have the kit. The kit that has all 5. It's like $100. So you can get their little kit that has all 5. 6811418. Oh yeah, the Viper might use a Volcano, so this won't work. Okay. Then I'll put it on a CR6 SE. It's a yeah, CHT coated nozzle 5-pack. So it should be a little 5-pack of all 5 sizes. But a 0.8 is a very good compromise between larger as well as still detailed. And on your particular model, I'd go the 0.4 millimeter layer height. On something that big, 0.4 millimeters works fine, and it will double your print speed. Also, with the 0.8, you only need 2 perimeters instead of 3, which will further increase your print speed. Yeah, I saw that. He was testing to see whether that would help, whether the combination of Volcano and CHT would make it better, but it doesn't. Although I think he's having interface drag issues with the spacer. So it's kind of like having a gap in the PTFE. If you have any kind of interface misalignment, It's going to cause drag from the filament passing through. But yeah, if it doesn't have the 5-pack, go with the 0.8. You'll be happy with the 0.8. And then you can yeah, trust me, I have a whole bag of 1.2s just because because they're hard to find 1.2s. And so I ordered a whole bag of them from China. And just because I don't want to ever have to hunt for one again. But now, a 1.2 probably would not be good for that print. Not enough detail, but a 0.8 would be fine. And, what was I going to say? Now you will have to do some test prints for tuning because your start and stop points, your start and stop points, your zit line, will be magnified with a larger nozzle. When you go with a larger nozzle, your start point and your stop point become a lot less detailed, a lot less accurate, so it will take some tuning if you don't have a place on the model where you can hide it. If there's a place on the model where you can make your Z-seam appear there, you'll be fine. And then what you do is you can reduce your perimeters to 2, and you can reduce your infill to like 5%. But when you get to the top layers, make sure you use variable infill to increase your infill to support those top layers. But the combination of needing less infill, thicker layer height, fewer perimeters, will dramatically increase the speed at which you can make that print. So even though you're going to be printing slower, although with a 0.8 millimeter CHT, you might not have to slow down at all. You might be able to keep going at 60 millimeters per second with a 0.8 CHT. With my 1.2 millimeter regular nozzles, I max out at 35 millimeters per second. Now you're thinking, well, isn't that half the speed? Well, no. I'm laying down 6 times the plastic. So you go half the speed at 6 times the volume, you're actually printing 3 times faster. No, I got good sleep last night. Actually got very good sleep last night. It's something to do with talking. I start talking, I start yawning. I don't know why. I don't know if you're going to go 100 millimeters per second with a 0.8. You can try. The CHT might let you do that. You might have enough thermal capacity with a CHT nozzle to be able to go 100 millimeters per second. That might be possible. You're going to be running into thermal limits and filament shearing limits. So I got to the point where I simply could not transfer enough heat into the plastic, and the filament started to shear, and that made the print look sloppy. It printed fine, but it didn't look clean. So you're going to have to test that. I would start at 60 millimeters per second and bump it up and see what happens. Start at 60 millimeters per second, get it tuned, get it the way you like it. Because remember, at 60 millimeters per second with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle and a 0.4 millimeter layer height, that's the equivalent of you printing with your 0.4 at 120 millimeters per second. And if you compare that with fewer perimeters, less infill, and thicker layer height, that's the equivalent of your 0.4 printing at 150 millimeters per second. So you could print at, mosquito's nice. You could print at 60 millimeters per second using the 0.8 millimeter CHT and get the same results as you would get with a 0.4 at 150 millimeters per second. So you got to remember, it's not about speed, it's about volume. Thank you, Matt1UK. Hey, Drone Shots. So start at 60 millimeters per second, start at 0.4 millimeter layer height, 2 perimeters, 5% infill. Don't forget to ratchet your infill when you get the top layers, and see what happens. See if you like what the results you get. Make sure you tune your extrusion multiplier. So do the cube test print to tune your extrusion multiplier so you don't end up with gaps on your top layer, because with a 0.8 millimeter wide nozzle, those gaps will be pronounced if they exist. And if you over extrude, you're going to end up with pretty significant snow plowing on your top layers, which you want to avoid. So standard tuning, just tune your nozzle. You know, look at your top layers. If they're snow plowing, reduce it a little bit. If you have gaps, increase it a little bit until you're happy with your results. But remember, when you're printing with a bigger nozzle, arm's length. If you're looking at it like this, you're going to see all the detail difference. You hold it at arm's length, you're not going to see the difference. And the speed increase. Oh my God, the speed increase. You get prints done so much faster. It's so much faster. Nice. I ran into an interesting problem. See the difference between these caps? See how this one, the knurling is gone. And it took me forever to figure out why the knurling was going away. It was the thin line settings in Simplify 3D, which should not affect when I was printing people. So, for example, when I printed my life-size Grogu, when I printed the 4-foot-tall Zelda figure, when I printed the 5'3" Naomi Wu, life-size figures. When you're printing that big, you want speed and you want strength, and the bigger nozzles really help with that. When I print a 12-inch long nose cone, big nozzle makes it happen really fast. But it turns out the setting that was doing it was my thin wall behavior settings. Normally, I set it for allow single extrusion wall and also allow single extrusion fill with a 50% overlap. For some reason, doing that erased all of the knurls on the cap, and I don't understand why. I think it's a bug. It shouldn't do that. No, it was this setting right here. As soon as I changed this from allow single extrusion walls to perimeters only, the knurling came back. Here, I'll show you. So when I slice, you can see there's the knurling. Okay. But if I change that to allow single extrusion walls, all the knurling goes away. And that doesn't make any sense. That setting should not do that. There's no reason for that setting to do that. So there's like some kind of bug in their processing algorithm that does that. It's really weird. That's why it took me so damn long to figure it out. What I ended up doing was loading up a no, it's not smoothing. It's allowing you to print details that are smaller than the nozzle. Matt1 UK, if you're going to show me a link, so far no link has appeared. So if you post a link, YouTube's probably removing it. So you'll have to send it to me some other way. And then I'll post it for everybody to see. So I'm not sure why that setting is doing it, but it's doing it. So what I ended up doing was going back to the default profile. The knurling was there. And then what I do is one setting at a time, one page at a time, I updated it to all of my settings that I normally use. And when I set that setting, the knurling went away. And I was like, oh, that's weird. I've never had it do that before. That setting usually allows you to print smaller details that you shouldn't be allowed to print. So if you have details that are smaller than your nozzle, they'll usually go away. And using that setting will usually allow you to print those details. But for some strange reason, this time it removed details. And I'm not sure why. So that's a glitch. That's some kind of a weird glitch. Yeah, I only use Simplify 3D. I still do not like Prusa or Cura. Yeah, sometimes you just get a weird setting that conflicts for some reason. It's kind of strange. It's rare, but it's weird. But now I know. So now it's easy to fix. Yeah, even the most current version of Prusa Slicer or Cura does not perform as well to me. Well, okay, the performance is fine. The features are annoying. The way you do things, I just don't like how it's done. And I know what I want to do, and I know what I need to do, and I know how to do it in Simplify 3D. And I get consistent, reliable results. Meaning, it just always does what it's supposed to do when it's supposed to do it. I know eventually I'll have to change. Eventually when probably Prusa Slicer, eventually when Prusa Slicer advances to the point where it can do things that Simplify 3D can't. Right now, there's nothing Prusa Slicer can do that Simplify 3D can't do. So right now, there's no reason for me to switch. And I also have another print that I'm working on. Oh man, I got a headache. So you know how they have the 3 bells Christmas ornament? Well, I made my own rocket version. So there's a rocket bells. So these are Saturn F1 engines. And since I resin print a lot of these, I even 3D printed the eye bolt. I made it in M5, so you can also just buy an M5 eye bolt, which would be good for the PLA printed one. You can see I got it beveled, and I cut the... Oh wow, it went all the way through. I didn't realize it went all the way through. Cool. That's fine. Actually, it doesn't quite go all the way through. There's a little bit left. I should probably make that longer and just go all the way through. Although that'll also allow you to put a string through here with a knot on the end. Because another easy way to hang up things like this is to put a thread inside here, like a jute string, and then just squirt some hot glue in there. Done. So that's my rocket bells. I thought that was pretty cool. Do I have anything else in here interesting? What is this? Nothing. Literally nothing. Okay. So, can I delete it? Settings. Nope, this one. Delete. I almost deleted my hot dog cooker. That would have made me mad. Anything else interesting? Not really. Oh, that would be amazing. Oh my God, to have a metal 3D printer. That's not going to happen for a long time. We're quite a ways away from that being affordable as a desktop machine. They'd have to get it below $1,000. It has gotten dramatically cheaper. It's down to about $5,000 for the Lisa, which is, orders of magnitude cheaper than anything before it. But before we can get to consumer grade, you have two issues. The printer is too expensive. $5,000 is a lot of money. And then you have the second problem. The material for the printer is also very expensive, and it's also toxic. You're saying, well, it's just aluminum, it's just titanium. Well, when you make aluminum and titanium in micro-sized particulate dust particles, it becomes toxic. I can never upgrade my Leaf batteries. I don't have the money. Very, very expensive. I'll wait for the email. I haven't gotten it yet. Where the hell is the refresh button? Oh, it's because one's selected. Here we go. Spam. Ah, for some reason it went to spam. That is not spam, you idiot. And also the waste is pretty high. The particles, even though that you don't sinter, are modified, and you can only reuse them 50-50. No problem. Good luck. I'll watch that video later. I mean, I could pay a company up in Oregon, $12,000 to put a 60 kilowatt battery in my Leaf. And you're thinking, well, why don't you? Well, here's the problem. If I dump $12,000 into my Leaf, I'll have a 230-mile range Leaf, which would be amazing. I'd actually be able to go places with that car. Here's the problem. It's still a Leaf battery. So it's still going to degrade at the same rate that Leaf batteries degrade. And the second problem is, I will now have a loan for the next 5 years at $300 a month or more to pay off the $12,000 for a battery in a car without a warranty. So if something else breaks in that car, I won't be able to afford to fix it. So now I'll have, a car that's a paperweight with a $12,000 useless battery inside of it. When you're wealthier and you can afford those kinds of things, that makes more sense. When if you get a $2,000 repair bill in a car, okay, pay it. I can't. $2,000 is a third of my yearly income. I can't do that. So it's not equitable for me. If I were to get another electric car, it would need to be another certified pre-owned electric car with a warranty. Yeah, isn't that amazing? That's awesome. And if you do it right, you could put a cargo area on top of the battery so you still have a usable trailer, as long as the weight capacity is within limits. I've seen that before with the trailer battery. That would be amazing. It'd be amazing if cars came with a jack right on the back of the bumper where you can plug in a trailer battery. That would be amazing. But God help you if somebody crashed into that trailer. Oh, that would suck. Oh man, sorry I hit your trailer. Dude, you have no idea. How good is your insurance? Because that's a $40,000 trailer. Oh my God. That would suck, but that would be amazing. What we need is... Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. What we need is for electric cars to come with an extender plug on the back bumper of the car. And then you would rent a battery pack trailer to take with you for a longer trip. So, let me rent a, 100 kilowatt battery. That would allow me to go 300 miles plus the 100 miles the car can go. Now I can go 400 miles on a run. Hello, Timothy. You can't make the batteries changeable. It's not the battery technology itself doesn't make changeable batteries equitable. Exactly. That's the big thing is the MSDS, the safety protocols for metal printing, for doing laser sintered metal. That's problematic. That's definitely problematic. Now, a desktop printer would be a little bit easier, smaller build volume. Like say you had a 200 by 200 build volume, your vat of powderized metal is a lot smaller, a lot easier to deal with. So you're probably talking about similar to resin toxicity issues. Yeah, that's true. Literally just hitch up a new trailer and go. It'd be more than a big Anderson connector. They would have to do the same thing the EVSEs do. So if you've ever seen so here is this is actually what I'm using to charge the car right now. You can pay a company a couple $100 and they will modify. This is the 110 volt trickle charger the car comes with. It takes 30 hours to charge the car because it's 110 volts, 13 amps. So they will actually modify this EVSE for you for like $150 and make it 220 volt 3.3 kilowatt. Now you can charge the car in 6 hours. That's why it has this. So they'll put an L620 or an L630 plug on here, and then you also get this adapter so you can still charge 110. But you plug this into a 220 volt outlet. Now if you notice, it's a very short cable. And then the cable coming out the other end is really long, usually 20 feet. Why? Well, there's a very simple reason. There's no power here. This does not receive any power. And the reason for that is very important. It's a safety reason. Let's see. Here we go. So this is the plug inside the car, or similar to it. That looks like a janky shot. Is there a better picture? There it is. There we go. So there's the plug inside the car. You can stick your tongue in these connectors and nothing will happen to you. Yeah, I get about 4.5 out of my leaf. So yeah, that's good. So the way this works, you see these two little plugs here? So this is your live, your neutral, and your common. That's your 220 volt connection right there. There's no power going to that plug. And that's intentional by design. That's why the other end is so short. The idea is to make sure if some kid sticks his fingers in here or sticks a fork in there, that he doesn't light them up like a goddamn Christmas tree because you're pushing 30 amps at 220 volts. That will kill you dead. So you have these two connections right here. These are 12 volt connections. Those are communication lines. So when you plug the car in, there is no power. And this is why the car has to have power in order for you to plug it in. So that 12 volt battery has to have some juice. So if your car is completely dead, you actually got to jump it. Because it uses these two pins to communicate with the car. There's two reasons for that. One, to communicate protocol. The car says, I can accept this. The charger says, I can provide this. Okay, we have a common ground. You can provide this, I can accept that, let's talk. And then the 12 volt line says, okay, I am connected to a car. Car says, yes, you are connected to a car. Okay, I'm going to deliver you power now. And that's so that if somebody sticks their fingers or tongue in there, if a pet gets a hold of that, it can't fry their ass. And if something chews through this main cord while it's unplugged, nothing happens because there's no power there. There's no power until the EVSE communicates with the onboard charger of the car. Because that's actually not the charger. That's just a power supply. The charger's built into the car. You have what's in the car called an OBC, an onboard charger. This simply provides the power the onboard charger requires. And, oh, there's the inside of one. Cool. I never saw the inside of one. Of course, it's all potted with epoxy. But, that's how an EVSE and electric car works. So if you could get a trailer and then just go as far as you want. And yes, you could even just swap trailers. Yeah, very dangerous. Well, if it's not plugged in, it's not dangerous. No power, no danger. Now, the problem with swapping batteries. Well, a lot of our batteries are fucking bad. like my battery's bad. Imagine if you got swapped a battery and you got my battery. You'd be a little bit pissed off because now you can't make it home. So the battery technology itself isn't good enough or reliable enough yet to make battery swapping practical. The batteries would either have to be big enough. No, it can't extend the range. Not really. Yeah, but paying the lease program doesn't help you when you're stuck on the side of the road. It just doesn't help you. And, but it'll get there. It'll get there. If we can switch to, for example, one of the best things we could do, although Tesla might solve most of these problems. I got it. I downloaded it already. Actually, I should stop that download now that I have them both. I grabbed the Harry Potter and I grabbed the 20th anniversary get together or something like that. I don't know. I have no idea what it is. I just grabbed it. So until the batteries are more consistently reliable, and then, you know, of course, since you're leasing the batteries from a company, they're going to have to eat it when they get a bad battery, and that's very expensive right now. So it'd be hard to make a profit without overcharging the customer for the service. Gas generators don't help. You see, the problem is I've used a generator to charge my car. I can only charge it with the trickle charger at 110 volts. The problem is your typical gas generator can't ramp up fast enough. So what happens is your generator is sitting there running at idle. Your EVSE plugs in and says, okay, I'm going to give you 40 amps. The generator can supply 40 amps, but it can't supply it instantly. The generator has to spool up to be able to provide that. The problem is the car is going to detect that spool up as an instability in power and cut the connection. Oh yeah, for that it works. Yeah, that would work great. Although ideally you would just give their fleet enough power for a day, and then they would simply charge at night. So what you would need is a generator with a small battery or capacitor bank that can handle that initial 40 amp load draw while the generator spools up. Basically, you need UPS. You need a generator powered UPS. Because I have not yet found an inverter class 220 volt generator that could charge my car. I would like to find one because an emergency would be nice. I have not found one yet that can do it. At least not something anywhere remotely within my price range. Big service charge when cool. Oh, because your batteries have coolant. Mine doesn't. The Leaf batteries are air cooled. That's one of the reasons why they're short lived. You know what would be ideal for Amazon? Oddly enough, what would be ideal is, it is too bad they can't do it. for any delivery service. Deliver at night. Stop delivering during the day. Deliver at night. So during the day, you can use solar panels to charge your cars, or to offset the power to charge your cars, and then use the battery power at night to run your deliveries, and then park them during the day to charge up. Because that would allow you to use solar power instead of grid power to charge your cars. Because an Amazon warehouse has more than enough square footage to put more than enough solar panels to charge their trucks. But you know, it's a pity that won't work, because that would be ideal. Hi, kitty. Yep. But the problem is, porch pirates would become a very popular thing. And in rural areas, it's a good way of getting shot. Yes, but now you need double the batteries. And that is its own cost. God, I love this stuff. I know it's not good for me, but I love this stuff. This Kerns nectar. Yeah. This stuff is delicious. Yeah, you're an hour and 47 minutes late. And see, that's the weird thing around here is no, capacity is the issue. Capacity is definitely the issue. Now, once you get past 300 miles, capacity stops being the issue. But, well, at least for my car, capacity is an issue. Right now, my range is 50 miles. Not even, 47 miles. What we need... Well, the problem with an 80% charge in 10 minutes is that actually requires infrastructure to do. But also, it degrades your battery. Because no matter how you swing it, when you dump that much power into a battery that quickly, the battery gets hot. Well, range anxiety is a thing to us poor electric car owners. I mean, if you're a wealthy electric car owner, then it's no problem. But if you're a poor electric car owner, you can't afford the cars with the longer range. You're basically stuck with used Nissan Leafs. And those are, you know, limited to less than 100 miles. Yeah, I've seen that, using gravity. It's getting there, though. Supposedly, the new bill they want to pass is going to have provisions for more electric car rebates, and there might be provisions for rebates on used electric cars, which is what we really need. You know, if I could get a $15,000 electric car with $6,000 in rebates, you know, refundable rebates, that brings the car down to $9,000, $8,000. That I can afford. Yep, that'll work too. You know what's really fucked up is this green energy debate is total bullshit. Everything about green energy is total bullshit. Because we already have green energy. We just refuse to use it. It's called nuclear power. We already have it. Well, because Elon Musk only cares about the wealthy people who can buy his cars. The problem is 60% of the population can't afford a Tesla, which are not scary if you use a modern reactor that literally can't melt down. A modern pebble reactor can't melt down. It can't go critical. It can't run away. It's self-limiting. The old nuclear reactors, like 3 Mile Island reactors, Chernobyl reactors, those were dangerous. But a modern reactor, not dangerous. The problem is not the government overspending. The problem is the government not spending properly. We have created problems in our society that you can't fix any other way except to spend money. We are past the point of correctly fixing those things. And we have to, the only way to fix them now is to spend money. That's it. There's no other solution. We've spent 3 generations enslaving black people economically. The only way you can fix that is to give them money. That's it. There's no other way to fix it. Poverty begets poverty. The only way to get out of poverty as a society, not individually, individuals can sometimes, get themselves out of it. But as a society, the only way to get out of poverty is to be lifted out of poverty by someone not in poverty. Because poverty begets poverty. Yeah, it's going to always be 10 years away until there's a breakthrough. And then once there's a breakthrough, then you'll see fusion. But the waste is really not that scary, because the waste is not as much as people think. Now the older reactors were more wasteful, but the newer reactors are far less wasteful. In fact, some of the newer reactors reuse the waste fuel from the normal reactors as fuel. So the waste is not nearly what people think, especially when you compare it to a normal power plant. The waste is minuscule in comparison. The next 100 years of waste from nuclear reactors is nothing compared to the environmental impact of the current power plants we use. It's literally nothing. So who cares? Store the waste safely. Whoopee. Okay, because in 100 years we're going to have better solutions. No, see that's more bullshit propaganda that people spread. Oh, if you actually pay people a living wage, they will stop living and spend it on bullshit? Where do people come up with this crap? Do you know where what were the checks that got sent out to people? Stimulus. Do you know what the stimulus checks were spent on? It was spent on rent. It was spent on food. It was spent repairing their car. I mean, no, that's an invalid comparison. We're not talking about making everybody millionaires. We're talking about lifting people out of poverty. There's a big difference between paying someone a living wage, which you owe them, which they're entitled to, versus handing somebody $10 million from a jackpot. Of course, if you hand somebody $10 million who's uneducated and has never been taught to handle money or living expenses, they're going to blow it, because to them it's an unlimited amount of money. To a person making $20,000 a year, $30,000 a year, $10 million is infinite. And then you realize how fast they can blow it. It's not the same thing. Now, granted, people tend to adjust their lifestyle to fit their income. So people who make more do tend to spend more because they have more to spend. But that comes down to education. And we've spent the last 50 years destroying that. $600,000 would allow me to live comfortably for the rest of my life. Assuming I have 20 years to live, which I don't if I don't get rid of this weight. But let's assume I have 20 years to live. $600,000 would allow us to live comfortably for the rest of our life. Actually, probably less than that. $20,000 a year would allow me to live a pretty comfortable life. God damn it! Why do I keep... It's so... it's annoying when I can't hit the keys right. $400,000. $400,000 would be enough to allow me to live comfortably for the rest of my projected lifespan. I mean, seriously. I mean, I'm currently living on $7,000 a year. $20,000 a year would basically make me rich. Hell, if I maintained my current lifestyle on $20,000 a year, I could afford a Tesla. I wouldn't buy a Tesla. I'd probably buy the new Kia EV, or I'd buy a Chevy Bolt, a used Chevy Bolt. But I would want more of an SUV style vehicle. You know, something a little bigger. You know, with more room, because I'm big. But, you know. Hey, it's the world we live in. Too big. Hummer EV's too big. You know, the F-150 Lightning would be pretty good. Especially if there's a four-door version. Yes, there is a four-door. Let's see, what is a base model? Okay. I would probably be looking at the XLT class just because I'd want the extended range battery. But that jumps the price to $72,000. I couldn't afford that. But I could afford the Pro. That gives you 230 miles of range. Ugh, that's pushing it. And it can only carry 400 pounds? Ouch. I did not ask you to do that. MG EVs? I never heard of it. So the XLT is only $53,000. How much range does that have? Are you seriously not going to tell me how much range it has? Well, the fact that they're not telling you how much range it has probably means it has the same range. So probably the same 230 miles. So that seems like not a good deal. Why? The extended range battery adds $20,000 to the price. The XLT is $52,974. Change it to extended, it's $72,474. $20,000. That doesn't make sense. Oh, the frunk has a 400-pound limit. The front trunk under the hood has a 400-pound limit, not the truck. Okay. Dual electric motors. It doesn't tell you the tow capacity or anything? It's probably more than most people would ever use. Oh, here's the trailer package. The trailer package. So if you want to add the trailer package for $895, you're also required to add the Pro Power Onboard $2,000 option. Why? That makes no sense. And it doesn't tell you what the tow capacity is. That's weird. It's probably similar to the regular F-150. But the point is, $40,000, you get a 230-mile range pickup truck. Meaning, you can afford that to be the only car you have. But, I would rather have something over 300-mile range. Well, Rivian's going to have the same problem as Tesla. Only rich people can afford it, and only rich people can afford to repair it. See, the problem with my Leaf is I did not pay to extend the factory warranty because I didn't realize the warranty that they gave me was a third-party warranty. Had I known that, I would have paid to extend the factory warranty. Woo! 185 kilowatts. Well, with an electric car, it comes down to power plant as well, because you can overload the power plant. Unlike a gasoline V8 engine, which is going to have way more power than you'll ever need. See, okay, in a gasoline car, the frame is your limit. But in an electric car, depending on the electric power plant, you might hit the limit of your electric drive system before you hit the limit of your frame. Well, that's why you need a heat pump. This 27,000 BTU heat pump system costs me basically nothing to run. Like 20, 30 bucks a month. Although, it's only good to about 30 degrees. Once you go below 30 degrees, it starts to struggle to heat the place up enough. And I have to kick on some boost heaters. And those boost heaters, put it this way, just running those, with the last few days, we had some single-digit weather. 2 days ago, it was 9 degrees, and 3 days ago, it was 8 degrees. That is negative 13.5 degrees Celsius for you weirdos. Well, my high today should hit 55. I'm already at 51 degrees outside. Leafs warm the battery as well. There are heating pads in the battery, but there isn't a cooling system. Do you have buried lines? I'm not using geothermal heat pump. I'm using air heat pump. But it is 22 SEER, so it's pretty efficient. A whole lot more efficient than my original heat pump. To the point where air conditioning doesn't even register. Like, it adds like $10, $15 to my electric bill. It's nothing. It's so small. Probably more than that, but the point is that it's hard to even notice the power it draws. Now, I expect the power draw from heating to be quite a bit higher, just because it has to run continuously. Like cooling in the summertime, I don't even need the air conditioner until about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Like, I could turn it off until like 3 in the afternoon before it even starts to get warm. Okay, so there should be a way to view usage. I guess this one? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a lot more power. Holy shit. Oh, wait a minute. This is December 1 to January 5th. So this is almost a whole month. Okay, so I used 1,250 kilowatt hours from November 1st to November 30th. So December 1st to January 5th, I've already used 2,300 kilowatt hours. That's what I paid for this, $4,200. It cost me $4,000, I think it was $4,200 or $4,400. It's a triple head, so I have a big 220 volt unit outside and have 3 of the split heads. So one here in the living room, one in my bedroom, one in Michelle's bedroom. So my bill is going to be a little over 2,000 kilowatts this month. So yeah, that's going to be pricey. So let's say it's 2,100 kilowatts times 0.143. It's going to be, oh, I hope that's wrong. I really can't afford a $300 bill. Holy shit. I hope that's wrong. Because that would suck. But I know just the 2 days that I used the little plug-in heaters to boost heat in the house cost me about $40. Our power is pretty expensive here. So can I see my power usage for just the month? It doesn't look like I can. Is everything hidden on here? No. There. Now it's hidden. So you can see I have a big spike in usage here. These were the last couple days where it was single-digit temperatures, and I had to kick on the boost heaters to compensate for the inadequacy of this unit. My electricity is 11 cents off peak, 20 cents on peak. That's including taxes and fees. So it's about, I think it's like 11.2 cents off peak, I figured out, and it's like 20.3 cents on peak. Well, then let's figure out what you actually pay. So 204 divided by 2719, you're actually paying 7.5 cents a kilowatt delivered. So Caliber Manx, you're not paying 12 cents. Well, that's your peak. So you have an off peak. So your effective average rate for the month is 7.5 cents per kilowatt. Mine will never be below 14.3 cents. That's the cheapest mine could be. So I'm paying double what you're paying for electricity. So your electric bill, $27.19 times 0.143 would cost me $388. Ouch. Ouch, Kieran, that hurts. That's why, for example, that little 800-watt heater I have going right behind us here, I actually have it programmed to automatically turn on and off. I'm Groot. Go away, go away. Go away, go away, go away, go away. Okay, IoT, smart life. So we want HVAC. Mini split, actually. Timer. So as you can see here, I have timer set up. So 6:30 in the morning it turns off, then 9 a.m. it turns back on, because 6:30 to 9 a.m. is on peak. Then 9 to 4:30 is off peak, so that's when the heater is on. 4:30 starts on peak again, so I turn the heater off, and I don't turn the heater back on until 10:30. This way, the heater is only running when electricity is 11 cents a kilowatt. Eventually, I would like to run that heater on solar panels. So if I got 4 250-watt solar panels, that would cost me $320. And I ran that into a 1,000-watt inverter and ran that to the heater. During daylight hours, it would run purely on solar. And when there wasn't enough solar, it would simply stop running because there wouldn't be enough power. The question is, what would that save me? Okay, let's figure that out. That is a good question. What would that save me? Like, isn't even... I want to do it just because of doing it, but is it equitable? So 6:30, that's 2.5 hours, and then 4:30, 6 hours. So that's 8.5 hours. So 24 minus 8.5, 15.5 hours. So right now I run the heater for 15.5 hours a day. Times 800 times 30. That's 372,000 watts divided by 1,000. That's 372 kilowatt hours times 0.113. That's $42 a month. Well, that's why I would run 4 panels. I would run a little bit over a kilowatt of panels in order to get 700 or 800 watts out of it. Ideally, you'd need 5 panels, but I think 4 might do it. So it would be $42 per month times 4. That's $168 a month. Yes, that would be worth it, because in 2 years I would pay off the solar panels. No. The heater takes about 750 watts. I would be using 1,000 watts of solar panels, because you're never going to get the full 1,000 watts of solar panel of energy out of the solar panels. I'm probably only going to get about 800 out of it. Ideally, I'd probably need 5 panels, 1,250 watts. And then by the time you have losses and indirect sunlight, you're probably around 800. So I'd probably need 5 panels. And that works. Well, I would be using that heater specifically because it's only 760 watts it consumes on average. And it also properly turns on and off when you apply power. Sometimes, yeah, we sometimes do 3D printing. So 2 years is the ROI. That's an acceptable ROI. But there are consequences. So, for example, my heater would not run at night because the solar panels don't work at night. So they would only be daytime running. I would get a little bit more heat out of them in the daytime, but I obviously would not get any heat out of them at night. And nighttime is when you need the heat. So it's a balance. It is economically equitable, so I might do it. And then, as I get more money, I get 5 more panels and hook up a second heater. Get 5 more panels, hook up a third heater. Just keep getting more panels as my money allows and hook up an additional heater. I'm also thinking about going back to a window air conditioner, because a window air conditioner only consumes about 450 watts. I could easily run that off of 4 solar panels, and I could just let that run continuously during daytime hours. Now for that, I would run a UPS. I would run a lithium UPS if possible. This way, if clouds come over, the air conditioner's not turning on and off. So that would increase the cost a little bit, but I already have a stack of UPSs over there, so it doesn't actually cost me anything. But this way, that window air conditioner, whatever cooling it provided, would decrease how much cooling this one has to provide. And it doesn't matter how inefficient the window unit is, because it's solar power, so it's zero cost regardless of its efficiency. Well, the charges, the prices I'm describing are delivered. So total electric bill divided by total kilowatt hours used. My actual rates are 6.2 cents per kilowatt off peak, and I think it's 15 or 16 cents on peak. I think it's 15 cents on peak. But by the time you add taxes, surcharges, administrative fees, membership fees, all that crap, it comes out to a delivered cost of 11.2 cents per kilowatt off peak and 20 point something cents on peak. Of course, that fluctuates depending on how much power you use. In the summertime, if I run a device 24/7 at the same power usage, it averages to 14.3. That sucks. But solar grid tie-in is doomed to failure. It can never work, because eventually enough people will have solar panels that nobody's paying the power company to run. So solar only really works as a utility level thing, or if you have batteries, meaning you're storing your own power. The problem is those batteries, Enough batteries to run my house for 2 days, $20,000. Basically, I need a Nissan Leaf battery pack. Yeah. Well, that's why I got the kerosene heater. The kerosene heater is a fixed cost. That kerosene heater will heat this entire house. And that kerosene heater, if I can successfully run it off of diesel, will cost me $6 per day to run. Period. So that's what you're paying. 17 cents per kilowatt. My last bill.
I'm Groot.
Home view bill. So my last bill was $170.50, and I used 1,250 kilowatt hours. 170.50 divided by 1250, effectively paying 13.64 cents per kilowatt. That was my effective delivered rate last month. Now, part of the reason I can do that is because I can game it by using timers. So we only turn the hot water heater on. Our hot water heater is currently off. I have an electronic switch connected to it. So I come in here, and I select water heater, and I hit this power button, and now my water heater is turned on, and it will automatically turn off in 1 hour. And for two reasons. One, power savings, and two, it keeps me from destroying the heating elements because of the hot water. The hotter the water gets, the more scaling you get. And so I limit the runtime of the heater. 1 hour is enough to completely heat up the entire 50-gallon tank, and we could both get showers and run our laundry. Oh, man. Well, I still got the headache and fever. Jesus. You notice 2 days later it was still warm? So you might say, well, how do you get hot water in the house if your hot water heater's off? I actually have a little 7-gallon, 110-volt water heater underneath the kitchen sink. That runs 24/7 because it's extremely power miserly. It doesn't use a lot of power. So just go away. Go away. Where is it at? Not that, not that. Hot water kitchen. So I'm actually thinking about setting up timers for the kitchen hot water, but I don't think I need to. But you know what I can do? I can absolutely turn off the kitchen hot water heater. How did that happen? I can absolutely turn the hot water in the kitchen off in the morning. So let's do that. I think it's 6:30. 6:30. Do it every day. And I want to turn the power off. Save. Add. Then we set to 9 a.m. Let's see if it makes a difference. 9 a.m. every day. To turn it on. Save. There. So I'm not going to turn it off during the evening peak time because we usually need hot water at night, cleaning up dishes from dinner. Nice. But I will turn it off during the 6:30 to 9 a.m. Off-peak time because we don't need the hot water then anyway. And it will probably hold the hot water inside of itself more than enough for that 2.5 hours. So that will actually save some power. Oh, I accidentally turned it off. That's why. But as you can see, my power consumption is negligible. that little 7-gallon water heater, there's my power consumption month to month. So I averaged that 22 is about my yearly average. So you can see even in December I only used 25 kilowatts, and in November 35 kilowatts, but like October 22, September 19.97, 19.81, 17, 19.5, 17.2, 20.2, 22.41, and the big months are January, February, March, 35, 29, 35. So let's call it an average of 25 kilowatts. So 25 kilowatt hours times 0.143, since it runs 24/7. It only cost me $3.50 a month to run that. So it cost me $42 a year. I don't care. For $42 a year, the kitchen sink always has hot water. And so that little tiny 7-gallon hot water heater, very, very efficient. I actually can't find them on Amazon anymore. If anybody can find them on Amazon, let me know. I can't find the exact same. I have plenty of extras, but I'd like to be able to access more if I needed them. Although I have to wonder what the vampire load on them is. Like, how much power does the meter itself consume throughout a month? Because I have a lot of them. I don't like Wise. Wise has been annoying me. Okay, so these are the ones that I use, but they're no longer the same anymore. So this is the listing for the plugs. This is the listing for the plugs that I use. I guess I should use a affiliate link. Duh. So use that link instead. But these are not the same plugs. They changed. This is not the same plug that I bought. And I do not think these plugs give you power consumption. And that's the only reason I use them, is I want to record power consumption. So these can schedule, these can control, and these also, I don't think these work with Smart Life anymore. Yeah, these are Popotan, these are different. These are not what I ordered. They basically changed the item in the listing for what I used to order. It's not the same thing anymore, and I don't know how to find what I had. I can't find it on Amazon anymore. I think it's Tuya. But it really annoys me. Oh, wait a minute. These look like they're it. Nope, that's not it. That's the same style of plug, but not. It uses a different app. I hate the fact that they can change the item that is on the listing so that the same item number is now a different item. I do not like that. See, I only buy ones that work with Smart Life because I only want to use one app. I don't want to use 10 different goddamn apps. Ouch! My yearly water bill is less than that. A lot less. Jesus. I average under $400 a year for water, total. I know that. Now that is cheating. That is where they will do something simple, get a bunch of reviews for it, and then change it to the product they want. And so the reviews don't matter anymore. They have Govee, and I do use Govee. But I don't like the app interface as much. And it really agitates me that I can't find the same thing anymore. I want the Wi-Fi smart outlet that works with Tuyo or SmartLife and that monitors power consumption. Now, what I would switch to, if it was equitable, is I would like an app. I would like a smart ecosystem that works over Wi-Fi, that has an app that allows me to set timers, turn things on and off, allows me to set rules, monitors power consumption, that does not require internet. That works over your local Wi-Fi and does not require internet. Because the only problem I have with the SmartLife apps is internet is required. Even if your Wi-Fi is up, if the internet's down, the outlets don't work. Well, they work, but you can't control them. You can't log into them. And that really agitates me because I want it to work independent of the provider. What is Home Assistant? Is that HomeKit? See, this one here is energy monitoring. It's expensive. It's $10 each. It's twice the price I was paying. But no hub required. It says Home Assistant. Smart outlet timer switch. No hub required. So what is HomeKit? It says LAN control. Does that mean I don't need internet? So I will be able to open this app if I'm connected to the same network, and it will work, including 5 gigahertz, 2.4 gigahertz. So, for example, the device has to connect to the 2.4 gigahertz side of the router, but my devices... Okay, HomeKit is Apple. I might try this. They're awfully expensive, though. I think I was paying a whole lot less than that. Oh, not that much less. I paid $31 for a 4-pack. Yeah, so it's $30 for a 4-pack. This is $40 for a 4-pack. That's not that big a difference. I'm going to try one. I have enough gift card that I can buy it without having to pay for it. So there, $0. Because I have $12 in gift card balance. Monday, January 10th, place order. We will try it. What's the power limitations? It says here no hub required. No hub required should mean I don't need a server, because that would be a hub. Let's see what the app looks like. I don't want to set up a Pi. I want to just use the app. Doesn't the app provide the central automation? It says no hub required. A server is a hub. There's no arguing that. A server is a hub. So are they lying, or have they updated it? Well, then a hub is required. If the app requires a hub, then a server, then it requires a hub. Connects to your Home Assistant server. So was that a bad purchase? Okay, so the app is eWeLink. So, if I'm reading this right, this device doesn't require a hub, but the device is also Home Assistant compatible, and Home Assistant requires a hub. That would make sense. But if their eWeLink app works without internet, then I'm okay with that. So Home Assistant is like Google Home. It's like a universal connect all, and it's like Alexa, Home, Google Home, etc. But this could also work with its own app without a hub. eWeLink Smart Home. That's this app right here. So as long as the eWeLink works without an internet connection, I'm okay with that. I agree. Okay, so it does not work on LAN. At least not for eWeLink, because it requires a login. If you require a login, then you require an external server. So works with eWeLink, Alexa, Google Home, IFTTT. Only eWeLink advanced users have access to IFTTT. $9.99 USD for a full year of the privilege. Yeah, nice. So does this? It says Home Assistant, but then doesn't mention Home Assistant anywhere else. Yeah, I'm canceling this. This appears to be cloud-based. Why do they have to lie? Why do they have to lie, you know? Is the Home Assistant app good? Is the interface good? And can I use it on a PC as well as the phone app? Okay, Tasmoda, what's that? Tasmoda. Open source firmware for ESP devices. I like that. Well, are those devices, can I flash the firmware to them? Like, how would you flash the firmware to a device that plugs into the wall? I mean, you'd have to connect to it somehow. There's a Casa smart plug, but way too expensive. This one's Smart Life. Oh, this one's Smart Life compatible. It can only handle 10 amps, though. That makes sense. Obviously, the manufacturer wouldn't make it super easy. Yeah, see, I need monitoring. That's important. But $11.99 is not bad. It's dual outlet, but it's low power devices. What is the power limitation? Schedules, timers, energy monitoring. So that does do everything I need. What is Avatar? Avatar Controls app. That's the only thing I don't like is the I can get 220 volt switches, but none of them have energy monitoring. So I can't monitor the power to my mini split or my water heater or my dryer because I can control them but not monitor. Apparently the quality control might be. MREs are expensive. If you want to send me some MREs, I'll make videos. Okay, so that's affordable, but it's not very good quality. This one has energy monitoring. But is it Smart Life compatible? Looks like it is not Smart Life compatible. that looks a lot like the Smart Life app. Good food deals. If you have a Costco near you, get their pumpkin pie. All right. Now you have to eat it quick. You got to eat it within 4 or 5 days because it molds pretty quick because there's no preservatives in it, so it doesn't last long, or refrigerate it. But they have pumpkin pies. They're this big. They're like 14-inch pumpkin pies, and they're $6 and they're the best goddamn pumpkin pie I've ever had, ever. Like, it is amazing. And it's only $6. The apple pie is $10, and it's also very good, but it's a little on the sweet side. It's stuffed with apples, but I don't like it so sweet. I like it a little less sweet. But that's just me. That's a personal thing. Okay. Trying to see. What other good deals do we get? I managed to get canned chicken for 12.5 cents an ounce, which is $2 a pound, which is great. So I grabbed a whole bunch of that. I've also been buying up a ton of shelf-stable cartons of milk from Dollar Tree while they're still $1, because they're shelf-stable. Even though it costs more than regular milk, it's 30% more than regular milk. It's $4 a gallon versus $3 a gallon, but it doesn't require refrigeration, which lowers its cost, and also it's quart-sized. One of the problems we run into is it's just Michelle and I. So sometimes a gallon of milk will actually go bad before we finish using it, because sometimes when we're not in the mood for milk stuff as much, it's just too much milk for the two of us before it turns. And by being able to do it in quart size, we are more likely to use the entire quart before it goes bad. So that there also saves us money. So it probably is a wash. It probably comes out to be a wash. I've got about 11 gallons of it. I'm trying to get up to 20 gallons, enough for a year. And then we just, FIFO, cycle it. And we ended up wasting 2 gallons of the milk we bought. I tried to give it away, but nobody wanted it because I guess it was too cold. Nobody wanted to go out. We got milk for 50 cents a gallon. It was the day before its Best Buy date. So we bought 4 gallons. We ended up using 2.5 gallons before it turned. So that's still a pretty good deal. That means we still paid about $1 a gallon, including the wastage. So I can live with that. 2.5 gallons of milk for $2. I can live with that. Every now and then they do that when they have an excess of milk. When it gets to the Best Buy date, they'll put it up front for 50 cents a gallon. Fuck yeah. What else? Yeah, deals in general are hard to come by. Anything else big? Nope. We got some of those the fresh pastas. It comes in a 2-part container. It's like fresh pasta. It only takes like 3 minutes to cook. 3 or 4 minutes to cook. And the chicken mozzarella was delicious. I did some mushroom prego, and then I added a jar of mushrooms to it, and then I also added a can of chicken to it. So there's chicken in the pasta and chicken in the sauce, and it was absolutely fucking amazing. Absolutely delicious. We will definitely be buying that again. It's not crazy expensive, but it's not super cheap either. It's more expensive than we normally spend on food, but it was very, very delicious. And that new Instant Pot digital Dutch oven, best thing I ever bought. It is worth, if you can get it on sale for $150, it is worth it just for spaghetti. Just for spaghetti. What's the hardest thing about spaghetti? Heating up the goddamn sauce. It takes forever, and you always burn it. Because you try to make it heat up a little faster, and you end up with a layer burned on the bottom of the pan. Well, I put the Instant Pot Dutch oven in braise mode, and just let it go. And in 10 minutes, that sauce is bubbling and piping hot, and not one single drop burns to the bottom of that porcelain cast iron pot. It is worth it just for pasta sauce. If you use it for nothing else, it's worth it. And of course, it also doubles as a slow cooker, so I cook my meatballs in it. What I actually did was I put it in braise mode to heat the sauce up. Then I turned it off, turned it back on, and I pressed keep warm. I didn't even put it in slow cook mode. I just pressed keep warm, which just barely warms it up. And I let that run for 12 hours overnight. And then 3 hours before we left, I put it in slow cook mode to get it real hot. And those meatballs came out so ungodly delicious. I cut the meatballs in half so the sauce would penetrate the meatballs better. Because meatballs are a weird thing. It's most things are better fresh. Meatballs are worse fresh. You want the meatballs to be old. The longer they sit there cooking, the better they taste. It's a weird thing, but it's one of those things where, how long do you cook it? As long as you possibly can. If you can cook the fuckers for 24 hours, that's probably what you should do. I actually, when they used to have the good meatball subs at Wawa back in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, they eventually told me when they drop. Like, when do you typically drop meatballs? And, how long does it usually take for them to cook? And so I would come at the end of the cycle, meaning when they're about to dump the meatballs and put a fresh batch in, that's when I would show up, because that's when they were cooking the longest. It's not cooking the meatballs; it's the sauce. As they sit in hot sauce, the sauce penetrates the meatballs, and the longer the sauce has to penetrate the meatballs, the more juicy and tender the meatballs get, to the point where they fall apart. Like, you'll poke it with a fork and you can't pick it up because it crumbles, because it's so juicy and impregnated with sauce that it just comes apart. That's when they're really good. That's when they're the best. Oh my God, the more they do that, the better. And I learned that if I thaw the meatballs first, I cut them in half. And I put the half meatballs in the sauce, and they become impregnated with sauce faster, because now they have more surface area to penetrate. And they also have access to raw meat inside instead of the skin that forms on the outside, which actually inhibits the ability of the sauce to get inside the meatballs. I miss Wawa so much. God, I miss Wawa. Oh, yuck! Yeah, that's when the sauce is the best as well. But oh my God, it is so good. It is so ungodly delicious. Let's see. That is smart things, but not smart life. I gotta hunt around. As soon as I fix the Chiron. I just haven't gotten around to fixing the Chiron. You can get Instant Pots for 50 or 60 bucks on sale. I actually still have one sitting in the box. I bought it last year, and I never even took it out of the box. It's because I have so many variations of it. I have an equivalent to the Instant Pot from Ninja. I have the Ninja Foodie Smart Pot. So it will sear, it'll air fry, and it'll instant pressure cook. So it actually has a sealable lid. And you just grab the lever and slide it to whatever position you want. So if you slide it to the pressure pot side, it locks the lid. And but yeah, it does all that. It does the pressure cook, so it works as an air fryer, a pressure cooker like the Instant Pot, and it also works as a slow cooker. So that does all three. Then I also have a Philips air fryer The Philips air fryer is actually better for French fries. Hey, RC Voodoo. The traditional handle on the front, slide out basket air fryer, those are the best for French fries, because there's to properly air fry French fries, there's something you need to do that you can't do with the Instant Pot style air fryers. You got to shake it. You got to pull the basket out every few minutes, and you got to shake it up to mix up the fries inside. Otherwise, you end up with the raw portion of fries where the fries are touching. So you have to shake them up every few minutes. And you can't do that with a pot. The best you can do is stir, and you're going to tear them up for that. And yeah, great for meat sauce. That's what I'm learning with the Dutch oven. Oh, I love the Dutch oven. We are talking about this critter here. Oh, Allclad has one. Allclad has an electric Dutch oven, 5-quart. The Instant Pot is 6-quart. $229 is a little expensive. You can get it used for Amazon used, which just means open box. For $197, but they go on sale for $149. I'd wait till they go on sale for $149. But that's this one. And the pot that I have is this one. I have the OL501, and I also have the new Ninja that does searing. The only reason I have all these, well, the Instant Pot Dutch oven I bought, I paid $60 for it with the gift cards and the Amazon rewards points for the credit card that I had available to me. I was able to get the Instant Pot, the Dutch oven, for $60. This is the pot that I use. I freaking love this thing. It is amazing. This thing is really good. It's fantastic, and it's built like a brick shit house. Like you'd kill someone you threw this at them. Like that foot it has on the one side, you wonder, why does it have a foot on one side? It's needed because the lid is so heavy it'll tip itself over without that foot. And then I had the original version of this, and then Vine offered me the upgraded version, so I got the upgraded version because it was free, and it's amazing. Cooking steaks on this is amazing because it has a cast iron tray inside, and it'll get that really hot so it can actually sear the steaks and then cook it. But that thing is amazing. I love it. Although Michelle already broke the handle off, so I got to see if they can send me a new handle. Anything else? That's it. But yeah, and the Philips. That is not here. That means that was an AFA listing. Philips air fryer. That's it right there. This is the air fryer that I have. Or at least it's very, very similar to the air fryer I have. I think mine's bigger. No, 4.1 liter. That sounds about right. Although I think I have the XL. I'm not sure. But I think this is pretty close to the air fryer I have. This one's good for French fries because you need to pull out drawer to be able to shake it up to cook French fries properly. Anything that you can layer on the bottom, no big deal. But if it's stacked like French fries are, you need to be able to shake it in order to be able to properly air fry them. Wow, I like that Dreo one. If I didn't already have 5 air fryers, I might consider this. Especially because I don't have the money. But I love these new ones that have the window. So you can actually see what they're cooking. I don't like the controls on top, because that means you have to get to the top to see the controls, and I have mine on a little shelving unit, so the front controls are better for me. But I love the window. I love the fact that you can actually see what's happening inside the machine. Huh. Yeah, I really like that. And that one will hit 450. Mine maxes at 400. I think it maxes at 400. It's only $109. Maybe I'll try selling my Philips and getting that. It's probably not as good as the Philips unit. Philips is a name brand unit. But I really love the window. But, let's see. Is there a 220 volt monitoring? None of these are 220 volt. I'm searching for 220 volt and it's not showing me anything 220 volt. Why even show me stuff that does not meet the search criteria I'm looking for? Why do that? That's one of the things that Amazon does that I hate. It's like, why would you show me something that clearly does not fit the search criteria of what I'm looking for? Outdoor smart Wi-Fi outlet box, heavy duty 40 amp, 12277, 2 horsepower wireless controller. Does it do monitoring? So it's 40 amps, so it'll handle the power required. I do like the fact that it has light sensor modes, but I don't need that. Does it monitor? Yeah, see, pool pump, water heater, lighting. That's what I want. It has a manual switch, which I really like. But it looks like it uses its own custom app. And I don't want it if I can't use my own app. But the rest of these are all 110 volt. Why is it even showing it to me? Alright, so there's the pool pump. One. What about other ones? None of these are 220. I hate when it shows me stuff that doesn't match what I'm looking for. Why would you show me 110 volt devices when I'm looking for 220 volt devices? Okay, if there is none, then give me a 0 result and say there is none. Don't show me shit that can't work. See, this is Tuya, so it'll work with Smart Life. This will work with Smart Life. That's 2-channel. That's interesting, but I don't need 2-channel. What I need is something that will monitor power consumption. See, all of these are simple switches. They don't actually monitor consumption. That looks like the Smart Life app. It's only 1100 watts, so it's basic devices. It's amazing that they don't have one that does monitoring. You know, don't people in Europe need monitoring smart switches like we have? I mean, the rest of the world is 220 volt. How could they not have one? Well, you guys in Europe, maybe they're not showing it to me because I'm not in Europe. How would you guys find something like this? What I need is something like this. So I would prefer to use Smart Life, but it's a device that has, here's your electrical connections. You connect it up, and you basically, it's a go-between. You put it in between your power and your device. So like I have a little one that I use for the water heater. The input, I disconnect the water heater, plug in the box, then plug the box into the water heater. And now I can turn on an app and go and turn the water heater on and off. What I need is one that does monitoring. That's a good point. co.uk. Excuse me, what the fuck are you doing? Okay. And then you get these things that pop up. So here you have this, select your cookie preferences. There's no decline option. Like, what the fuck is the point of having giving me a choice if there's no choice? So here's what I do. Just because I'm an asshole. Okay, so it's somewhere around here. Huh? Come on. There it is. Goodbye. I don't like the fact that there's no decline option. It pisses me off. Like, it actually makes me want to growl. Like, don't give me an accept without a decline. Give me a decline button. Okay. Tuyo, single phase, in real Wi-Fi smart energy meter, timer, power consumption monitor. But is that a smart one? Well, it says Tuyo. Of course it's currently unavailable. Of course it's unavailable. You can control the voltage and amperage? So you have an LCD display, but you can also connect to an app, and that is Smart Life. Of course, the goddamn cookie thing is up again. Let's see, can I program it to always delete this? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't matter, it's not available. None of them are required to function. None of them are required to function. I don't want a watt meter. I want a smart plug. I want something that'll connect to Smart Life that also monitors energy. I'll search for that too, but I don't think that's what I want. See, I need smart, meaning it connects to an app. These are more like kilowatts. So these would give me real-time data, but not... What if I add smart? Yeah, see, none of these are going to do what I want. So, I'm really surprised it's not a more common thing. Maybe, but I'm using Firefox. I'm really surprised that's not a more common thing. I'll have to look into that later. Let's simplify. 220-volt smart switch. Okay, that brings up this stuff. So at least this is actually 220-volt stuff. That's GEZ wave, which I don't want. 15 amps is not enough. That won't work. I need 40 amps. This is for dryer, water heater, heat pump. You know, big stuff. I could find the low power stuff easily. That's what I just searched for. I just searched for 220-volt smart switch, and I got slightly better results. Indoor outdoor smart switch, heavy duty. It's 40 amp, but I think these are all the exact same thing. I like this one with the manual switch. It's 50 bucks. It's not bad, because I can mount them indoors here. I come right out of the breaker into this box and then onwards. Family's doing okay. Hang on. That's light switch, wall switch. 40 amp Wi-Fi switch, but no monitoring. Wi-Fi outlet box. Uses a custom app. I don't want it. $50 amp load. Normal 40 amp, which is more than enough. WRT to volcano blocks. What's that mean? No, I want hardwired. You can't do plug-in for a 40 amp device. So, for example, what I'm using right now is something like this. This is not exactly what I'm using, but this is close. Let's see here. There it is. So you have hard wires that you have to plug in. So you wire this up to your, your 10 gauge solid core wire. So it looks more like that. You can't plug in a 40 amp device, at least not normally. You don't normally plug in a 40 amp device. It's hardwired. Here's a whole bunch of 220 volt smart light switches. They're probably low power though. Yeah, that tiny, they're low power. Yes. The only one of these devices that's plugged into an outlet is the dryer. The water heater, the mini pump, they're all hardwired. What does WRT mean? With regards to? Oh, yeah, you're telling me what it is. WRT with regard to. Okay. Yeah, these are low power, 10 amp. So these are your standard 110, 220. Just a simple on-off switch. They're smart things compatible, but they don't monitor. I need a 40 amp, 220 volt switch that monitors. Pretty sure this is exactly the same thing. It is Tuyo, which means it's Smart Life compatible. But no monitoring. See, it'd be like this. You'd have grommets. You'd feed the wires in. You'd screw them into the terminal blocks. This is actually nice. I might get one of these eventually when I have the money. I don't have any more money this month. But I might get one of these in order to replace the one in the water heater. Because it'd be nice to be able to, like, for example, if the internet's down, it'd be nice to be able to manually press the button and turn it on. But no monitoring. I wonder if that's just harder to do, or if they just, like, why wouldn't they have one that could monitor power consumption? I don't get that. You would think it'd be a common thing, but apparently it's not. Yeah, that would suck. Be careful with the grub screw is what I would say. Don't over tighten. Just finger. Because you could probably squeeze them hard enough to destroy them. Well, the problem is the GE one is not SmartThings compatible. Smart Life compatible. It's Z-Wave. And I don't even know if it does monitoring. It doesn't say it monitors, which means, oh, it does energy monitoring. So this one does remotely track watts and kilowatt hours. But you have to connect it to a... You did not send a link, or if you sent a link, Amazon removed it. AO Tech. Yeah, if you sent a link, Amazon removed it. So this one does energy monitoring, but it's only if you have a Z-Wave hub that has energy monitoring enabled. I don't want to go through that. I don't want a separate app just for these. These are all 120 volt. None of these are 220. Usually just give it a little turn. Just don't twist the wires. And that'll help bend it back into shape. Yeah, this is Z-Wave. See, 120, 277. So this will do it, but I would have to buy this $155 item. Plus I'd have to buy a Z-Wave hub. And I would have to use a completely separate app just to monitor. No, not worth it. Okay. AOTech. Ah, 40 amps. And monitoring. Is it Smart Life compatible? No, Z-Wave. AOTech is Z-Wave, so it's no good. Oh, it's compatible with a lot of things. But not Smart Life. That's good. What's the additional problem with the volcano block setup? It requires the hub, so it's not going to work with Smart Life. What does that want? None. Smart Life is the app that integrates all my smart outlets. So here's all of my Smart Life outlets and controls, including cameras. You know, my front door is on here, cameras on here. So boost heaters. I have an actual mechanical on-off switch, so I can turn off the main water coming into the house without having to climb underneath the house. Yeah, it's nice. Dimmer that I haven't used yet. Cameras, three-way outlets, outdoor outlets, mostly power outlets. Water sensor, so if I get a leak underneath the sink, it'll tell me. About it. They also have IR adapters, like an IR bridge, which is pretty cool. I have my heat tape, so that's how I know the heat tape underneath the house is working. So like right now you can see it's drawing 0 power, but it's drawing 1.7 kilowatts so far this month. Oh, so can you flip it? No, it's threaded. That might not work flipping it. So you need a different heater cartridge. You need a heater cartridge that'll go all the way in there. Problem is those wires might not be heat rated. Yeah, I bet. So, Smart Life, the reason I chose Smart Life is because all my outlets are Smart Life. So that means I only need one app. I don't want to, like for example, I got cameras I don't use because they require 4 different apps. And you change devices 3 times in a year and you lose your login and you can't remember. It's like fuck it. I don't even want the cameras anymore. They're too much of a pain in the ass. So the only cameras I'll buy are cameras that are Wise compatible or Smart Life compatible, because then I only have 2 apps I need to worry about, Wise and Smart Life. Well, as long as the nozzle is longer than it sticks out, you should be okay, but yeah, that could be an issue. Because the Volcano nozzles are pretty short sticking out, so yeah, that might be an issue. Yeah. I'm surprised it's that difficult. You would think it'd be easier. I don't need all this crap. Don't need all that. Don't need all that. Don't need that. I'll look at all that later. So I'm going to try to get a hold of the composite guys, see if he'll make me one of these out of Ultim once I finalize the design. But now I find out that PETG can handle ADC, and that's 176 degrees. That should be plenty. So I should be able to print this out of PETG and use sodium phosphate or whatever it is, hand warmers, or sodium hydroxide. Well, machine flat point is usually a good thing. That's usually what you want. I like a machine flat point, as long as it's properly machined. If it's improperly machined, that can cause a problem. People might say, well, it rubs on the part, but that's only if your extrusion multiplier is wrong. If you have a poorly set extrusion multiplier, then yeah, it's going to rub. But if you have a properly set extrusion multiplier, or E-steps, then you're not going to have that problem. Again, it only picks up filament trash if you have a poorly configured machine. If your machine is configured correctly, the nozzle is not going to touch the filament that's already laid down, because you'll be laying down the correct amount of filament. So that's the only time you should be picking up trash, is if you're extruding too much filament. Otherwise, there's no trash to pick up. Well, it's not using it as a bulldozer for smoothing purposes. It's the heat coming off of it that does the smoothing. So if you have any slight imperfections in the surface, they'll just get flattened out nice and smooth by the nozzle and the heat. Well, the advantage is a stronger nozzle. It's a nozzle that's less likely to have its tip damaged. You know, how many times do beginners jam the nozzle into the bed? If you have a finely cut point nozzle, and that's bad. No, that's not what the special coating is for. The special coating is so that abrasive filaments don't destroy the nozzle. It has nothing to do with picking up filament trash. That's not what that's for.
I'm Groot.
I don't care about the Sonic Blast. The point of the Nozzle X is to be able to handle abrasive materials, not to handle your inability to tune your machine properly. Not trying to insult. Pull it off. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Well, I guess that would make sense why they would coat the entire nozzle and not just the inside. So I guess that kind of makes sense. Like, for example, one problem is PETG. PETG sticks to brass better than it sticks to glass. So PETG loves curling. Even if you're perfectly extruding, PETG loves to curl up and glue itself to your nozzle, no matter what it's made of. So it would help with that. But you're not talking about that. You're talking about trash on your print, meaning little extraneous bits of filament on your print that shouldn't be there. That usually comes from snow plowing. And that comes because you're over extruding. I like PETG. It's just a pain in the ass to print with sometimes. Okay. The only part that's a pain in the ass is the first layer. I always have trouble getting the first layer of PETG to stick. Once the first layer is down, PETG prints exactly like PLA. It's wonderful. I have no problems with PETG after the first layer. But that first layer is a bitch. Sanjay was one of the, I think he's one of the founders, but he was one of the people who worked for E3D. And he died recently in a scooter accident. Yes, but the only reason you have filament trash on the nozzle is because you're over extruding, which causes the nozzle to crash into filament that isn't supposed to be there, and that filament then collects on the nozzle, and then later on, actually this is a pretty big problem with PETG, and later on you drop a burnt booger of filament onto your print, which wrecks your print. You know, if you try to print a lithophane in PETG, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Goddamn pain in the ass boogers that end up depositing all over your print randomly, and that's because PETG's a pain in the ass. Well, that depends. Do you have insurance? If you have insurance, go see a doctor. If you don't have insurance, how bad does it hurt? Well, what I tell people to do is print a test cube, you know, but without the letters, or at least make sure the non-letter side is the side facing up. Vision Miner, that's the company. I want to see if they'll print me an Ultim one. I'll have to try that. So the nanopolymer works well with PETG. I'll definitely have to try that then. So here's what I tell people to do. You know, go in Tinkercad, make a 20mm block, okay? But only make it 5mm tall. That's all you need, 5mm tall. To speed up the print, 3 perimeters, 3 top layers, 0 bottom layers, because we don't care about the bottom. Yeah, Magic Goo works as well as a bed adhesive as well. I don't know how well it works for PETG. I'll have to find out. So you want a 5mm tall cube, 20mm by 20mm by 5mm, 3 top layers, 25% infill, 3 perimeters, no bottom layers. It'll just make it go faster. All you care about is the top layer. That's it. Finish printing the cube, look at the top layer. If the top layer has any sort of snow plowing, you're extruding too much plastic. If there's any gap between the lines, you're not extruding enough filament. So if you're using a Creality style printer, I would start with your extrusion multiplier at 0.94. If you notice gaps, try 0.95. If you still have gaps, 0.96. Keep adjusting that up and down until you have no gaps. Now, the reason we're printing a 20mm cube is because there's more to snow plowing than just extrusion multiplier. You also have perimeter overlap. So you might get your top layer looking perfect, but you still have snow plowing at your perimeter. That means your perimeter overlap is too high. Because the base layer is affected by more than just your extrusion multiplier. Your base layer is also affected by your offset between the nozzle and the bed, your first layer settings, and the amount of squish you're trying to achieve. So that is invalid for determining if you're extruding the correct amount of filament. because you have other variables that are going to affect the result you get. You could be extruding the perfect amount of filament, but you're 0.05 millimeters too close to the bed, so it looks like over extrusion. You see what I mean? Or you could be extruding, too much filament, but because you have adjusted your bed to be a little bit further away from the nozzle to compensate for it, your first layer might look perfect. 2 layers is more than accurate enough. Your filament is not made to more resolution than that, so it's enough. Now the thing is, your top layer is affected by 2 things, and this is partially why you print a square. So, let's see. Maybe, yeah. If your E-steps aren't correct, that's the first thing. We in this situation, I am assuming your E-steps are correct. Once your E-steps are correct, you look at your top layer, and it should be smooth, flat, with no gaps. When I say gaps, I literally mean gaps. So, for example, where's that other cap? That other cap actually would show this perfectly. There it is. Let's see here. Turn the light on. Switch over to spot. Do you guys still have audio? Okay, so if you look closely here, do you see how that top layer looks nice and smooth? But now look carefully. If you look carefully, you'll notice that I actually have gaps. See it? It keeps coming in and out of focus. No, you just don't crash into the snow plowing until the next layer. The snow plowing is still there. Okay. There. See how you can see that crosshatch pattern? There it is. See it? See how you can see the crosshatch? It looks like a tic-tac-toe board. How there's actually little gaps. I could actually stick my fingernails in the gap. See how there's gaps between the lines? Okay, that's why this is not watertight. Okay, so in this case here, my extrusion multiplier is too low. Now, part of the reason for this is that this is printed on a raft. Okay, so let's look at the top layer. As you can see, my top layer still has a little bit of gap. There's just a little tiny gap. And then if you look at the new one I printed, you notice the gaps are a little bit tighter. It's almost sealed up. So my next one, I raised it up another 0.01. That's under extrusion, yes. I have a program to extrude too little filament. So I need to raise my extrusion multiplier until I'm extruding the correct amount of filament. You can't see it on the sides, but you can see it on those top layers. Those top layers are what really drive home. Let's try to focus again. And right there. It keeps trying to jump focus. So you can see I almost got it. You can see how most of it is pretty smooth with no gaps, but every now and then you see little tiny gaps. So I'm just about there. Kevlar gloves. There we go. So you can see I need to increase. This is almost airtight. This is just about there. We don't count this surface because that surface is affected by the raft. But you can see even this surface is just about perfect. It is almost there. See? It's really getting close. Now you also notice you have to worry about your overlap here in the corner where the perimeters overlap with the part. And then what you do is you lower your overlap until that snow plowing goes away. Don't go too low though or bridging will suffer. So you'd rather have a tiny bit of snow plowing at the overlap rather than have bad bridging. And so I will probably, and you can also do by feel. Okay, that feels pretty damn good. You'd be surprised how much you can feel with your fingertip. That overlap feels really good. I'm going to leave the overlap at 30%. And then I'm going to bump it up from 0.95 to 0.96, and I should have a nice airtight part. But that's how you tune your extrusion multiplier. We're assuming you've already tuned your E-steps and that they're correct. All right, and then now we are going to make that final tune. You adjust your extrusion multiplier until you get that nice perfect top layer. Then you check your perimeter overlap for snow plowing and adjust your overlap percentage until that comes out nice. Well, the flat nozzle also takes out micro imperfections. At least I think it does. But that's only if it's machined properly. If you have a poorly machined nozzle where the nozzle sticks out but the machine surface is not parallel with the bed, that's going to cause its own set of problems. So let's see. What do these use? A machine top? Yes, they do. The other nice thing about a machine top is that it allows you to fudge the well, tuning E-steps requires a firmware change, while tuning extrusion multiplier. Okay, you ever use an old radio? You have two knobs to adjust the frequency. You have the big knob, or the small knob, which allows you to go all the way down to here. And then when you get close to the frequency you want, you grab the bigger knob and you make that little tiny change. Think of it like that. So I think of E-steps as rough tuning of the mechanical aspect of the printer. So you did the math, and this gear size, and this filament size, and this number of steps should equal this number of E-steps. But there's always slight imperfections. Like the gear drive is, a tiny bit smaller than it should be. Or there's slight slippage in the gears from the resistance of the filament. Then you're also going to get compression inside the Bowden tube. All of these things are going to slightly alter the characteristics of the E-steps that you mechanically programmed. So think of the extrusion multiplier as the fine-tune knob on the radio. You got it close. You're within 10%. And then the fine-tune knob gets you to within 1%. It also allows you to adjust for different filaments. So PETG is softer. It's going to extrude a little differently. A filled filament is going to extrude a little differently. This manufacturer might be 1.735 millimeters, and this manufacturer might be 1.742 millimeters. So you're instead of having to go in and reprogram your E-steps every single goddamn time, you just adjust your extrusion multiplier a tiny bit, and eventually you learn to figure it out. Like most of them, you're close enough, and for most prints it doesn't matter. You only have to really get in there and fine tune it when you're trying to do something like make this waterproof, and I can't just put 10 layers because it's not thick enough for 10 layers. So I've really got to make sure it's proper, otherwise it won't be watertight. That would work more like the E-steps thing, I agree. But I like the top layer thing because you can physically see it. Like, there's no question. You can fit your fingernail between the layers. There's no question you've got a gap there. Now, this one here is the nozzles. As you can see, they have that slight machined top surface. Now, the nice thing is that sliced machine top surface. There we go. That machine top surface also allows you to fudge your extrusion width. So let's say I'm printing with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle and I want to use a 0.6 millimeter wall thickness for this print. Well, a flat top nozzle allows me to lie and tell the printer I have a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, which is going to cause it to force more filament through here than it's supposed to have. Well, the result of that is the filament is going to rapidly expand when it comes out of the nozzle. So you're going to end up with that tire snowplow shape, because you told it to extrude more filament than you were supposed to, which increases the back pressure inside the nozzle, which increases that distortion when it gets out of the nozzle, and it can re-expand to the proper width it's supposed to be. Because remember, you're extruding more filament than can theoretically fit in that space. Well, the flat top pushes that down and keeps it flat and smooth. So it allows you to fudge the extrusion width a little bit and still get away with it and still end up with a halfway decent print. So I think. I don't have math to back that up. I don't have any testing. Yeah, Logan. What's up? What? Yep, yep. Why? Oh. Yep. Oh, wow. Oh, wonderful. Yep. Well, that's not likely to happen. Gasoline's a lot harder to ignite than you think, but still, that's fucked up. Yeah. Yeah. Correct. Good. Theoretically, even though they are as is, they shouldn't be allowed to sell unsafe vehicles. And if that complete frame rot, that's unsafe. But then again, that's on her guy to have inspected that. Oh, wonderful. Oh, so it's all rusty now. Cool water is better than coolant, but it rusts everything. Yeah, just to hide everything. Yeah. Ah, that sucks. Yeah. Yeah. Bondo. Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully she doesn't. Hopefully, I'm on a live stream, so we got to cut this a little short. But hopefully she doesn't get burned if she doesn't burn you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It needs to be something that's inspected properly, though. Yeah, but then it's on you. Yeah. 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 High interest, long loan, though. Yeah, if you can get a credit union. If you can get into a credit union, the interest rate will be much, much lower. Yeah. Yeah, but very high interest. You see, the reason they make them low payments is because they extend the payments out longer. A 7-year, 8-year loan. Do you really want to be paying a 7-year, 8-year loan on a 10-year-old car? Well, 18 would be 4 years. So. Also, if you're going to be going that high, look into certified pre-owned. Because then Yeah, so that means you need like 2019, because you want low enough miles that it still has a warranty left. All right. All right. Bye. This is missing the decimal points. So this is 0.6, 0.8, 1.0, 1.4, and 1.8. The largest nozzle I've ever printed with is a 1.5 millimeter nozzle. Did not work well. Not enough thermal transfer in a standard hot end. You really need a volcano for that, or something like this. My brother in Pennsylvania, he does on-call contracting service. So, for example, like a local Dollar Tree or CVS has a water leak, they call out him because he'll come out any hour of the day. Local Dollar Tree breaks a window, he'll come out and replace it. Door, he'll come out and replace it. Light bulbs, he'll come out and replace it. So on call, general contractor type stuff. And his car died, and so his employer got him a new car, like gave it to him, like $5,000. Said that we'll give it to you, and they got him a 2007 Honda Ridgeline at the auction. Nice car, except this one, the entire frame is rotted. So the car's literally scrap. It can't be used. That hurts. That hurts a lot. So hopefully there are rules in place. There might not be, but hopefully there's some sort of rules in place that prevent them from screwing you with a completely unsafe vehicle. Like, that vehicle's not fit for road use. It should not be on the road. He just started hearing clanking noises. Yeah, the tie downs for the fuel tank ripped out of the frame, and the frame is sitting on top of the axle, or the fuel tank is sitting on top of the axle. Wow, that's Northeast Salt Road winters for you. That's why people don't have old cars in the Northeast. Unless they've paid money to restore them, people don't do old cars in the Northeast for that reason. They're all rotted out, for the most part. And yeah, a 5,000-pound truck. Yeah, good luck with that. But that's why I kind of wish he can come out here and buy a car. Just come out here, buy a car, drive it home, because any car you buy out here is going to be rust free. Because cars don't rust out here. But in fact, are there any available? But see, that's risky too, because you need a pretty decent amount of cash. Facebook. I have not used it yet. These are the CHT nozzles. What is special about these nozzles, I can show you with this big one. So let's see here. Let's get the light on. You see that structure inside there? Do you see that? Can I get closer? Maybe. Nope. That's about as close as I can get. So you see that structure inside there? So the filament gets split into 3... Yeah, these are CHT. So it gets split into 3 strands. And because this metal is being heated up, that thing in the middle there... well, I paid for these, so that hurt a little bit, but... that metal gets heated up inside there, and so now the 3 strands... Yeah, I bought them. The 3 strands are being heated up from 3 sides. Bondtech, yes. So, Bondtech. That dramatically increases the rate at which you can transfer heat to the nozzle. So, to put this in perspective, this 1mm CHT nozzle will outperform a 1mm volcano nozzle. Yeah, they're pretty expensive. I think it was like $100 for these, so about $20 a piece. But this 1mm CHT nozzle in a standard hot end will outperform a volcano 1mm nozzle by a lot. And I mean by a lot. Like, kicks its ass. We're just talking about the CHT nozzles. But yeah, these things are pretty cool. So they basically drill 3 holes, and those 3 holes go into a single drilled hole. So it's kind of like a 3-into-1 mixing nozzle, except it's doing it with a single strand of filament, which is pretty damn cool. Meaning the limit on a standard hot end is about 1.2 millimeters. I regularly print with 1.2. When I tried the 1.5, not enough heat transfer. You can easily print 1.8 with a standard hot end because of how much more efficient this nozzle is. So let's see if there's any Honda Ridgelines around here. God, I hate Facebook so much. That's a Pilot. That's $30,000, so we're not doing that. That's $17,000, so we're not doing that. Ouch! I forgot how expensive these damn things are. Jesus. Even that's a Pilot. Oh, here's a 2006 for $6,000. It's got 207,000 miles on it. Jesus. Here's an 07. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at. $123,000 miles. That's pretty low miles. Looks like about the same thing he's got. Let me send him this text. I think I will have fun with these. Any more? Why? I hate when it shows me other things. I searched for Ridgeline. I only want to see Ridgeline. 300,000 miles. We will walk away from that. Wow, a 2015 for a Titan. $27,000. That's insane. Wow. That's a pretty cool Frontier. Yeah, they're just expensive. Jesus. A lot of money. So I'm definitely looking forward to playing with these. I've got 2 CR6 SEs, so I'll probably throw a 0.8 on one of them. Just because, why not? Yeah, you can do that, but you're going to be thrusting the filament through there because it's bigger than the filament. You're essentially going 1-to-1. Theoretically, it's possible, but I imagine your start and stop points might be a little iffy, since you basically have to pack the nozzle to get that to come out properly. So it'll be interesting to try it. Maybe I'll throw it on my Ender 3 Max. You know, the big 300 by 300 Ender 3. Maybe I'll throw the 1.8 on there just for shiggles. See what it does. But, yeah, that's what I'm working on. Not much. I've had a blistering headache and a mild fever since Friday, and I still have both. I keep taking Advil and Tylenol at the smallest amounts that I can to control it. Oh, absolutely. It won't work with the regular nozzle. I tried 1.5 millimeters, and I could not even at 250 degrees Celsius, I couldn't transfer enough heat to the nozzle to properly melt it at any speed. Even at 15 millimeters per second, I couldn't. I don't. The only COVID test I would be willing to take is one that they mail to you, because I'm not jamming anything in my nose. I'm just not going to do it. It probably is COVID. It feels like the first time. It's mild though, not affecting my breathing or anything. No taste issues. It's just basically it's a nasty flu without the diarrhea. But I got the vaccine with the booster, so I'll be fine. Remember, the vaccine doesn't stop you from getting COVID. It just stops you from dying from it. It's amazing how many people don't understand that. It's like you put a nozzle on your printer and you're wondering, why isn't it melting the filament on the spool? Well, because you have to put the filament in the nozzle for it to melt it. Well, the same thing happens with the... Yes, I'm fully vaccinated. The same thing happens... I don't even go to Walmart. Fuck Walmart. Oh, I hate Walmart. I go to Smith's, but we always wear a mask indoors. If we're inside of a building, we wear a mask. The vaccine only works after you get the virus. You've got to get the virus first for the vaccine to do anything. It's like you have to put the filament in the nozzle for it to melt the filament. Here's the way I explain it. I was like, think of... There's a really good way of explaining this. Think of your body as your town. Okay? So my town of Edgewood here. That's Chris Taylor, the town of Edgewood. And your town of Edgewood has a security force. You know, we have officers and soldiers that we've trained to... We've all probably had it several times. And we're all going to have it several times. It's just the way it is. Your special Edgewood security force defends your town against enemy intruders. But there's a problem. There's a line drawn around the edge of your town, the border of your town, okay? And your security forces physically cannot cross that line. So you cannot, your security forces cannot cross that border. They cannot leave Edgewood. All right? So when you get an intruder, the intruder crosses your border. And now in order for you to defeat that intruder, you have to first identify that there is an intruder, identify where and what the intruder is, and then figure out how to take down that intruder. Okay? So when you get a virus, the intruder is very small, and the intruder is disguised. And your body knows something's wrong because parts of it are failing. But it hasn't figured out what's doing it yet because it's tiny and it's disguised. Once they figure out, oh, that there is the virus, then they start attacking it. Now it has to figure out how to attack it. Okay? Now, the thing is, the vaccine doesn't do anything to the virus. The vaccine isn't modifying your body. It isn't adding anything to your body. The vaccine is basically a piece of mail. Okay? That's what a vaccine is. It's a piece of mail. And inside of that piece of mail is a book. And that book contains a notice. Alert. this is a virus. Here is how you identify. Yes, you should. This is how you identify this new enemy. This is how you see through his disguise. And this is how you kill him. It's literally an instruction manual. Okay? It's literally an instruction manual. And it teaches your security defense forces to say, okay, so you see that guy over there, that shady looking guy? He's the virus. And here's how you identify him. See this marker and that marker and that marker? That's how you can tell that's the virus in disguise. Oh, and here's how you cook up the bullet you need to kill that virus. Okay? So the vaccine is like a lesson in class. It's literally educating your body on how to identify, attack, and kill the incoming virus. Your body would do this on its own, but the problem is sometimes, well, you die before your body finishes figuring it out, or you get permanent damage before your body figures it out. And that's bad. So it's literally a guidebook. It's an instruction manual. Now you say, well, wait a minute, what about natural immunity? Well, natural immunity is worthless. Natural immunity does nothing. Oh, isn't that nice? They're expensive. But watch CNC Kitchen's video. It will sell you on it. Oh, absolutely. You see, well, no, here's the problem, though. Natural immunity is worthless. Because I don't have a little radio in my body where I can go, hey, DeWitt, here's how you beat the virus. I can't do that. So even if I get COVID and I beat COVID and I now have a instruction manual inside of me of how to beat COVID, I have no way of giving you that instruction manual. There's no way for me to transmit those instructions to you. And remember, my self-defense force can't leave my body. So even if I take some of my body and stick it in you, my body just dies. I can't transfer the information to you. But I can give you a vaccine with that information in it. And the other thing is, well, the vaccine obviously doesn't work. People are getting sick with the vaccine. This isn't The Expanse. This isn't Star Trek or Battlestar Galactica. When you get a virus, you don't get PDCs. Okay? You don't get little PDCs on the outside of your body that go, course 184 Mark III, virus inbound, unload on it! Yes, the virus is, well, you probably shouldn't take the vaccine if you're actively infected. I don't know. You'd have to ask a doctor. But once you're done, then yes, get it. You don't get PDCs, you don't get a point defense shield, you don't get anti-missile rockets, you don't get laser beams, you can't shoot the virus out in the wild. Remember, your natural immunity is limited to what's inside the body. Correct. It's good for me, but it's not good for you. It doesn't help you. This idea of herd immunity is bullshit. Because all that means is everybody who was going to die has died. That's what herd immunity means. Everybody who's going to die has died. That's not a good way of doing it. That's how a lot of people die. But, so, in order for you, yeah, that's where we're going to find out there's a lot of damage. Long haulers. I'm one of them. It sucks. The virus has to cross your border. So my self-defense force here in Edgewood cannot see outside the border of Edgewood. There could be an army of COVID sitting outside the borders of Edgewood, and my self-defense force can't see it, can't touch it. That army has to cross the border into Edgewood. That virus has to enter my body before my self-defense force can do anything about it. People think the vaccine is some shield floating around in your body. That's not what it is. There is no vaccine in your body. The vaccine's gone. The vaccine left your body days after it was put in there. What it left behind was instructions. It taught your body It's a teaching lesson. It's a guidebook. It teaches your body how to fight COVID. Now listen to what I said again. It teaches your body how to fight COVID. But in order to fight, you have to be in a fight. So, by definition, the virus has to infect you. And now, instead of you getting horribly sick as your body goes, what's wrong? What's wrong? No, instead your body goes, wait a minute. We know what that is, and we know how to kill it. Let's go get it. And your body can fight faster and sooner and kill the virus. So what a vaccine does is it stops you from dying. It allows your body to mount a defense faster. Now, the thing is, you can still catch it, and you can still spread it. You're just not going to get super sick because you're vaccinated. Your body knows how to fight, and probably knows how to fight fast enough, unless you have a compromised immune system, then you have limited protection. Because if you have a weaker immune system, it's gonna, even if your body knows how to fight, it's going to take you longer to fight. So even if I teach my self-defense force to fight, if I only have 2 soldiers, it's still going to be a losing battle. So immunocompromised people still have issues. Yes, as fewer and fewer people become infected, as they develop an immunity, they propagate less of the virus. But the problem is, that means the people who are going to die have died. You want to wait until all the people die before doing anything about it? That's what herd immunity is. Herd immunity isn't a thing. It's fiction. It's fantasy. Herd immunity is the end result of the virus running its fucking course. And we've decided to call that herd immunity. So yeah, I give a herd of bulls, 100 bulls, a disease, 70 of them die, the 30 that are left are immune. See, herd immunity. Don't worry about the 70 people who died. That 30, they got herd immunity. And now when a new bull comes in, there's less of the virus around, so he's less likely to get infected. Or, we can get a fucking shot that's free and not have to worry about it. Or, we can wear a goddamn mask and not have to worry about it. But no! We're the United States! Idiocracy! Merca! It's crazy. Oh my god, it's crazy. America! Fuck yeah! Oh, I gotta watch that movie. I've never actually watched that movie. The Thunderbird style puppet stop motion. I've never actually watched it. I think I need to watch that movie now. Oh my god! Can you print a 3mm layer around your body? What do you mean? I mean, you can print a 3mm cylinder and climb inside of it. I don't know why you do that, but yeah. That's how they make 3D printed houses. And you go inside. But, we're a weird country. This cough is permanent. Ever since I got COVID January 2020, I've had this cough and it never goes away. It's permanent. Yay! So, I know, but that's the best way to describe a vaccine. It's a lesson book. That's all it is. Oh yeah, it's what we call Darwinism. He died of COVID because he wouldn't wear a mask. Darwin Award. The problem is, when you do something stupid and kill yourself, well, you just kill yourself. But when you do something stupid in a pandemic, you kill other people. They estimate the actual, based on excess deaths. Okay, here's the weird thing. Try to predict what 10 people are going to do in their lifetimes. Good luck with that. You're never going to get it right. You're going to always be wrong. But try to predict what 330 million people do, and you'll nail it every time. The larger the population, the more the outliers become noise. Okay? And you'll notice certain trends happening that are shockingly consistent. Like we could, I have it here somewhere. It's out in the container somewhere. I'll try to remember to bring it in and show it next week. But I have it out in a container somewhere. I did a purple one and a green one. Gorgeous model, by the way. If you haven't printed that, it's worth buying. Go buy that. It's a beautiful model. Yeah, and yeah. Now people say, well, 80% of the people in the hospitals, being declared, COVID positive, are vaccinated. Yeah, but none of them are in the ICU. None of them are sick. None of them are dying. That's the point. But I printed it full size. I printed the cap as a separate piece so I could print it upside down, the top of the bottle. I cut it there and printed it upside down so I could just glue them together. This way I didn't need any support. But otherwise, fantastic model. I love it. Sadly, he never got around to doing the interior, the sofa and the couch and everything, because there wasn't enough interest to warrant the hundreds of hours of time to model it. Which is a pity, because that would have been nice. But the bottle's beautiful. It's funny to find out that the original one was actually green, because when they made I Dream of Jeannie, it was black and white, so the color of the bottle didn't matter. And when they switched to color, that's when they switched to the purple one with the decorations. And it's a worthy print. It's one of those things you put on your shelf and it's just cool to have. It's one of those cool, nice prints, that's like, that's pretty damn cool. And if you print it right, or if you simply coat the inside with like a polyurethane, you can actually use it as a flower vase. But the problem comes when people do stupid things that affect other people. And that's when you run into problems. So I love how this one guy posted this TikTok video. Something to do with transmission in black and white or something like that. Probably changes the shade. Dragon's going good. I still have to finish. I just haven't done it. I got burnt out doing it because I had to modify each individual file. But I got to get back on it and finish modifying the tail pieces so I can finish printing the dragon. Also, Longer wanted me to print another dragon in their resin. So they sent me 2 kilograms of transparent red resin. So once I'm finished modifying the files, I'll be printing a transparent red dragon. Supersized. Yeah, that's going to be cool. I'm looking forward to doing that. So the dragon's going to be fun. I love that dragon print. It's beautiful. It's just a very pretty print. Once I find my nylon, I know I have a couple rolls of nylon. Although now that I know that PETG should be temperature tolerant enough, actually PLA should be temperature tolerant enough for the, well, it's right on the edge. It's right on the edge. It should be temperature tolerant enough for hand warmer, sodium acetate. But it's not temperature tolerant enough for sodium hydroxide. But that's a Rancor that I started printing, and then the hot end failed on the printer. I still have to finish printing him. So I've got the file on the printer. I haven't finished fixing the printer. So that's printed with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. So as you can see, you can get decent detail with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. Sadly, I have no more of this filament, so I'm going to have to paint them. This is a Filifa green silk or something like that. So, yeah. That's pretty cool. I gotta get that finished. I really want to finish that print. And here's another one on the big nozzle. Tree topper. This is using the Saturn Rings gold glitter filament from what's it called? Alien 3D. Alien 3D Saturn's Rings gold. That's a beautiful filament. I love that. Especially when you light it up. Hey, where's my flashlight? It should have been there. I think it's out in the car. But yeah, that's a beautiful transparent glitter gold. I love that. But that's the tree topper for our tree. But what are you gonna do? Yeah, that would be pretty nice. It probably wouldn't hold up too well in our sunlight here, though. The UV here is bad. Well, vase mode makes it a lot easier. You know, vase mode makes it a lot easier to get a nice clean print. And then sometimes functional prints, who cares if they're a little messy? Like this one here is a little messy. You know, it's got a little bit of holes on the top layer there. See? Who cares? It's structurally sound, and it's going to be hooks for hanging up my reefs all along the house. I love reefs on my door, so I have a lot of them. So I hang, this I can either glue it on, or I have a screw hole built into it. Put a wall anchor in the wall, and that'll take a regular, drywall screw, and just screw it in. It doesn't need two because it's just holding a reef. It's a reef hanger. It's a hook that you put on your wall, so you can hang a reef from it. Some of these reefs are pretty thick, so I couldn't use just like a command tack hook. They're thick enough that the command tack hook didn't pop out far enough, so I made my own little hook to hang it. But yeah, it works nice. That's the amazing thing. I decided I needed a hook. I went from brain thought I need a hook to a hook in my hand in 3 hours. That's phenomenal. I mean, that's just... I couldn't even go to the store and back in 3 hours. But I went from idea, designed it, printed it, to finished product in 3 hours. That's incredible. Those boxes are just different products. Things that I've gotten from buying tools. The Chemico, that's probably lights. The other one, I believe that's a fixture. The black box is a tool kit. Just different stuff I got off Vine. Once I review them, if they're delicate like that, I put them back in the box so that they don't get broken. And so this one has flaws. You see that part there is a bit screwy. Come on. You see that part there is a bit screwy. But who cares? It's close enough. So it works as a hook. Doesn't have to be perfect. No one's ever going to see that. And like this here, it took me about an hour to fab up this design, and 6 hours after that, I had a prototype sitting on the printer. I mean, that's phenomenal. This technology lets you do that. It's just incredible. It's just absolutely incredible. Even something like this could be useful. Well, what could you do with a big giant drywall screw? Screw together styrofoam? Yeah, you can screw together styrofoam with that. It'd just be fun. And that's just a neat little, thing. That's an actual replica of a drywall screw. I just supersized it. That's just, I don't know, there's just something cool about that. Any 3D printing, the resin printing is just as amazing. I mean, in like less than an hour, I printed, let me cover up the bidding. In less than an hour, I printed a key for my car. So I went from, well, it took about an hour and a half in Photoshop and modeling software to finish it. And but the actual print, I printed 3 of them in like 45 minutes. That's actually a tree. So it's a little like tree that has little lights on it. I threw it up there because the cats keep tearing it apart. They insist on ripping all the little leaves off of it. I don't like water washable resin. Water washable resin concerns me badly because water washable resin encourages people to go to their sink and rinse their models off. Yeah, and sadly they don't offer STL downloads anymore. I had to download a SolidWorks file, then use an online converter to convert that SolidWorks file into an STL file. I wish they would give you a direct STL download. It's really annoying. But I went from, and I even customized it so it actually says Soul Reaper on the key, which you can't see because it won't focus. There it is. So it says Soul Reaper, and from Bleach, he's a Soul Reaper. I have a key of Soul, so I called it Soul Reaper. People look at me strange, and I go, "Hey, fellow Reaper!" They look at me like, "What?" I use Simplify 3D. I've used it for 5+ years. It's just what I prefer. But yeah, that came out great. And I have these little inserts so the key doesn't break. Little stainless steel insert, one on each side. And they just pop right in there. And that's so that the metal takes the torque of turning the key instead of the part taking the torque. And I also print them out of PLA. I don't have them handy here, but I print them out of PLA too. And I can actually do, if I have the fobs already printed, I can print out a key in 14 minutes. It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Yeah, that's cool. I know. I wanted to use a 2-liter bottle cap because 2-liter bottle caps are common and they already have the seal inside. So I just went on Thingiverse and found somebody had already modeled a 2-liter bottle cap in threads. And so I just imported that model and attached it to my model. It's even without serious design skills, it's amazing what you can do with just basic design skills in Tinkercad. The things you can design. I mean, this was designed in Tinkercad. This was designed in Tinkercad. This was I effectively made this in Tinkercad. This is someone else's model, but I modified it because I wanted to print it in vase mode. He asked me to figure out how to print it faster. So I use my complex vase mode technique. You see there's the ribs where it goes out and back to connect the 2 walls. So this whole thing is vase mode printed except for the very bottom. So this whole thing's vase mode printed. I cut his print time from 12 hours to 3 hours. And then I figured out how to print the lid really fast. And Tinkercad's great. I wish there was an offline version of Tinkercad, like a desktop version of Tinkercad that didn't need internet. I wish that existed. But yeah, so this was all made in Tinkercad. I mean, it's just the interface can take a little bit of work to work around sometimes, to work around its limitations, and you have to do some work in order to have reversibility. But it's all very doable, and it's impressive. It's just amazing what you can do. I mean, all this stuff, everything here, everything for this complete rocket. The nose cone, the lugs, the airfoiled fins, the threaded motor retention, the removable modular fin system, all of this, Tinkercad. This whole entire model was done in Tinkercad. I mean, it's amazing what you can do in Tinkercad. And Tinkercad is object-oriented, so it's easy for you to get a grasp of it. Okay. It's a whole lot easier to grasp it. If they could just improve Tinkercad a tiny bit more, just a little bit. There's just a couple of things I'd love. Okay, on FDM printers, any trick to print a smooth dome on a ball-shaped object? What do you mean? Do you mean print the ball-shaped object, or you want to add a dome to a dome? So you want to add a circle to a circle. Like you want to take something like this and you want to add a dome over here? Or are you just talking about printing closed domes that don't look like crap? That question was from Ed1011. You hear me, Ed? How do you dry them? You're talking about Ray. How do you dry resin prints before curing? I let them drip dry, and then I use a double alcohol bath. So I have a dirty alcohol bath and I have a clean alcohol bath. Think of it like a 3-sink setup for dishwashing. So I rinse it in the dirty bath, which gets the bulk of the resin off. Then I rinse it in the clean bath, which gets all the fine resin off. And then I either let it air dry or I blow dry it with a blower. So for example, where is my blower? I just saw it. Literally just saw it. I don't know what I did with it. But I have a little battery powered blower, so I don't have to use cans of compressed air. Or I use my airbrush kit just with nothing in it. And I use it to blow any residue that remains off. These haven't even been cured. I haven't even put these under UV light yet. They just cured in the natural light. But they're completely dry. They're not tacky. But that's all. That's all I do. The problem is if you leave it in too long, it will start eating the part. It'll start damaging the part. So you don't want to leave it in too long. But you want a air gun. You do not want this one. This one's garbage, so do not buy this one. It has no power whatsoever. It's nice and orange, and the guy lied through his teeth to me. He said it was USB-C, and it's micro USB, and it has no power. So this thing's a piece of shit. I could even live with the micro USB if it had, 20 minutes. For like 3 days, you're probably going to dissolve your part. Or at least dissolve enough of it that it won't be the same thing when you take it out. It won't fully dissolve it. Uh-oh. Stupid phone. Beat that phone up. Kick its ass. But, what other resin stuff do I have around here? And when I'm all done I'll take them all outside, just lay them out in the sun, let them cure a little bit. But the trick is to make sure there's no resin residue left on the part, and to make sure there's no alcohol left on the part before you put it in the curing box, because otherwise you'll get that white stuff on your print. As you can see, there's absolutely no white stuff anywhere on this. This is a perfectly clean print. Come on. I know you can focus at that distance. There you go. So as you can see, that's a totally clean print with no residue. Oh, that's interesting. And then I can export as a STL. But I don't want to install Cura. Cura's a pain in the ass. I keep Prusa Slicer installed because I like the fact that Prusa Slicer lets me chop models up, which is nice. I have many of them. I have many curing boxes. I'm just too lazy to go plug one in. Once I get the shed finished, once I have a roof on the shed, a part of that shed is going to be dedicated for resin printing. This way I can ventilate. I can put all the UV curing boxes on its own shelf and just, plop stuff in and go. But yeah, right now, as you can see, there's no place for me to stick a UV curing box. I got too much crap. I got to get rid of all this crap. just hard to get motivated. It's very hard to get up and do stuff. That's why I'm trying to fix the sleep issue. I think if I can fix the sleep issue, then I won't be so tired. You're moving? Not today. I didn't bother. Maybe we'll do that next week. Go, because I do need to start boosting the watch time on those channels. And, so far, I've been nothing but absolutely thrilled by this phone. It's been working great. Well, the few times that I've printed ABS, it took me pulling a Biden in order for me to smell anything. I was like, I don't really smell anything. Yeah, it's not. I don't really smell much. And then, finally I stuffed my nose all the way into the printer while I was printing. I was like, okay, now I smell something. So maybe I've just gotten lucky with the ABSs I've gotten, but I haven't noticed ABS being very stinky. Interesting idea if you did it in a paint booth. So if you did it in a exhaust negative pressure booth with gloves that you stick your hands in, so something like this. That's an interesting idea, but I would only do that in something like this. Negative pressure environment, exhaust going outside, gloves, you put the airbrush inside, and the part inside. That's not a bad idea. That's actually a pretty cool idea, but I'm guessing people are doing this in their fucking houses. You're aerosolizing toxic photopolymers in your house? That just screams bad idea to me. Yeah, are you sending me a whole bunch of videos, or is this something else? Yeah, you're sending me a whole bunch of videos. Okay. Yeah, I would not be wanting to aerosolize a toxic photopolymer into nanoparticles that I would then breathe in. I would not. That screams bad idea. Please don't do that. That's okay. That is not what I would call a stupid thing. Because stupidity requires intent. That's what I would call ignorance. These people are not aware of what they're doing. It's one of the reasons why a laser sintered metal machine would be a problem. Because, you sell a $200 resin machine with a $30 bottle of resin, and these people are unaware of the potential danger involved in what they're doing. And now you're aerosolizing it. Maybe that's not a problem, but that screams, maybe we better find out more before doing that. Wow. The regular airbrush paint probably is. I'd be wearing a mask. At the minimum, I'd be wearing a mask. No, Ronald, I don't agree. I wouldn't call that a Darwin Award thing. A Darwin Award is when you knowingly do something stupid, or when you do something stupid that a reasonably intelligent person should understand is stupid, like fuck around and find out with a crocodile. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought you meant, Ed. We're gonna get to that in just a second. So these people probably are honestly unaware. They figured, well, I bought it on Amazon. It's not dangerous, right? They're probably not even. They probably never even crossed their mind that this is dangerous. So this is a case of where people who know need to politely and with tact educate these people. Explain to them, like, listen, the photopolymers in that resin are toxic. They are potentially dangerous to human life. That's why you wear gloves when interacting with resin. I was like, you're taking a toxic substance and you're aerosolizing it. That means you're now breathing it into your lungs. Would you want to breathe that into your lungs? Because when you put it in a sprayer, that's what you're doing. You're breathing it. And I was like, that's probably not a good idea. Okay, number one, at minimum, wear a respirator. Not a mask, a respirator. I don't have one handy. You know, full face cover, screw-on filters. Okay, at the minimum, wear a respirator. And I would go so far as to not do this in my house. You don't know how long these aerosolized particles are going to float around inside the air in your house. You might be fine wearing the mask and take off the mask to cook dinner and you have toxic resin all over your kitchen utensils. So, at minimum, go outside with your respirator and do this. Ideally, buy $30 worth of styrofoam and a little blower fan and make yourself a paint booth. You should be painting in that, and you should be spraying your resin in that. You know, these people probably are simply unaware of what they're doing. They think this material is dangerous. You know, we deal with aerosolized sprays all the time. We spray Windex. We spray bathroom cleaner. You know, we spray soap. We clean our cars with pressure washers. We use spray paint. They probably don't realize that what they're doing is potentially very, very dangerous. Because it's not going to kill you today, but it might give you lung cancer 10 years from now. Or something else. So, yeah. That's probably a case of simple ignorance, not willful ignorance. It's probably a case of simple ignorance. So try to politely and in a friendly way just inform them, you know, this stuff is toxic. It's dangerous to people when it's in liquid form. Once it's cured, it's just plastic. It's safe. The resin isn't dangerous. It's the photopolymers that are dangerous. That's the toxic component. And you're aerosolizing this in your house. Do you have kids? How good's your health insurance? Okay, seriously, it's yeah. Is it dangerous? I don't know. But every fiber in my body when you said that went, whoa! No, don't do that! Every fiber of my being screamed, don't do that. So that's enough for me to go, yeah, I'm not doing that. I put alcohol on my airbrush. That's a very good way of cleaning highly detailed resin prints. So what I'll do is with the airbrush, I'll actually, no, I didn't think to take any with me. I put 91% IPA, fresh IPA, not from my cleaning bath, in the airbrush, and I go very, very good for getting resin out of the little nooks and crannies of minifigs. You know, making sure you actually got all the resin out. Very, very good for that. And then I just continue, when it's empty, I continue hitting it with air until it's completely dry. If it's tacky, then you got to clean it more. So when you're done, the part should not be tacky. You should be able to touch the part and it should not stick to you. Hi. How you doing? You like hearing yourself meow in the hallway? Good echo, huh? Come here. Let me give you a little pat. You're a good boy. But if the part is tacky, you need to rinse it again. It's not fully rinsed. Once the part is not tacky, you just have cured resin. You're good. Oh my God. That just It seemed to be good to me. I have no idea if it's good or not. I'm not qualified to make that judgment call. But here's what I have. That is not what I asked you to do. So I have 2 units that I've gotten. This one I have, I'm going to post links to these, but this one I have not used yet. So this is the unit I have not used yet. This is the unit I have used. And this is the accessory kit that I got to go with it. Mostly because I wanted that larger tank. So I got this one because it's battery powered and it's USB-C. So I'm hoping that'll be a good portable unit. I got this for free from the Vine program. This one I paid for before Vine. I bought this when I was in Pennsylvania. I actually have this sitting out in the Connex container. It's just a regular airbrush kit. Very quiet. You know, it's not noisy. It's very cheap. It's $100. You can probably get them used. Yeah, it's only 92. It's not much of it. I just buy it new. But you know, you just put some alcohol in there, and then you just, you know, and then when it's out of alcohol, just keep spraying with the air until you've blown everything off the model until it's all clean. But that allows you to get into all those little nooks and crannies, all the crevices. They're a bit full. And then I also bought this because I wanted the bigger bottle here, so I could fill that with alcohol. And but yeah, they work fine. And the supposedly better quality nozzle thingy, I don't think it matters. But I'll convert one for you for $400 a month. Probably. I just want to go to Harbor Freight. Really? I don't want to go to this shit. God damn it. $90. I'd rather get the better quality one on Amazon for $10 more. Oh well, actually, this one's only. Oh, it doesn't come with. This is just the compressor. That's just the compressor. This comes with the basic kit. Although you could buy this one and this one, and that would be $70. And if you have a 20% coupon for this, that wouldn't be too bad. That would be $12 off. So you basically get this for free. So yeah, for $60 with a coupon, you can go to a Harbor Freight. This is clearance. I don't know if they still have it. Or just get this for $18 off with the 20% coupon, if you can find a 20% coupon. So that's not that bad. But I'd rather just go to, well, and also another 5% off if you have the Harbor Freight credit card. But then again, if you can go to Amazon and get 5% off there too, because you get the Amazon credit card for 5%. Oh, really? That's when you take a jackhammer to the hood of the car. And you return it to the dealer and say, it's your problem now. Fuck that. You don't tell me what I can and can't do with my car. That shit needs to stop. People need to push back on that hard. The reviews are pretty good? Well, then that's not bad then. So, you're going to get $18 off, so you can, if you have a 20% coupon. So you can get this for $72 plus tax. That ain't bad. They don't really do the universal 20% coupons anymore, but they do still offer some coupons on their site. So these are discounts on specific things. I really hate that they got rid of the 20% coupons. I really hate that. Wow, $25 for a recip saw. Not bad. $10 for an angle grinder. Wow, even if it's good for one job, it's worth that price. $90 for a cordless 7-gallon wet dry vac? That ain't bad. What? Communism can never work. Communism won't work with our species. It just won't work. Yeah, they don't do the universal 20% coupons anymore. Oh, here's a 20% one item. What we need to do is institute a large chunk of socialism. Barbados Rexes. Search. Yeah, Obama was a useless sack of shit. He's about as useless as Biden is. Love? Love is I eat you and go, that tasted good. Let's see. So I'm guessing that's the YouTube channel. Okay, I'll subscribe to that and I'll check it out later. That is the channel he was proposing I look at. Here's a link. And what was the reason Biden got into office? $15 minimum wage. And what's the first thing they chose not to do? $15 minimum wage. They pussied out as soon as they got in office. It's like, yeah, you know the problem in this country is that Democrats have intelligence, but Republicans have street smarts and they have organization. You see, Democrats aren't organized. They're a hodgepodge from, you know, fairy fantasy people to people who really want to help. You know, you got people who really want to help like Bernie Sanders, and you got fantasy people like AOC and other things like that. Oh, no, he doesn't. Oh, no, he doesn't. He's a sociopathic criminal. He's idiocracy embodied. Oh boy. But I'd rather have the useless meat sack Biden over him. Yes, it does. That's not true. So, Ben Brady, let me ask you a question. You have $10. The item you want is $20. Okay, so you got to work 2 hours to get that item. I raise the price of the item to $25. Are you better off at $10 or are you better off at $15? No matter what, the item's going to $25. Whether you stay at 10, it's going to $25, or go to 15, it's going to $25. No matter what, it's going to $25. The price is raising from $20 to $25. Are you better off with 10 an hour or 15 an hour? All right. This is Logic 101. It's a very simple concept. It's not complicated in the slightest. Well, I can tell you this. 50% of the country makes less than $16 an hour. The median per capita income in this country is $33,700. That means 50% of the entire country makes less than $33,000 a year. Correct. Irrelevant. You made a statement, Ben. You're my friend. So remember, I'm saying this from the perspective of a friend. You made a statement that means nothing. Because the $10 is fiat, so is the $15. So telling me that the money is fiat is meaningless. It does nothing. So why'd you make the statement? What was the purpose of telling me the government says it's worth $10, it's only fiat money? Well, the $15 is also only worth $15 because the government says it is. It's also fiat money. you still have 50% more of it than you did before. It's all fiat money. The moment we left the gold standard, it became fiat money. Okay? So that's an irrelevant statement. You're saying it's like I'm talking about minimum wage and you say sky is blue. So that doesn't have anything to do with anything. It doesn't matter. Okay? Now, this is it's very hard to discuss this with people because we have it doesn't matter if it's not valuable like gold. It's what you have. It is what you have to spend. It is what you will be paid in. So that does not matter. Again, let's talk about fiat currency. Sky is blue. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. That is a separate problem for a separate discussion that has nothing to do with the discussion of minimum wage. So the way I describe this is simple. I have screws. You need screws. I have screws. You need screws. Ben Brady Incorporated needs screws. So Ben Brady Incorporated, LLC, comes to Chris Taylor and says, I would like to buy your screws. And I say, great, $2. And you say, I can't afford $2. I was like, well, okay, I have some wiggle room in my profit margin. How many are you going to buy? If you tell me you're buying 10, $2. Okay? My cost to make this screw is $1. So in order for me to stay in business and survive, I have to sell them for more than $1 because that's my cost to make these screws. So I can negotiate with you in between there. I don't know him from high school. I met him online through this channel. I've never met him in person. I don't think I did unless I met you at one of the 3D printing shows. I don't know. Did I ever meet you? But no, I'm keeping the numbers simple for mathematics' sake, okay? I'm keeping the numbers simple. I mean, how much do you think that $1.69 Sprite you buy at the store is worth? How much do you think it costs them? I guarantee you it costs them about 30 cents. So you think my screw price is bad? Wait until you see the cost of that soda. But anyway, back to the point. These numbers are for example purposes. I'm choosing numbers for simplicity's sake. The point is what we're trying to get across with these numbers. The numbers themselves don't matter. It's the point we're trying to get across, okay? I have a screw for $2. You need screws in order to make your business work. You don't want to pay $2 for the screws. I cannot sell the screws for $1 because that's my cost. So I have to sell the screws for somewhere between $1 and $2, my asking price. You say, okay, I can buy 20,000 screws. Can you work with me? I was like, okay, if you buy 20,000 screws, I could do $1.25. I'm losing 75 cents profit, but I'm making a ton of money all up front, and I'm still making a profit. I'll take it. I'm going to make a lot of money. So I'll sell them to you for $1.25. You say, well, I can't do that either. I need them for 75 cents. Well, I can't do it for 75 cents. That's less than it cost me to make it. I'd be losing money, meaning I'd be short 25 cents. Yeah, that would be a good price for a screw this big. But it could be anything: spoon, knife, hook, whatever. It could be anything. Where it's just a model for purposing of this discussion. So you, as a business owner, you have limited choices here. You can pay the price you negotiate with me. You can find someone else who will do it for less, or you can make them yourself. And if none of that works, then you can't have screws. And that might mean your business is not viable. Like, if your business cannot turn a profit unless the screw is 75 cents, and there's no possible way for you to get a screw for 75 cents, then your business is a failure. It's not viable. Well, you move on. You find another business. Or you find a way of doing it without screws. Okay? But the... Yeah, maybe. It blocked your post, I'm guessing, because of ass. But at least it let me clear it. Now, here's the thing, though. What do you not have a right to do? You do not have a right to go to the government and say, my business isn't viable because he won't sell me screws for 75 cents. So I want you, the government, to force him to sell screws for 75 cents. I want you, the government, to pass a law that makes him sell me the screws for 75 cents. Well, you're not allowed to do that. That can't work. Okay? You can't take it from me and say, well, I'm just going to give you this much. Okay? The same thing happens with your electricity. You can't force the electric company to take less for electricity. You can't force the water company to take less for water. You can't force the mail service to take less for postage. You can't force the landlord to take less for... they already do it, Chris. They already do it. I'm going to get to it. Okay? So, I am a provider of a product. That product is screws. That person right there is also a provider of a product. That product, now this is where, I hope you don't, Ben, because I've had good friends of mine experience cognitive dissonance at what I'm about to say. Okay? And then they fail. They don't do that in socialist country. They do that in feudal countries. Not socialist countries. Feudal countries. And then they fail because the company goes out of business. Because they can't make a profit. So if you are that kind of person, you're about to experience cognitive dissonance. I hope you don't. I hope you understand what I'm about to say, because I'm trying to teach you. And I do not mean that in a derogatory manner or an insultive manner. I don't mean that in a mansplaining manner or anything of that kind of sort. Okay? This is a real lesson that's important that people understand. Because we've gaslit, brainwashed, and propagandized the entire population to not understand this. I've had a good friend of mine go full cognitive dissonance when I make this next statement. And I consider him to be an extremely intelligent person. Okay? That person there has a product. You want that person's product. That person's product is their labor. You wish to buy their labor product from them, just like you wish to buy my screw product from me. Well, just like my screws, their labor has a cost. We're not talking about price yet. We're talking about cost. That labor has a cost. That cost is called a living wage. What is a living wage? A living wage is basic survival in our society. Not lavish, basic. The basic cost of living a human life. That is the cost of labor. The price of labor... No, labor has a cost, period. Time is my life. Time is literally my life. I am literally selling you a chunk of my life. We call that time. But it's a chunk of my life I can't get back. Just like once I sell you the screw, I can't get the screw back. The screw is now yours. Just like the hours of my life are now yours. The cost of labor, the base value of labor, is a living wage. Anything above a living wage will be based on negotiation, rarity, supply and demand, and market forces. So, for example, if I have no serious skills, if I am a low-skilled employee, then my market wage is going to be pretty close to a living wage, because there's not much added value there. But if I'm a mechanic, I have a more limited skill set now. So there's going to be fewer of me around. Supply and demand and market forces are going to push up the value of my labor. If I am a brain neurosurgeon, you're really going to pay up the ass for that, because acquiring that skill set is really, really difficult and expensive. That's why doctors get paid more. Okay? But all of these prices have a base cost. That base cost is a living wage. Let's not even talk about what that is yet, because that's a little bit harder to calculate, but it is very easy to calculate if you have the kind of data a government has. It's not that hard. It's just hard for an individual because it takes a lot of work. So, minimum wage was supposed to be the government telling business, you are not allowed to pay people less than what it costs for their labor. A minimum wage is basically saying you're not allowed to make the screw manufacturer take less than what it costs to make a screw. Okay? Now, people say, but it's an agreement. The employee agreed to $7 an hour. The employer agreed to $7 an hour. Okay, we are in a dark alley. I put a screw gun to your head and say, give me your wallet. You are relatively confident that I am stronger than you, I am faster than you, and I got the drop on you. Now, technically, you can in fact say, no, fuck you. And as the word fuck comes out of your mouth, you'll watch the gray matter from inside your skull splatter the wall behind you. And then I will take your wallet. Okay? So it's going to be no. Okay? So when we say agreement, when we say voluntary choice, what we mean by that is an unencumbered choice. An agreement without coercion. I willingly agree to sell you this screw for $1.25 because you're agreeing to buy 20,000 of them. That is a consensus of minds. You benefit, you save 75 cents a screw. I lose 75 cents a screw, but I gain an immediate profit of 25 cents times 20,000. So I gain a huge chunk of change by taking a little bit less profit. That works for me. That works for you. We have a meeting of the minds. Okay, but now what if the government says you have to take 75 cents for the screws? And if you don't take 75 cents for the screws, there is an extraordinarily high probability you die. Is that a consensus of the mind? Is that an agreement? Is that a voluntary choice? No. It is just like the screw gun to your head, give me your wallet. That is not a choice. It is not voluntary. I have removed your capacity for choice by threatening you with death. Well, in this society, it's work or die. Because for the most part, now remember, when we're talking about society, we're talking about the bulk. Not a single individual who can figure out how to fit through the cracks. Because unless you have 80 million other cracks for the other 80 million people getting screwed to fit into, you're cherry picking a specific situation. We're talking about the bulk, the average. By and large, if you don't work, you die. There are exceptions to this. Maybe your partner will support you. Maybe your parents will let you live in their house. Maybe your buddy will let you sleep on the couch, but most of those are limited length exceptions, meaning you're eventually going to still be confronted with the choice of work or die. Because you're not allowed to live off the land because you have to own the land. You're trespassing. You're not allowed to hunt or forage because you don't own the land. You're trespassing. You're stealing. You're not allowed to fish because that requires a permit. So you cannot survive outside of this system, with very few exceptions. The bulk cannot survive outside of our society. And if you don't have a job, and you don't have a stash of money, like an inheritance that can support you for the rest of your life, that would be an exception. Okay? So, assuming you're an average, normal, regular, typical person, If you don't have work, you don't have money. If you don't have money, you don't have a home, and you don't have food, and eventually you will die. So in our country, it is work or die. That is not a valid choice. That is me holding the gun to your head and saying, give me your wallet or I blow your brains on the wall behind you. So this person is not agreeing to take $7. They are accepting $7 because something is better than nothing and it delays death. It's not a choice. Stealing a car is a choice. Stealing bread is probably not a choice. The person is probably starving. They're past the point of choice anymore. That doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it justified. But if you don't understand the mechanics of what is going on and how it works, you're never going to fix the problem. Is your problem to stop them from stealing or to stop them from having a need to steal? Like, are you trying to band-aid the problem or fix the problem? That's the difference here. And if you pay less than a living wage, you are a slave owner. People say there should be no minimum wage. Minimum wage should be determined by market forces. That means you think minimum wage should be 0. Because market forces will always, without exception, drive wages as close to 0 as they can. Why do you think we had slavery? Because it was free labor. That's always been the case. The stolen property was always technically considered to be income. People just weren't aware of it. How do you think they got Al Capone? Minimum should be higher than 15. 15 is not enough. And the reason is simple. I give you a challenge. Here are the rules. You must survive a typical, normal, functional society lifestyle. Not exorbitant, not poor. A typical, normal lifestyle. That means you have a home, an apartment. That means you have health care. That means you have enough money to pay basic bills and utilities. Not exorbitant bills. If you accrue debt, that's your fault. Okay? You must have a basic education. You must have be able to pay for a basic car insurance, and the basic maintenance and insurance that goes with that. You must be able to buy clothes as you need them. Not, Forever 21 clothes, Walmart, $10 shirt. Okay? Yeah, correct. $15 an hour is $30,000 a year. There is with those rules in mind, and you are not allowed to cherry pick. Okay? A cherry pick would be, Chris, let me live in your Connex container for $400. Well, my town has 4,000 people in it, and the median income in this town, in this state, is $25,000. That means 50% of the state is below the poverty line. So if you want to count that $400 Connex container as part of your metric for a person surviving, then you must find 1 million other Connex containers for $400. Because we have 2 million people in this state, and 1 million of them make $25K or less. So in order for your example to be valid as an average example, it must apply to the average person. Now, this state is unusually poor. What I usually tell people, whatever the population of your area is, take 40% of that. So my area has 4,000 people. So 40% of 4,000 would be 1,600 people. So whatever condition I come up with, there must be 1,600 of them available. Okay, so that means you can't use the $400 trailer on someone's property unless there are $1,600 or 1,600 trailers, New Mexico. Unless there are 1,600 of those trailers available. So you have to keep going up in price until you find the average. That's where we come up with average rent in the U.S. is $1,068 a month. Because that Anybody in any location can usually find a place to rent for approximately that price. So you can't use less than that because you're cherry picking. Because you might be able to get it for that price, but those 10 people there can't. That's cherry picking. You're not allowed to use any welfare because you're not supporting yourself on your own income. You're not allowed to share an apartment because you're using a cheat code. You're splitting the costs with another person. A living wage should be enough for one person. A living wage is supposed to be enough for a family. Right now, we're just trying to get one person. Would you stop it? Jesus. I'd be happy with just one person surviving on a living wage. All right? Now, with those rules in mind, no cherry picking. The bulk must be able to take advantage of whatever condition you come up with. And you are not allowed to use cheat codes that lower your cost because that's supposed to benefit you, not your employer. Okay? No welfare. And you must do all those things that I described. You find me any place in the entire United States where you can do that on $15 an hour. That was 12 years ago. Go try to do that now. Do you guys not understand inflation? Okay, Jesus fucking Christ, I'm going to turn you the hell off. Do not disturb. Shut the fuck up. Do you know that a McDonald's Big Mac costs 150% or 157% more than the rate of inflation? That they've raised the price of a Big Mac at 157% the rate of inflation. So I fully expect any business to raise their prices at the rate of inflation. That just makes perfect sense. Your money becomes worth less, things become more expensive. Go to your Amazon box. They won't deliver to your house yet. We just got an Amazon place in the Amazon, so now they'll deliver to our house. So you find me one place in the country where you can live under those conditions. No welfare, no help, no cherry picking. You must survive as a single individual on your own. You must have a car. I will allow you to have a car already, so you don't have to buy a car. We'll assume you already have a car. That's a big cheat code right there, okay? But let's go with it, okay? You must maintain, fuel, and insure that car. You must have health insurance. You must pay for an apartment at a typical normal average rate that anybody else could get. You must have enough money to provide for your food needs, and it must be nutritious, not shit food. You're not going to get luxury food, but you need to have decent food, enough to not malnourish yourself. So no, living on pasta and ramen because you'll be malnourished in 6 months. And you must be able to provide for your basic needs. You must be able to go to the movies, once every other month. You must be able to eat out at a fast food joint or a restaurant 2 or 3 times a year. Okay? You must be able to, buy a toothbrush when you need it, toothpaste when you need it, soap when you need it, a shirt when you need it, a pair of socks or shoes when you need it. No Nike Air Max. You buy the $20 shoes at Walmart, okay? No, you didn't. You had no car and you had no health insurance. You used 2 of the biggest massive cheat codes to allow your 750 to work. You used cheat codes. And what's really bullshit about your situation is you use the cheat codes not to benefit yourself. You use the cheat codes to let your employer pay you less. And that's fucking bullshit. With those rules, there's not a single place in this country where you can survive on $15 an hour without cherry picking or cheat codes. Not one single place. No place. People say, well, what cheat codes? Cheat codes is sharing an apartment, choosing to go without a car, choosing to go without health care, choosing to degrade the food you get, choosing to share a room, anything that reduces your costs. $600. No, you could not survive on $2,200 because $2,200 net is a. Wait a minute, which is which? which one's pre-tax? All right, so you use cheat codes. You had to. You didn't have a choice. It was that or die. Okay? So I'm not blaming you. You didn't do anything wrong. You did what you had to survive. But what I want is for you to recognize that you got shafted and used cheat codes that should have benefited you. So me sharing an apartment should allow me to create a savings that will allow me to put a down payment on a house. Yeah, $15. So you did not survive on $15 an hour, because $2,200 is a hell of a lot more than $15 an hour. I can tell you exactly what that is. So $2,200 a month would be times 12. That's $26,400 a year. So divide by 8 times 10. That's $33,000 a year. So you're making $1,650 an hour, because your taxes are going to come to about 20%. You're going to pay about 20% in total taxes. And I mean all taxes, not just federal income taxes and FICA. If you're self-employed, even more. Yeah, they can be. We tend to drift into other topics. So let's do some basic math here. $15 an hour is $30,000 a year. You're going to get 80% of that. So you have $24,000 to work with. Okay? So $24,000 divided by 12 is $2,000 a month. All right? You get $24,000 a year. The average rent for a single apartment, that's one single apartment, and we're not talking about scratch your scrotum crack motels here. We're talking about a relatively decent, low-end, cheap apartment. $1,068 a month is the average. Yes, there are places where you can find it for slightly less. Yes, there are places you can find it for slightly more. We're doing averages, okay? Well, so then you're in the, you're well above the top 50% then. Okay, so your cheat code is you have 2 people earning the income, when one of you should be able to make that. So 1,068 times 12 is 12,000. See, let's bring up this screen. Here we go. So that's $12,816. So minus 12816. Why didn't that work? Oh, because I clicked on that screen. That's why. So minus 12816. So we're down to $11,184. Okay. Typical maintenance on a car is about $500 a year. That's if you get a relatively new car. It's a relatively decent car. It's not a lemon. Assume about $500 a year. That's going to cover you. So you say, well, wait a minute, I didn't spend nothing on my car last year. But yeah, but when you pay $1,000 this year, you split it over the 2 years. Remember, we're talking averages here. So we subtract $500. The average person drives 13,140 miles per year. 1,140. The average fuel economy is 24.5 miles per gallon. 536.32 gallons. Average fuel price is $2.92. You're spending $1,566 on fuel. You're down to $9,118. Food. The average food costs is between $250 and $350 per month per person. You can go cheaper, but you're going to suffer in different ways. So let's call it a middle ground. Let's call it $300. That's $3,600. You're down to $5,518. Ow. Okay. Average utility bills are about $200 a month. That's water, electric, etc. You're going to pay, we consider heat a separate bill. That's going to be a separate thing. So that's $2,400. All right. Your internet, let's say you don't have internet, you don't have TV. Even though that should be included, because we're talking about a decent lifestyle, not a bare-bones survival lifestyle, but let's give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's say you just have a cell phone with unlimited data, $25 a month, okay? So that is 25 times 8. That's $200. So you Chromecast to your TV or something like that. You Miracast. You can't even Chromecast. You don't have an internet connection. But let's assume you have no phone line, no internet, no TV service. You just have that cell phone. You get all your entertainment from that. $200. You need car insurance. The national average is $118 a month. And if you're young, you're paying a hell of a lot more than $118 a month. But hey, let's give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you have excellent credit and you're over 25, because that's the only way you're getting 118. Excellent credit over 25. Okay, so I'm already giving you cheat codes here. $1,416. Okay, you're down to $1,502 left for the whole year. Basic, what else do we have? What bills are we missing here? We got our utilities. Heat. You're going to need a heat surcharge for at least 3 months of the year. All right? We're going to give you the benefit and call it $200 a month, so that's $600. Most people are going to pay quite a bit more than that, but again, we're going miserly. You're going to keep the house 60 degrees, okay? You're going to really cut back on costs here because you're making minimum wage, right? Yep, we got auto insurance. 25 times 12. Oh, it's 300. I put it in as 200, so minus 100. Okay. Thank you for catching that. We already did food, $300 a month. It's a good average. The what do you call it? The government agency. They estimate people spend between $250 and $350 a month. So we did 300 as a good average. And that's not eating very well, but that should be relatively nutritionally balanced. Nope, no renter's insurance. Okay, we haven't had the bomb yet. As you can see, we're already negative. If you see where I'm going, we're already negative. We have not added basic costs. Let's call basic costs $25 a month. That'll cover soap, toilet paper, shoes, clothing, underwear, detergent. You go to the dollar store for everything. You hit thrift stores. You buy whatever you can at thrift stores. You could probably do that on $25 a month. It'd be hard, but you could probably do it on $25 a month. That's another $300. Now let's do the real clincher here. The average national cost for health insurance is $456 a month. I'm not aware of any place where you can get that for that price. That is way too low. The cheapest price I typically see is $600 or $700 a month. But Google says it's $456. We're going to use that. $456 times 12 minus $54.72. We're now at negative $49.70. Have we forgotten anything? We've got transportation, car. Oh, well, no, you got to add registration and inspection. That's an average of about $40 a month for registration. 45 actually. Here it's pretty cheap, 47. So let's call it 45. And then inspections usually about 80, 90 bucks. Let's call it 140 minus 140 for the car. Your license is typically about $50 for 4 years, so that's about $12.50 a year. Nope, that's a cheat code. No, minimum wage. There's no minimum wage job that subsidizes your health insurance. None. That might be where the 456 comes from. That might be Obamacare, which would be invalid because that would be welfare. Remember, a person should be able to survive without any assistance from the government. That's what a living wage is. You pay for life's needs out of your income. If you're using a government benefit, that's a cheat code. What else? We got clothing, we got basic supplies, we got food, we got utilities, we got heat, we got maintenance on the car, we got fuel on the car, insurance. We're not counting the purchase price of the car. This is even assuming you do some of your own work. This is assuming you change your own oil. This is assuming you do your own brakes, because you can't do that on $500 a year if you pay someone else to do it. That's never happening. It's going to be $1,000 a year if you pay other people to do those basic things for you. But we're assuming you do all this yourself. And how many of you do that? Yeah, okay. We're not even factoring in tolls. We're not even factoring in any other of life's costs. Do you own a dog? How much does the state charge you for a dog license? Okay, let's assume you don't have any pets. Are we forgetting anything? We probably are, but, you know, like, you better not get a speeding ticket because your budget doesn't have a speeding ticket in it. You better not have any credit bills because your budget doesn't have any credit card bills in it. So at $30,000 a year, at $15 an hour, you guys just saw me add up the bare minimum essentials of life. You're not going to the movies. You're not eating out. You're not going to any entertainment with friends. You have no Netflix. You have no cable TV. You have no home internet. You're using your cell phone for whatever internet needs you have. You're going to have to mirrorcast that to a screen in order to be able to do anything. So am I forgetting anything? I don't think so. That's the life's basic needs. You're $5,000 in the hole. You're $5,000 in the hole already. You can't survive anywhere in this country on $15 an hour without cheat codes. The biggest cheat code you can enable is to subtract health insurance. That gives you $349. You've got $29 a month in extra money. If you don't have... No, well, you can get a cell phone cheap. We're going to call that the same as the car. You already have one. Right? I'm giving you a couple of cheat codes just to really grind home how bad this situation is. So, the biggest cheat code you can do is to forego health insurance. So you're already instituting a massive cheat code. You got $29 a month after your basic life essentials. Your basic life needs. You better have a credit card because if your car breaks, you're in trouble. You got $29 a month to spend. Well, you also have the $42 you're putting aside each month toward car maintenance. So technically you have $71 if something breaks on your car. If you just park the car and wait until next month, you'll have $141. But how do you get to work now? People say, well, you could take public transportation. Well, to take public transportation, you need to live in a city, and cities cost more to live in. So you'll be saving money by not having a car, but all of your other expenses will go up. So you're still going to be in the same boat. You know, the cost of public transportation plus the increased cost of living in a city will equal about the cost of owning the car. So you're not saving anything. You're just changing where the money's going. Right? So this person needs to make basically $36,000 a year for bare basic survival. Divided by 2,000. That's $18 an hour. That's about right. Minimum wage should be between $18 and $20 an hour. Okay? That's where minimum wage should be, between $18 and $20 an hour. And that's assuming that $456 healthcare number is legitimate. I don't think it is. And if you're under 25, this doesn't work. Because you ain't getting car insurance for $118 a month under 25. Not happening. You don't get reasonable car insurance until you're over 25 and you have good credit. I pay $94 a month for car insurance, and that's one full coverage, one comp, and 2 liability for 4 cars. Right? But I'm 45 with an 830 credit score and absolutely 0 claims or tickets in my entire life. So you don't get that. Okay? Do you see what I'm talking about? When you actually start putting down the numbers, it makes you go, what the fuck? And the median per capita income in this country is $33,700. Don't believe me? Median per capita income. Let's see, where's it at? Why isn't it showing it to me? US. Maybe I have to add US? Yeah, here we go. It's actually gone up. Interesting. So it's actually gone up to 34,103. Last week it was 33,700. So this number fluctuates quite a bit. It doesn't change by much, but it's never the exact same number every time you look it up. When I looked it up a week ago, it was 33,700. Now it's 34K. So it went up $400. Okay. So what does that mean? What does median mean? Per capita means per person. Okay, so you up here are pretty close to that. You're actually below that. You make 25 and she makes 30. So what the fuck? So your median per capita income with your wife is $27,500. Now, the only reason you're able to work that, the only reason that's able to work is because you're instituting massive cheat codes. You're sharing the same house. So you get to share the utilities. You get to share the car insurance. You get to share the gas bill. You get to share the mortgage or rent bill. Food bill doesn't change. It's still two people. You still need $600 for food. You can't share food nutrition. You've still got to eat a minimum amount of food. But it does allow you to buy slightly larger quantities of food because two of you are going to be eating it. So, for example, you could buy the gallon of milk instead of buying the quart of milk, and that's going to save you $1 every time you buy milk because the gallon is cheaper per unit. So there are some benefits to sharing food, but not much with just two people. With 4 people, it ramps up because now you can start buying bulk and without it going bad, and that starts saving you big-time money. So your per capita income is $27,500. By living together, you gain massive cheat codes. And those cheat codes are supposed to benefit you. They're not supposed to benefit your employer. You saving money is supposed to save you money, not permit your employer to pay you less. An $18 minimum wage would probably be pretty effective. It would probably lift the vast majority of the population out of poverty. Because right now, about, with welfare benefits, about 45 to 48% of the U.S. is in poverty. You're saying, oh, bullshit, what's the poverty line? The poverty line is $24,000. Now, if you ask what the U.S. poverty line is, they will tell you $12,880. But that's complete bullshit. I've just shown you that an individual cannot survive on $30,000 a year. What is the definition of poverty? The state of being extremely poor, the state of being inferior in quality or insufficient in amount. So basically, not a living wage. So if you make less than a living wage, you are technically in poverty. Now, one of the ways that we can prevent you from being in poverty is with socialism, welfare services. We can give you state health care. That decreases the amount of money you need to be a living wage. But that's a Band-Aid. That's basically allowing the employer to pay less, and then all the taxpayers foot the bill for that with increased taxes because that welfare has to be paid for with taxes. It's not about welfare being bad. It's about being bad that we are a socialist country. We are literally a socialist country, but only if you're a corporation. We have corporate socialism. We permit companies to pay people less than a living wage. That would be like the government forcing me to sell these screws for 75 cents and then saying, we'll subsidize you to make up the difference. Why not just make them pay the price for the screws and avoid all that bullshit of creating that bureaucracy to subsidize it? Why not just make the company pay for the fucking screw? Okay? It's bullshit. It's total, absolute bullshit. Do you know why we're having a labor shortage right now? Do you know what that's from? You're going to hear a lot of bullshit, gaslighting, and propaganda as to what is causing that. I can tell you exactly what is causing that. Between 15 and 20 million people have removed themselves from the typical standard job market. Which means, for the first time in 40 years, at least, probably for the first time since just after World War II, so basically 40 years. Well, more than that. For the first time in 40 years, and possibly for the first time since World War II, or after World War II, we're talking 50s onward roughly, I don't know when it exactly happens, but basically for the first time in the last 3 generations' lifetimes, we have more jobs than there are warm bodies to fill those jobs. For the first time. Now, what happens when you have more jobs than people? Well, it no longer becomes a compulsory choice. It's no longer a screw to your head, give me your wallet, and if you say no, I blow your brains out. People now have a choice. Because now there are $15, $18, $20, $25 an hour jobs available. People now have the choice of not this $7 job and that $7 job or that $7 job. They now have the $7 job, the $7 job, the $7 job, the $10 job, the $12 job, the $15 job, the $18 job, and the $20 job. They now have a choice. Why do they have this choice? Why do we have all of a sudden a glut of available jobs? Because 15 to 20 million people removed themselves from the job market. Where'd that come from? Well, first, approximately 1 million people have died from COVID. Now, that's actually not true. It's actually a little more than that. We're talking about excess deaths. So, it's interesting. I was telling you before, it's very easy to predict numbers for large populations. We can predict next year how many people will retire, how many people will die of heart disease, how many people will die of obesity, how many people will die of, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, how many people are going to buy cars, how many people are going to sell cars, how many people are going to be on welfare, how many are not, how many people are going to retire, how many people are going to enter the job market, how many people are going to change over from this to that, how many people are going to get educated, how many people are going to exit college. We could very easily predict all those numbers to a high degree of accuracy. Because when you have a population this large, 330 million people, you build what's called inertia. It's why, if I take this screw and push it through the air, it's pretty hard to predict what's going to, let's assuming it floats. It's pretty hard to predict what's going to happen to that screw because it's light. The air current from the mini split might move it. That heater might turn off, which is going to change the air currents. The cat might run across the room, which is going to change the air currents. And that's going to bounce the screw all over the place. But now let's pretend this floating screw in space weighs 2 million pounds. Now it's very easy to predict where that screw is going to be, how fast it's going to be going, and how far it's going to have gone. Because not many things can disturb a 2 million pound screw. You would basically need another 2 million pound screw to hit it. And there's not many of those around. So predicting the future of the screw becomes easier and easier the heavier it gets. Well, the same thing works with societies. As the society gets bigger and bigger and bigger and more stable, it grows societal inertia. It becomes very easy to predict. Well, what am I getting to? Well, very easy. We have something called excess deaths. We can predict with a very high degree of accuracy how many people are going to die next year. And historically, those predictions are within like 5% of what they should be. So many times within 1% or less. It's very predictable. So what we can do to look at this, because we have a lot of bullshit going on. We have states rigging numbers. We have plenty of COVID cases that never get reported because they think they have the flu. We have people calling motorcycle deaths COVID deaths. We have all kinds of bullshit going on. And they all do it a different way. But there's one way they can't lie about. Last year, this many people died. This year, this many people died. And if we look at our algorithm from last year and predict how many people are going to die this year, there's going to be a difference in those numbers. Okay? And because a major event, a pandemic, occurred that is particularly lethal, we can look at those two numbers and go, okay, this is our predicted number, and this is our actual number. And if the actual number is bigger by more than a statistical noise margin, we call that excess deaths. So those people died from something other than what would normally have killed them on a year-by-year basis. That's excess deaths. and those are about 1 million for the U.S. All right, so we can safely say, we can't say with a certainty, but we can safely say about 1 million people have died from COVID in the U.S. alone. All right, if only 1/3 of those people had jobs, that's 333,000 jobs that are available now because those people died. Now we have another place where jobs became available. Do you remember when they were doing the federal boost, the $600 and the $300, which doesn't exist anymore? Remember when they were doing that? Well, a lot of people, especially the low-income people who are now quitting jobs, never got the boost. Never. In order to qualify for the boost, you have to be awarded $100 a week minimum from the state. Typically, unemployment is 50% of whatever you were making. So that means you would have to make 100 times 52. No, I'm sorry. Why can't I reverse that? Why the fuck can't I reverse that? So 200 times 52. You need to make at least $10,400 a year on the books to qualify for the federal boost. You would be astonished at how many people do not make $10,400 a year, especially minimum wage workers who get paid less than minimum wage, or who are not permitted to work full-time hours. Do you know how hard it is to work 2 jobs when one job requires you for 30 hours a week? Most other jobs, when they find out you're working another job 30 hours a week, they won't hire you because they want you fully available. So if you make, like for example, let's say you worked for Papa John's in Bensalem, in Pennsylvania, as a delivery driver, you're going to average $4 an hour income times 2,000. That's $8,000. Divide by 52. $153.8. Unemployment pays you 1/2. $76.92 would be the amount the unemployment office would award you. Guess what you don't get? You don't get the $600 federal boost. You don't get it because you don't qualify. That's the dirty... I wondered, when I was looking at the stimulus bill, and I looked at how much of the stimulus bill was dedicated to unemployment. I was like, wait a minute. How the fuck can they give everybody $600 a week, $30,000 a year, with that small an amount going to unemployment? That's because most people don't get it. You're either over the income threshold or you're below the threshold. Only the people in that range. The dirty little secret was they made sure the slaves didn't get the $600 boost. They made sure the slaves didn't get it. And who are the slaves? The minimum wage workers working at McDonald's, Sonic, and Taco Bell, and the restaurant as a waiter or waitress. Those people didn't qualify for the $600 boost. So guess what those people had to do? They had to find other work or die. Because you ain't surviving on $77 a week. That's not happening. So these people did what they had to do. They found other work. They did not sit at home collecting $600 a week because they didn't qualify. They went out and did Uber Eats, DoorDash, Lyft, Uber. They went to Etsy and started selling knickknacks. They went to eBay and Amazon and started doing arbitrage. They started gardening and selling. They started making YouTube videos. They went to OnlyFans. They went to Fetish Emporium and started selling pictures of their feet. That's what these people did. They did whatever they had to do to find whatever work they could that would make them money that wasn't a forbidden job because we were closing down businesses. And guess what happened? January 2021 comes around, the economy begins to open again, and these people realize, fuck that job for $4 an hour. I'm making $7 an hour and I'm doing half the work. I'm making $12 an hour and I'm doing half the work for half the hours. And they said, fuck that shit, and they did not go back to work. They kept doing the self-employed job they had created for themselves because the government forced them to, because they didn't qualify. No one subscribed to your OnlyFans. That's funny. But you'd be surprised how many people switch to OnlyFans. You'd be amazed. Millions. Millions. Well, maybe not millions, but a lot of people. There's a lot of people making coin on OnlyFans. And those higher wage people could afford to pay for it too, because they were getting $600 a week. On top of their unemployment. Okay? Yeah, it's bullshit. And that's millions of people right there. And it gets worse. Oh, here's the big elephant in the room that no one's talking about. In 2019, just shy of 35 million people, about 34.8 million people, if I remember correctly. You can look it up. It might be different than what I'm saying. But approximately 35 million people retired. And the prediction was approximately 35 million people, give or take a little bit, would retire in 2020. It's like, Penny, or I take the shirt off. Penny, quick, it's coming! So here's 100. Keep it on. So, do you know how many people retired in 2020? You see, there's a problem here. A lot of these companies that were being shut down or reduced in workflow because of the pandemic and the shutdown of the country, they have financial obligations that are contractual. They can't just void those contracts. This is before we found out that PPP was going to happen. Boy, talk about a $700 billion fraud. So the companies offered early retirement packages to a lot of their older employees, because an early retirement package would make them a static number. It would remove them from their calculations. They would no longer have to figure out what to do with them. So it was cheaper, they thought, to just let them retire early, give them a little bit of extra, to encourage them to accept an early retirement. Well, people took the offers in bulk. In 2020, 47.5 million people retired. That is 12,500,000 people. 12,500,000 people retired early that would not have otherwise. It would have been about 35 million. So that's 12.5 million excess retirements. When you add the retired people to the self-employed people to the dead people, you get between 15 million and 20 million people approximately. Somewhere between 15 and 20 million people became negative numbers on our prediction chart. Meaning, we did not predict these 15 to 20 million people would remove themselves from the job market. So suddenly, what's happening, and the reason they're throwing an absolute fit, the reason 25 Republican states canceled the federal boost early, the reason you see nothing but news article about lazy Americans don't want to work, sitting at home on the government's tit, even though unemployment is the lowest it's been pretty much in its entire history. Unemployment has never been lower than it is right now. It is the lowest it's ever been, or close to it. It fluctuates every day, of course. Record unemployment numbers, low numbers. Wait a minute. So, who's sucking on the government tit? Unemployment is at an all-time low. So where are these people sucking down unemployment? They don't exist. They're not. People are working. They're just not working for your shitty slave master cocksucking self, for your shitty slave master job. Because where is the largest labor shortage in the industry? hospitality. And what is that industry? That's the minimum wage workers who need a psychology degree to be able to deal with the Karens at McDonald's, Taco Bell, Sonic, restaurants, hotels, etc. It's even affecting other industries because there are better paying jobs available. So why would I take your $15 an hour job when I could take this $18 an hour job for less work? And people are doing exactly that. What was it? 5 million people quit their job last month? Since August. Every month from August to November, because it takes a month for the data to come out, around 4 to 5 million people quit their jobs. They're calling it the mass resignation. Yeah, well, they're sucking down government welfare. No. Unemployment is at a record low. And if you quit, you can't collect unemployment. You can only collect unemployment if you're laid off without cause. If you're fired for cause, meaning you're stealing and they fire you for stealing, you don't get unemployment. If you quit, you don't get unemployment. You have a nice evening, Ronald. But, so these people aren't sitting at home being lazy. Because then you look at new hires for the month of November, 6.7 million. People are quitting their current job and taking better jobs. Just not your shitty jobs for slave wages. And our corporations don't have a fucking clue what to do about it. They have no idea what to do about it. They're working their crews to the skin and bones. They're running skeleton crews in their businesses because they refuse to hire people at a higher wage, and people refuse to take their jobs at a lower wage. So they're claiming nobody wants to work, but the reality is they don't want to pay. And people are saying, fuck you, that job pays better. I'll take that job instead. The ice cream parlor changed their pay from $7.25 to $15 an hour and got 1,000 applicants in 24 hours. You offered a viable wage. People applied. Funny how that works. Isn't that amazing? It's a miracle. All of a sudden you got a whole bunch of people applying. Well, yeah, you offered a wage they can actually live on. We don't have a labor shortage. We have a living wage shortage. That's what we have. People are finding jobs. They're just not finding your shit jobs because they don't want your shit jobs. Oh, man. And that's what's happening right now. So the businesses are resisting raising the wages because they don't want to pay more. So the existing crews they have, they're running them, they're driving them like slaves. They're making that person making $12 an hour at McDonald's should be making $36. You think I'm nuts? No. They're being made to do the work of 3 people. You make me do the work of 3 people, you're going to pay me 3 people's wage. 3 times $12 an hour is $36 an hour. And that's what they're doing. That's why you have entire crews quitting. Because they're running the minimum number of people to keep the business open, hoping the government figures out how to collect all the slaves and bring them back. They're hoping and praying that if they can just hold out long enough, the government will figure out how to bring the slaves back. Well, unless you bring those 15 to 20 million people back into the workforce, that ain't happening. And they don't know what to do about it. They're freaking out. They're losing their minds because they don't know what to do about it. Do you know Dollar Tree could pay everybody a living wage and would only cost them about $39,000 per store? That's 2% of their store revenue. Yet they're raising their prices by 25%, and many of their products are being increased by 200%. I just bought 3 years worth of laundry detergent. I bought like 40 bottles of laundry detergent. Because they're raising the price to $1.25, and they're shrinking the bottle size from 64 ounces to 42 ounces. That's a 200% price increase on laundry detergent. Fuck you. I went around to all the Dollar Trees and cleaned them out of all the $1 64-ounce bottles. So now I don't need to buy laundry detergent for about 3 years. And I'm going to try to get more, because that shit don't go bad. I can just let it sit outside for the next 5 years. I mean, actually, I think Biden is probably ethical. He's probably a halfway decent guy. The problem is he's a useless, senile meat sack. He spent 47 years in Congress doing fuck all nothing, and now he's doing the same thing every one of the last recent Democratic presidents have done. He's become a pussy, and he won't do what needs to be done. I don't care if you agree with what he wants to do or not. Fuck you. I don't care. It doesn't matter if you agree with what he wants to do or not. If you have a conviction and you want to do something, fight for it. If you're wrong, great, society will judge you. If you're right, great, society will reward you. We're not talking about right or wrong, good or bad here. If you believe in something, then do it. Fight for it. He won't even do that. He's a pussy. He's trying to compromise across the board. And that's why Obama sucked, and that's why Biden sucks. Because whether what they want to do is good or bad, they won't even put their balls out and do it. It's like, if you believe in what you want to do so bad, then fight for it. And they won't do that. They keep trying to play nice. Well, the Republicans are extremist zealots. You can't negotiate with an extremist zealot. You're never going to win that. You don't negotiate with a sociopath. You punch him in the face. I mean, the Republicans even went so far as to install sleeper agents in the Democratic Party. Remember I told you at the beginning, Democrats are relatively intelligent, but they don't work together. They do not have cohesion. They're not organized. The Republicans are largely, wacky, but they're organized. They're one unit. And their goal is to kill you. The Democrats want to kill you too. They just want to kill you differently. Okay? So they even installed sleeper agents in the Democratic Party. Say hello to Republican Joe Manchin for me if you're in West Virginia. Wait, isn't he a Democrat? No. He's a fucking Republican who is planted in the Democratic Party. And now that the Democrats have 50% of the Senate, they activated him. It's so obvious, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's like, because they're, regardless of whether you agree with what the Republicans are doing or not, I give them credit. They're organized and they're all on the same page. And that's why they keep trashing the Republicans when they get into the cage box and around the ring. It's like, I am a god! Hulk smash! Whack, 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 whack! Puny god. Well, Loki's the Democratic Party, and Hulk is the Republicans. Oh my god. That is such a good metaphor. That's such a good meme for that. I gotta try to make a video for that. That's an excellent meme. Oh my god, it fits so well. Oh my god, that fits so well. That perfectly describes the mentality between the Democrats and Republicans. You see, we don't have a left in the U.S. There are no left people in the U.S. Who's the most left person you can think of? Bernie Sanders? Yeah, he's not left. He's centrist. Bernie Sanders is a centrist. He's halfway between left and right. But our Republicans are such extremist zealots that they've broken the scale and they're running that way past the end of the scale as fast as they can. So they are such an extreme right, or what they call a right now, that the centrists look left. They look like they're left because we're comparing them to the extremist right conservatives. But the rest of the world looks at the U.S. and they don't see any liberals at all. There are no liberals. They're centrists and extremists. Oh, no shit. All they care about is power. It's all about power. And they're even being vagrantly open about it now, and nobody cares. I mean, they're just openly gerrymandering to the sky and back. Here's my... I don't necessarily believe this, okay? This is just a conspiracy theory I invented, okay? So I came up with my own, call it Chris's conspiracy theory, just for fun, okay? Here's my my little conspiracy theory moment. Donald Trump stole the election in 2020. He stole it. He rigged the votes. He rigged the election. He stole the election. And he made sure Biden won. On purpose. Because in the 4 years Trump was in office, he summarily destroyed the country. He added 30% to the national debt and transferred $6 trillion of the nation's wealth into the pockets of the top 1%. Actually, not even the pockets of the top 1%. The top 0.1%. You can't do that without some very bad consequences. You add to that COVID? Oh, fuck no. This country is going down, and he knows it. So he rigged the election to make sure Biden won, so that when the country went splat, we would all blame the Democrats. And then the Republicans can come in like knights in shining armor and save the day. I'm telling you, there's just a tiny bit of legitimacy to that conspiracy theory. I could just see them being sociopathic enough to do that. That's why he's going so crazy about, fake news and bad election. The election was rigged. The election was rigged. Because why would you bring attention to a rigged election if you rigged it? Well, to hide the fact that you rigged it. It's the perfect cover story. Well, obviously the people who are screaming about a rigged election and who lost can't be the ones that rigged the election, could they? How else could a senile, useless meat sack with no budget whatsoever for campaigning win the election? It's like they tried to lose and still won. I mean, that's worse than putting Hillary up against Trump. I mean, there's some legitimacy to that. Okay, there might be some merit to that. It'd be hilarious if it was true. It'd be right out of a fiction novel, a horror film, a horror comedy. Except it's not funny. Not too often. I usually don't check Instagram unless something pops up. I do have it installed though. Instagram. I am logged in. And how do I check messages? Like, where do you even check that? Click on me? No. Maybe a hamburger menu? How do I check for messages on Instagram? I don't see an option anywhere to check for where you would send me something. What's this?
Someone said if you...
Nope. What's this? That's shopping. That's search. Home. Where do you see messages at all? Where do you see new messages? Like there's no option in here to see new messages. What's the icon? Top right. There's an arrow. Looks like a paper airplane. Okay, here we go. Chats, calls, requests. Okay, I got requests. Cindy, no. Chris Alton, that's you. And we will accept. There we go. Okay, so you have a CR10 printing with a 0.8mm nozzle, and you've got a couple of big bulges. you've actually got a whole bunch of issues with that print. So to show people, why won't you I can't leave you zoomed? What the fuck? But he's got that print with a bunch of bulges with a 0.8mm nozzle. Okay, you'll notice it's not just two big bulges. You've got inconsistencies across the entire vertical surface of that model. Yeah, they made that very non-obvious how to get to that. Like, there was nothing to indicate that's what I should click on. I guess if you use Instagram, you learn that's what you click on, but there was no prompt on this screen to indicate, hey, by the way, you might want to click this. Okay. There are two common reasons. Well, possibly three, but the third is very unlikely in a part that small. The unlikely one is you have bad filament that is changing size around its length. The problem is I wouldn't expect to see that much variation on such a tiny part. You're talking about a few millimeters of filament to go from here to here. So that's a very big variation. It's just because I don't use it. I don't use Instagram very much, so I don't realize that's where I have to go. I mean, there should have been a little red icon with a 4 on it saying, you know, you got 4 unread or you have not interacted with these messages. That's what should be there. And it's not. So that's partially bad UI design on Instagram's part. Of course, it's made by Facebook. Why would it be good? So it could be the filament, but it's very unlikely. It's probably not the filament. The two most common reasons you'll have that. One, and this is probably the most likely because you changed the nozzle. You have a gap between the PTFE and the nozzle. That gap is going to cause a ring of filament to get trapped inside of there. That filament's going to cook off. Once that filament cooks off, it's going to apply varying undue loads of drag on the filament coming through, especially when you pull back, retract, and push. It's going to cause issues with filament back pressure and being able to get a consistent flow. You'll see that when you have that problem. It's amplified on your printer because you have a 0.8mm nozzle. You're probably not leaking out the sides because you have a 0.8mm nozzle. The easier path is out the nozzle instead of the restricted 0.4mm path. So more than likely, you probably have a gap. The way you check this is you do a cold pull. So you bring the temperature down to 190 Celsius, then you turn it off. You're going to watch the temperature start to fall. What you're going to do now is start manually pushing filament through. The temperature is going to fall faster because you're pushing fresh filament through. You want to be consistently and smoothly pushing filament through. As you're pushing filament, it's going to get harder and harder and harder to push the filament. At somewhere between 180 and 170, you're not going to be able to push filament anymore. Before you get to that point, when it gets to the point where you're saying, oh my God, I think this is going to stop, very smoothly but assertively stop and pull. Okay? But you got to wait until you almost can't push filament anymore. Because if the filament is too molten, you're just going to stretch it out inside there. But if you let it get cold enough, it's going to go and pop out of the hot end, and you might even get a nice clean copy of your nozzle configuration on the tip of that filament when you yank it out. If you yank it out and you got a long string, you weren't cold enough. So push, 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 harder, harder, harder. I think it's about to stop. Okay, reverse. Smoothly pull it out of the hot end. That will evacuate all the filament from the hot end. Now, heat it back up again to 200 degrees and loosen the nozzle. Now, look inside. Raise the end up, look inside. You're going to see this. You're going to see the end of the PTFE tube there. You're going to see that inside the heat block. That should be clean. Now, this is not a guaranteed confirmation, but 75% of the time, if you have a gap, you're going to see burnt filament on the end of that tube. And you'll probably see, if you look at your nozzle, actually, I have one right here. If you look at your nozzle, this one's a little hard to see because it has the the 3 extra holes. But if you look at your nozzle, you'll realize that there's a hole in the middle. This has 3 holes. Ignore that. You have a hole in the middle, and then you have a mating surface. That mating surface is the ring that touches this. Because in your hot end, this actually touches this. Those surfaces should be clean. The inside will have filament. But if you have crud on the mating surface, this is why you have to do a cold pull. If you unscrew the nozzle while it's filled with filament, then of course you're going to have filament everywhere. So you do the cold pull, and then if you see crud on the mating surface of this or this, then that means you had a gap in your PTFE to nozzle connection. What you do now is you unscrew the compression fitting and you shove the PTFE tube straight through so it pops out the bottom. That will clean out all the gunk inside of there. Cut a nice clean end on the PTFE tube. If it's cooked, cut about a ½ inch off. If it's not cooked, cut just a little tiny bit off just to give you a nice clean virgin surface. Make sure that surface is perpendicular. Use a cutter or be very careful cutting it. You want to make sure it's very straight, very clean. I think you are way behind on the live stream because we're talking about filament tubes now, ED101. Now, to get them in sync, you well, the way I do it is I screw the nozzle in so that there's a little gap left. I screw the compression fitting in all the way, and then I back it off too. I then push the PTF in all the way in until it touches the nozzle. Then I finish tightening the compression fitting all the way, and then I snug up the nozzle a little bit after I heat it up. That should result in you getting a good tight fit between the nozzle and the PTFE tube. You can also look into Luke Hadfield's his hot end fix. What he basically does is you take a single piece of PTFE tube about that big and you stick it in the hot end. Then you have a washer that goes on top, so you're actually squeezing a fixed size piece of PTFE tube between the top and the bottom. That guarantees you can't have a gap. So even if your compression fitting gives way a little bit, you still can't have a gap because the 2 threaded pieces are holding that little chunk in there. Look at Luke Hadfield's fix. That will help as well. Now, the other reason you could have this problem, will I remember it now? Yes. Okay. There are 2 components on your printer that could cause this issue. One is your feeder. Your printer has an extruder. The extruder is actually not a component. The extruder is a system. The extruder is the combination of the hot end and the feeder unit. In a direct drive system, they're connected. In a Bowden system, they are separated by a Bowden tube. So this part of the extruder is called the hot end, and this part of the extruder is called the feeder. The feeder feeds the filament to the hot end. The combination of feeder and hot end equals extruder. We typically call the feeder an extruder. So if you hear somebody say extruder, they're probably talking about the feeder. So on the feeder, there are 2 places that could cause you a problem. Well, 3 actually, but the third one you'd probably notice because it would stop working if you had a loose wire and then it would start working again. Yours is working consistently, so it's probably not that. And also, keep in mind, assuming nothing is broken on the feeder, hot end problems manifest at the feeder because there's no moving parts in the hot end. So when the hot end fails, the problem will manifest at the first moving part, which is on the feeder. So sometimes when you have skipping, it's actually a hot end problem, not a feeder problem. But it can't manifest at the hot end because nothing moves there. So it pushes back to the feeder, and that's where the problem manifests as skipping. The 2 places you can have a problem, one is less likely. If you're using the stock plastic Creality feeder, the tension arm with the spring on it, they can crack. So that tension arm has a little bearing here, and then a pin and a tension, and you squeeze it like this, and it moves on a bearing. Well, between the spring and the bearing, that can crack the plastic just from fatigue. And if it cracks, you're not going to get proper tension on the filament. And so sometimes it'll extrude the right amount, and sometimes it won't extrude enough because the filament will slip. The way you'll notice this usually is you'll have filament dust on the gears at the feeder, and that indicates you're grinding the filament. Either the gear unit is grinding the filament because it's jamming up in the hot end, or the filament is slipping. Slipping is going to cause less dusting. The other way it can manifest is you have a stepper motor with the feeder unit, and there's a gear drive on the stepper motor, a little gear attached to the shaft. And that gear, combined with the little idler bearing, is what pinches your filament and drives your filament forward. Well, that gear is not permanently attached to the stepper in most cases, definitely not in your case. There's a grub screw, usually two, one on the flat face and one on the curved face as a backup. If those grub screws come loose, that gear can move. And so if it's loose but not loose enough to spin, it could move intermittently, which is going to give you an intermittent extrusion. Sometimes you'll extrude more, sometimes you'll extrude less, because that gear sometimes doesn't spin as much as it's supposed to. So check the grub screws. A good telltale sign of this, usually you know this happens because you stop extruding altogether. Because what happens is as it comes loose, the gear drops. And then it's not touching the filament anymore. So if you look at your feeder and go, huh, the gear's too low, that's what happened. The screws came loose and the gear dropped. But check those grub screws. Make sure that one of them is aligned with the flat face on the face of the shaft coming out of the stepper motor. The other place that it could fail here is your Z-axis. So your Z-axis has one or two stepper motors with a coupler, and then you have lead screws. The X-axis has two brass collars, bushings, that have threads on them that engage the threads on the lead screw. So when you screw a screw, you see the screw into the wood, right? See how the screw goes in? Well, action, reaction. The opposite can also happen. I can hold the screw steady, and I can keep the screw in one spot and make my hand move. So if I don't let the screw move, my hand will move up and down the shaft. Action, reaction, it's all relative. Well, that can happen on your stepper motor as well. If the coupler comes loose, you might not get, in order for you to go up, your 0.4 millimeter layer height, whatever layer height you have, in order for you to go up, that stepper motor has to turn a specific number of steps, which turns the lead screw a specific number of degrees, which moves the entire carriage up a specific amount. That's what E-steps come from. Well, if your coupler's loose, well then it might not move. It might be commanded, okay, move 8 steps, but it might only move 6. Well, that's going to give you that squished bulging layer. And then the next time it might move 7, which is going to give you a less squished bulge. And then the next time it might move the proper 8, which will give you a normal extrusion. You see what I mean? Because if you don't move up enough, you don't have enough area for the filament, so the filament has to go somewhere, it goes out. And you end up with a bulge. This can also happen when you have a restriction on the lead screw. Something is binding it, not permitting it to move smoothly enough, and you overload the stepper motor. The stepper motor can't push hard enough to overcome the restriction. You saw that happen last week with this printer. It would come down, but then the right side wouldn't go back up again. It would just stall. And it didn't skip or stutter, it just stalled. So there's no noise. And it turned out the brass bushing was cockeyed and too tight, and it was binding on the lead screw, which prevented it from lifting up. That could happen as well, and that would also cause this. If you have a mild binding on the lead screw, you're going to get an inconsistent amount where it lifts up. This is why some of the early Ender 3s had a problem with elephant's foot. The top of the print looked great, but the bottom always had elephant's foot. And the reason for that was the stepper motor was too close to the wall. So the stepper motor center axis was closer to the vertical rail than the center axis of the little brass collet. So the lead screw was being bent like that. And of course, As you get closer to the bottom where you have two immovable objects, the bolted down stepper motor and the bolted down vertical rail, it gets harder and harder and harder for the stepper motor to move the lead screw. So in the beginning, when it first starts moving for your first layers, it's not able to move the required number of steps, and you get that bulgy elephant's foot. But as soon as it lifts up a little bit, the lead screw is able to flex a little bit out of the way, and now the strain is removed, and it's able to move the correct number of steps. And the solution was we had to shim out the stepper motor to properly align it. So, check your lead screws. Are they dry? You might need to lube them up if they're dry. Check your brass couplers. Loosen them, run it up and down, snug them. Don't tighten, just snug. Make sure the coupler at the bottom of the lead screw that attaches to the stepper motor, just like the grub screw on the feeder motor, make sure those screws are tight so the stepper motor isn't slipping, the lead screw isn't slipping inside the coupler. Check the feeder. Is the grub screws on the drive wheel tight? Is the arm cracked? Is it applying proper tension to the filament? Take both your wires for your vertical stepper motor and your feeder motor, unplug them, plug them back in. Make sure the wires are properly seated, make sure none of the pins are popping out, which might cause an intermittent connection with the motor. That might not easily manifest to you, because it would only happen every now and then for just a step or two. And then, of course, if all that fails, heat it up and follow the procedure I described to you to disassemble the hot end and check for a gap with the PTFE tube. If the printer was working fine before, and the first thing I would check is the coupler screws, the collet screws, and the grub screws and tension arm on a feeder, because those don't require you to do anything. You could simply grab them and test them. And if one of those screws are loose, you're going to see it immediately because the part's going to move when it shouldn't move. So check that first. Then run the printer up and down. Tell it to go to 300. Tell it to come back down to 50. Tell it to go to 300. Back down to 50. Is it doing it smoothly? Does it look like it's hiccuping and stopping? Does one arm look like it's getting ahead of the other arm and then back again? Okay? Look for mechanical reasons, because you don't have to disassemble anything to diagnose those. If all those pass your checks, then disassemble the hot end and check for a PTFE gap. And remember, politicians are delicious. I like my victims happy. I already got it. You should know that already. Any other questions? Alrighty, I guess that's about it. All right, it's already after 5 o'clock my time, so 17:18. So don't forget, you can directly support me on PayPal. You can directly support me on Patreon. You can indirectly support me by using my affiliate links down below. When you use my affiliate links, I earn a commission on whatever you buy. As an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases, required wording by Amazon. That's it. And also, don't forget some money-saving tactics for the New Year's for you guys. I have an entire video on this on Life of Norris, so you can check that out. Make sure you get your Amazon shopper panel. Last year, I got... Of course, it takes forever to load when I want to show it to you. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Last year, I got $126.75 from Amazon Shopper Panel for absolutely free. I do not earn a commission when you sign up for this. I don't get anything. This is just to save you money. Open your iPhone. Open your Android phone. If you're in the U.S., I think this is U.S. only. You look for an app called Amazon Shopper Panel. It's from Amazon. All you got to do is take, as you can see, we keep all of our receipts. All right, grocery store receipts, receipts to the trash dump to take my trash, Arby's, Smith's, Dollar Tree, Sonic, Smith's, Domino's, another garbage receipt. You scan 10 receipts into your phone, you get $10 for free. No strings attached. It's free fucking money, and you can stack it. It's an Amazon gift card balance. So next month, if you didn't use the $10 from the previous, now you'll have 20. In 3 months, you'll have 30. In 4 months, you'll have 40. Yes. Go to Nerisse.com. Nerisse.com, links to everything. Lifeofnerisse.com will take you to that channel. If you want to hear me rant about political nightmarish bullshit, I have a channel called Mind of Nerisse, where I rant on about all that kind of bullshit. And then I'm also going to eventually have a rocketry channel, and we're eventually going to do a puzzle channel, although we might make the puzzle channel part of Life of Nerisse to capitalize on the subscriber base we already have there. I don't know. I'll have to see how that works. But that is, and also they do survey. The receipts have to be 30 days or less, but I've scanned receipts 40 and 50 days old, and they still took them. So probably from the previous month to the month you're scanning for. So if you're scanning in January, November, like 15th forward should be good. Ah, nice. Oh, by the way, if you guys want to play with SolidWorks, how would you like to play? I might actually do it. I think I can afford it. How would you like to play with SolidWorks for $35 a year? If you join the Experimental Aircraft Association, the EAA, membership is $35 a year. SolidWorks has made an agreement with the EAA to offer a free license to SolidWorks for EAA members. So you can buy SolidWorks for $35 a year, and you're supporting the EAA, which is a good organization. So that's a tip for you, huh? I'm pretty sure it's non-commercial use, but who cares? You get to play with SolidWorks for $35 a year. So they also do surveys. So there's a tab on here called Surveys, and of course it's taking forever again. I don't know why, but there's currently none available. But the surveys are worth between 25 cents and $1. They're usually a single question. Do you have pets? Yes or no? That's it. You get 25 cents. That's an excellent cheat code. Another way to save money, Fetch. So under Finance and Fetch. Fetch is kind of a universal couponing app. So it's not direct coupons, you get points. As you can see, I have 3,357 points currently. And I got, you can see last year, this is largely thanks to Vine, so obviously I won't do quite as well this year. But in the lifetime that I've had this, I thought it showed me that somewhere. I thought it showed me it. But I've made $200 from Fetch in the last year. So the way that works is each receipt is worth 25 points. 40 receipts or 1,000 points gets you $1. The minimum is $5. They give it to you in gift cards. So for example, I choose Amazon gift cards. So once I get the 5,000 points, I will cash out for a $5 Amazon gift card. And combine that with the $12 I got from Amazon Shopper Panel. That is another case of cat food for my cats. In 2 years since we got the cats, I have not had to pay for cat food, because I use the money I make from these programs to pay for the cat food. It is wonderful. Now, shopping receipts at grocery stores get more points. Name brand items score more points. Your grocery store receipts are going to be worth, mine have been worth anywhere between 25 points and 1,500 points. Every now and then they have specials. So for example, they've done it 3 times so far. They have a Unilever special where you get 15,000 points for every $15 you spend. Or no, it's basically 30%. It was the equivalent of a 30% coupon. So we bought Ben & Jerry's ice cream. So so we bought the ice cream, which we're eating, and we're getting 30% back on it. And you add to that the coupons and other stuff that I had. I was paying like $1.50 for Ben & Jerry's ice cream. So once a year, we enjoy some Ben & Jerry's ice cream when that Unilever deal pops up. That's a way to get big points. Like one time they had a Pepsi deal where you buy Pepsi and Frito products, you got extra points. Point is, you get points. It costs you nothing. You just scan receipts. You link it to your Amazon account. All your Amazon purchases count as a receipt each, which means you start ordering your Amazon stuff one at a time. So if you're buying 3 things from Amazon, no. You buy 3 separate things from Amazon, and you get 3 25-cent point credits for each of them. You just tell them all to be delivered on the same day, and Amazon is still going to box them up all together. Yeah! Game the system, baby! Take that venture capital money! The other app, it's less forthcoming with the cash, but it's still beneficial enough to have. It's called Ibotta. Ibotta is a literal couponing app. So if I click on Smith's, you can see here. Actually, let me just turn this on so it's easier for you guys. You click on here and you see there's like literally coupons. It'd probably be better if we switch to that. There we go. So here I am at Smith's. Here's $5 back on fake meat nuggets. I might actually try that. That's BOGOs. You're getting half off. 50% off. Worth it to give it a shot. There we go. 50 cents back on Canada Dry. If you happen to buy Colgate Optic White, here's $1 off. Nature Valley, 25 cents off. Nature's Own Bread, $1 off. Cheetos, 20 cents. Cheez-Its. It's coupons. Like, I like buying Celestial Teas, but I don't like herbal teas, so I probably won't use that. Some deodorant, some candy, sodas. Oh, I'll probably use this, Baby Ray's. You can get the no sugar added Baby Ray's. Actually works on all the flavors. You can use it up to 5 times. Baby Ray's is something I'm going to buy anyway. So I'll save $4.25. Fuck yeah, I'll take that. It's free money. There's another one in here I'm going to use. Kraft dressing, 50 cents. We typically buy some Kraft dressing. Hungry Jack, 75 cents. If it's on sale, combined with that, I'll take it. If it's not on sale, I don't need it bad enough to take it. Oh, here we go. This is great. Mountain Dew Major Melon. It's not diet, sadly, but it's pretty damn good. It's not really worth $1.79 or $1.99 because that's what it costs, $1.99, but $1 off? Okay, I'll take it. So we'll probably go grab 5 Major Melons because it's a limit of 5, and we'll get $5 back. You see, I currently have $8.95 in my account. Once I hit $20, I can withdraw that right to my bank account. Cash. Cash, baby. Oh, there's the $1.99. I've saved $199 last year from Ibotta. Okay, every Thanksgiving, they have Thanksgiving dinner for free. Michelle and I each signed up for an account, and we got $65 in food for nothing. Free. Free turkey, free corn, free veggies, free stuffing, free cranberry. Absolutely free. Not half off, free. It was nice. So these are nice little ways to save money if you're in the U.S. If you're not in the U.S., it's probably not going to work. You could try them, but it probably won't work. 2 other ways to make a little bit of money are work apps. This is gig work, doing little jobs. The 2 big ones are Field Agent. Oh, it's not free anymore? That sucks. It used to be free. Damn. Well, you know something? They didn't have a maker rate before for SolidWorks. That's probably why. That's probably exactly why. There was no maker rate. So you had to pay hundreds of dollars to get SolidWorks. That's probably why they did that. But you know something? It's still worth $10. Because at least half your money, $40 of your money, is going to a great organization instead of into the pockets of the company. So it's a good split. So you pay $90. So it's still a $10 coupon. But and I think they put out a magazine too. I'm not sure. That's too bad. It used to be free. And SolidWorks was like what, $4.99 a year or some shit like that. It was crazy. It was stupid expensive. And so now they have a maker plan, which now makes sense why they would change that. they would rather get the $100 from you. So yeah, I guess I can see it makes sense. But field agent and easy shift. Field agent is small jobs, smaller pay. Easy shift is bigger, more complex jobs, but bigger pay. So, for example, I had once where they wanted me to go take 5 pictures of the diaper aisle at Walmart. I got paid $4. So I took it. Easy shift, I spent an hour and a half at Smith's taking 170 pictures or something like that. I got paid $38. So I was already going to Smith's, so why not? I made $38, paid for half my groceries during that trip. Both of those are cash into your bank account. So easy jobs, field agent. More complex jobs, more involved jobs, easy shift, but also more pay. So it just depends. Sometimes they're too complex, I don't want to do it. Like, it's too far away. You know, if I was already there, great, but $38, but I have to drive 40 miles? Nah, not worth it. But there you go. Ways to save money. I've got to go take a piss really bad. So we're out of here. Don't forget to check out those links. Don't forget to check out that PayPal. Don't forget to check out that Patreon. And don't forget to subscribe if you're not already. I will see you guys next week. Stop streaming!